Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical Blah 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 Blah. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link. Well, prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to another after show here on Logical Plausible Probable. Everybody's coming on over from Standing for Truth from another epic debate, this one between Kent and Horazio on does evolution explain the diversity in organisms? Something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing the title, but it was a very interesting debate. Good combo. Horazio came at us live from all the way down in Mexico City. Did a great job. Was a good conversation overall. An interesting back and forth from both sides, and hopefully we'll have a very good after show and get into some fun and frivolity. For those of you joining for their first after show here on LPP, the way we do it is, first 45 minutes to an hour. As people hop on the panel, we, each person gets like 45 seconds to a minute, kind of share their thoughts about the debate. Best, what really stuck out to them, best one-liners, comeback, zingers, who they thought won, lost, that kind of fun stuff. And then we'll kind of go in a circle. Whoever shows up next it could go in order. And then if nobody new's come in, then we'll sit there and have, general back and forth conversation. Then if somebody new hops in, then everybody kind of, all right, shut up, let that person share their thoughts about the debate, and then we'll go back into the conversation. So if you want to join the stream, I think I have link pinned in side chat, but let me get that again so everybody can come on in, join the panel here. All right, let's pin that sucker. All right. Place. Okay, so link is pinned inside chat, folks. So if you want to come in and share your thoughts about the debate, click that link. You don't need your computer. All you have is a phone. Don't even have to be on camera, as you can tell from me. Just have your microphone ready so I can let you in. If you don't have your microphone connected, I cannot let you in. StreamYard will not let me let you in. A couple quick shout outs to folks before we get going. The one and only Doki Bible Club is in the house, who's basically the funder of SFT, myself, and many other channels out there. So thank you so much, Doki. He's been giving away memberships and all sorts of stuff. It's pretty awesome. So thank you very much, Doki, for your generosity. We got Karen Weiss, also a member in the house. What's going on? We've got, I saw Ray here a minute ago. Yeah, Utopia Buster, what's up? Cheryl, the one and only, what's up, Cheryl? How you doing? Dan, aka Bible Research Tools, in the house. Hurricane Havoc, another member. How you doing? Appreciate you guys so much. Redefined Living's in the house. Man, Redefine's been having some interesting combos over on Clubhouse with some atheists. Man, it's been some fun stuff over there. And Andrew Coffin's in the house. What's up? Another member. Thank you so much, Andrew, for your support. Very much appreciated. And who else we got in here? Purosity Gold, man, another member. What's up, Purosity Gold? How you doing? And anybody else I'm missing here? I'm probably missing some folks, but if I am, I will be paying attention. SpongeBob Imagination. What's up, SpongeBob? And Orgay. What's up, Orgay? How you doing? Hop on in to the panel. Okay, so without further ado on that, let's get into the general conversation, unless I'm forgetting anything else I wanted to mention. Yeah, a couple things. So I'll bring those up in a little bit. We'll get in directly into the after show. So right now, let's see. The one and only Mark Reed is with us. What's up, Mark? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts about tonight's debate?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I thought it was a good debate as well. I think personally that Ken interrupted a couple of times, the other guy interrupted a couple of times, but pretty well. It was pretty good. They kind of had a really good debate. I of course side with the evolution stance, so I definitely was for the other guy, and I really appreciate that he gave me a big shout out a couple of times. I thought that was fantastic. So there's a couple of things that I do want to sort of go over, and one was that I don't know. Kent sort of keeps getting told what evolution is and is capable of, and not, and I'm not sure if he still understands it, and it's kind of disappointing because he keeps going on, and a couple of examples is like his sheep's legs kind of thing, where he said, oh well, they sort of had short sheep legs, and then they wouldn't have survived in the wild, so that disproves evolution. But the problem with that, the real problem with that, is that those legs were short because of artificial selection kind of thing, that people bred them like that. So of course they wouldn't have survived in the wild. I think that he really misunderstands artificial selection won't necessarily produce things good for another environment, but it may. If we select for another environment, it may, but that's not necessarily the case. I'm still confused over what a kind is. I'm hoping someone can explain that to me on the panel. Maybe we can cover that, John, if you don't mind. That would be fantastic if you want. And sort of the evolutionary chart is still a stumbling block for Kent. I'm not sure when oh god, I've forgotten his name already. That's horrible. Who was the guy from Mexico? I forgot his name.
You're talking about the debater tonight?
Yeah.
Horazio.
Yeah, Horazio.
Hey, Mark. I forget names all the time too. I've actually started. If you look on the overlay, I've actually started making it easier for everybody, and you can see.
Oh yeah, it's right in front of you. Yeah, fair enough.
No, I'm not being a dick. I started doing this on purpose for myself because I don't know. Like whenever I first started doing these, I kept doing streams after I'd been working like ridiculously long hours, and I'd be coming home, hopping on real quick, doing a stream, and I'd be like, I am having mental brain farts right now and not remembering. So I started putting names in for the overlays for myself, so I would know. And I was like, maybe this will make it easier for everybody else too. That's why I keep doing them. But anyway, continue. And then if might another like 20 seconds, Mark, and then we'll let Dan hop in and give his thoughts. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. But I just as my last thing, I'm really looking forward to the one with Dr. J. Bundy. That guy is awesome. He's a great guy, and he knows so much about evolution. I was on his stream the other day, and he is an absolute champ. So I'm really looking forward to that. What I wanted to ask, John, would it be possible if we get Jay Bundy in the after show? I can ask him. Would that be okay?
I mean, he can. I mean, people are welcome to come to the after show. I mean, I don't care.
Okay. I know that last time he kind of said that he wasn't happy with the way he got treated. So maybe we can sort of put out that, hey, let's treat him with a little bit of respect.
Well, Mark, there were two things. He got treated with respect to pretty much overall, and I also had him on when it was just him and one other person and all that. So in his conversation with me, it's been fine. Mm-hmm. But if he wants to talk about, if he wants to feel butthurt, then anybody who hasn't seen his conversation with Otangelo the other day needs to go watch that, because that would be like goose and gander in relation to the people not being treated with respect. So that's so if he wants to act like an adult versus the WWE character, then he can. But if he wants to be treated with respect, if he wants to act like the WWE character, then he can be treated like one.
Oh, I think that's just his personality, to be honest with you. I don't really. I mean, sure, that's your opinion.
Okay, so Mark, did you watch the interaction with Otangelo?
I was in a stream where Otangelo was there. I'm not sure if there was an interaction that I saw that I would say that he was out of line.
The one directly with Otangelo and Jay Apperson or whatever his name is. This was yesterday.
Jay who?
James J. Apperson, something like that. I think James Apperson maybe is the guy's name. It was James Apperson, Jay Bundy, and Otangelo.
No, I didn't. Okay. I can't say that I did anyway.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, if you haven't seen it, then you don't know what I'm talking about. And all I gotta say is, I'll just say that Jay, and if Jay wants to come on, he and I can have a conversation about this. Yeah. But he made it he clearly stated that he views anybody who disagrees with evolutionary theory to be issuing a personal attack on him personally, and that he will treat you as such, come at you with the express purpose of effing you up. So, and many other things that he stated. So this is why I say in the context, if you want to act, by the way, he also is classifying himself as the world word wrestling champion or something to that effect. So that's why I said, if you want to act like a WWE character that he classifies himself as, then you'll be treated like one. If you want to act like a PhD adult, then you can also be treated like one. That's all I gotta say. Anyway, enough about that. That's for a different topic. Dan, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What are your thoughts about tonight's debate?
Hey, John. I liked it. I thought it was a very sociable type. It wasn't too rowdy, and wasn't hardly rowdy at all. No, I thought it was a very good debate.
Did anything stick out to you? I was going to say, anything stick out to you?
Well, one thing got a little bit overused, I think, was is it Horatio? How do you pronounce that?
I think it's Horatio. I think it's Horatio.
One thing I think he overused his interpretation of how evolution occurs, gradually. Because he seemed to be saying it happened that way, but not really happening that way at the same time. I really never understood what he was talking about. I know that evolutionists believe that random mutation, natural selection will take an organism through a cycle of transitions to another totally different organism over time. But when that was brought up to him, and your chart says amoeba will go to a well or a pine tree or something, he totally disowned it. So I think he was sort of I trying to have it both ways. Let's put it that way. But no, I thought it was a really good debate. I liked it.
Well, glad to hear. Appreciate your thoughts there. And I think that this must be Sunflower. But what's up, musician? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts about tonight's debate?
Yeah, this is Sunflower. Yeah, I put musician there because I started playing guitar on some other streams, and then I was like, yeah, I'll go with that. But no, to follow up on Bible research tools, that's exactly right. Every single time Ken asked a question, do you believe, an amoeba turned into a dog or a cat or a human or whatever? The guy had one response, and it was not in the way you're saying it does. And again, ultimately, that was a very much a cop-out answer because the way Kent never said that it meant that the amoeba in one generation produced a cat. He just meant that it's like over time an amoeba developed. You can trace the lineage of an elephant or cat or dog back to an amoeba, and the guy never had an answer. He just kept saying, not in the way you're saying it does. Like, what is that? That's not an answer. That's a way of saying like, you framed my position in a way that seems really silly and stupid. I better just say not in the way you're saying it does, rather than double down on the fact that, yeah, although what you're saying is maybe a bit facile or oversimplified, it is technically very completely aligned with what I believe. And he wouldn't, for some reason, he wouldn't admit that. And then he went on to say that debating Kent was just a thing on his bucket list. So I think that kind of, worked against him. But yeah, it was overall still a mutually respectful debate. And it was pretty entertaining, and I enjoyed it, but I don't think Horatio did. He was definitely not Kent's worst opponent ever, but also not his best opponent ever.
Oh, definitely not his worst. Definitely not his worst. I mean, I don't know who wins the worst opponent. I mean, there are so many ones to choose from. I mean, right now I don't know. Who was the dude who dressed up as a musician? Or sorry, not a musician, magician. I mean, that one was
Wade the Wizard.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a hard time taking people seriously who come to a debate dressed up as a freaking magician. I mean, it's just like the dude who debated me in a freaking onesie with the hood up and it had freaking ears. I mean, like, I'm sorry, bro. If you're coming to have a high level supposedly have a high level conversation on a topic as fundamental as something that like addresses the root of our very existence, and you're going to show up dressed up in as a magician or in a onesie, like a freaking animal onesie or whatever, I don't take you seriously. And ironically, most of those guys ended up being serious. But anyway, enough of my rant there. We got a new person in. So Slavic, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What are your thoughts on tonight?
John, I just want to say something.
Hang on. It's Slavic's turn, and then we can come back to you.
Okay.
Slavic, go ahead.
I'm doing good. I actually didn't watch that debate, but I was last time I was on. I did not get my question out properly. I was trying to build too much foundation before I asked the question, so that's why I came here. I just asked one question. I'll probably be just listening in the background.
All right. Oh, you say you're going to listen, or you're going to ask a question? Sorry, I missed that.
Well, I can ask the question right now if it's up. I just didn't know if you guys are on a topic.
Oh no, go ahead.
So the question I was interested in is with the mutations. If the only mutations that will work to change the species are the ones that are, I forget what you guys called them, but the ones that are like pre the creature being born, right? Before the creature is made, it has to be mutated, right?
Germline's the word you're looking for. Germline.
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah. So if it has to be a germline mutation, how do we? I'm the way I look at it. Let's say the DNA, right? It's coded. It's extremely compact information. It's like really, really compact, right? So if you damage or mutate one single, how much of those do you need to damage to make sure that it turns into a different type of? Let's say that you're mutating a piece of the genome that expresses how long the arm is or how short the arm is, right? And if that genome is damaged or whatever mutates and it makes it longer or shorter, an arm, it's pretty easy. It's just longer or shorter, right? But let's say that the way that the lungs respirate oxygen or something from water or from air, right? If that is such a fundamental, like it has to change a lot of information before it becomes functional. Because if it doesn't, the creature will just die. So I'm wondering if there's any studies or any like maybe computer models that would, use like at least as much information as we know about the genome, right? Compacted, and see if you change anything. Does it only change one variable like the lungs, or does it change like the lungs and the way the blood works? Because so much things are compressed. I'm wondering if it just will like throw haywire just by changing a tiny bit.
Well,
the answer to that question is sometimes it can be one change, like one thing in your toast, depending on where the mutation is, right?
Thank you. Yep.
One of the things that so guy who's, I believe he's still an atheist, David Berlinski, the mathematician, he actually rejected evolution as remotely being completely implausible after he did an analysis with some other scientists, right? And they came to the conclusion there was, like, for a whale to be able to live on land and all that kind of stuff, they said they stopped counting when they identified no less than 20,000 different changes that we required. And it was like,
I believe it was 50,000.
Was it 50,000? I thought, for some reason I'm thinking 20, but maybe it was 50. If it was 50, okay. But either way, I remember watching an interview with him when he was talking about it, and he's like, yeah, at that point, the whole premise of evolution, slow change over time, is just, it flew out the window as being remotely plausible. And I'm just drawing a line. Like the improbability is to such an extreme that it's pie in the sky to think that it could possibly have happened. And
that's kind of my question, is because mutations don't happen to become like a goal point, right? There's no like goal that like, okay, I'll change this and then now this and this, and it's working towards something. If it's completely random, let's say that it works, it makes it better for the next stage, but it damages the other stuff, so the more random stuff, it becomes noise instead of actually a positive thing or a negative thing. It just becomes a random noise that destroys everything. If that makes sense. Let's say that.
Sorry, are we in open conversation yet, or are we still in sort of just the intro stages?
Well, we're going to let Slavic finish this point, and then Power Word's going to share his thoughts, and then we'll go into open conversation. No one else has joined. Go ahead and finish your point, Slavic, and then Power Word, you can share your thoughts about the debate.
Yeah, so this analogy I was thinking of, how we used to make what are they called? The snowflakes. They fold a piece of paper up, you cut out a shape, and then boom, unfold it, it becomes a shape, right? But if you just change one section, it doesn't change just one area. It changes like random spots inside I'm thinking if the genome is folded up, information like, it's curled onto itself and different kind of, it could be transcribed forward and backwards. If you change one part of it, does it just, could be damaging not just the thing we're looking for, to make it better, but it could be damaging a bunch of other parts that, are byproducts of that damage.
Well, last thing on response to that, and then Power Word, your turn to talk. To your point on the folding of the information, the interactivity of it, so on and so forth, as we're learning more and more about the gene expression via three-dimensional folding that's being required for inter and intra chromosomal gene regulation, we don't, basically what we're discovering is we actually don't know as nearly as much as we thought we did about the significance of positioning of genes, of the necessity of them existing in hyperspecific scenarios. That amount of data, or the knowledge about that, is just increasing exponentially. And to me, it just further and further deprecates the plausibility of this stuff somehow magically getting itself in the appropriate positions in order for all this macro level gene expression to occur. But anyway, we can get back into that in a few minutes. Okay, Power Word, go ahead. Your turn. 45 seconds to a minute. Share your thoughts about tonight's debate, and share your thoughts. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Sure. Yeah. So I just had one point I wanted to make. Near the end of the debate, the Q&A had a question about, when have we ever seen a single cell evolve into a multi-cell? And it was brought up that there was an article in Nature where this was demonstrated. And I actually went to the article in Nature and I looked it up. And the conclusion says the following. Our results show that the transition to a simple multicellular life cycle can happen rapidly in response to ecologically relevant selective pressure. Notice that they say simple multicellular life, not multicellular life. So when Horatio made the claim that this has happened, it is a very specific, simple multicellular life, which is exactly what Kent described, with multiple single cells grouping together because of a selective pressure to defend against. So when he said, hey, I think there's people that know more about this than I do, I'm going to go ahead and appeal to authority, and he actually mentioned Mark Reed's name, it's funny to me that this is out there, this article in Nature, and they specifically are dishonest, and they say simple multicellular life, not multicellular life, which is a huge difference, but the devil is in the details. And that's all.
They, I believe when I read that, I think I read the same article. Under certain conditions, they actually clump together. I think that's all that's really happening. I don't believe they ever change. They're not really, they don't reproduce as multi-cell. I don't remember anything about those that really showed they were a true multicellular organism.
Yeah, they have created the new definition of simple multicellularity in order to convince the unsuspecting people who don't have enough knowledge to actually research them for themselves that, it must be multicellular because some Nature article says simple multicellularity when it's not the case. It is not multicellularity at all, period.
Are we in the open discussion now? Can I address that? Because my name was mentioned. I think it's kind of fair that I can come back and sort of explain what they're talking about.
Go ahead. You don't have to whine about it. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just asking whether we're in open discussion or not. So when we say simple multicellular, that is something that is multicellular and simple. It doesn't mean like multicellular and simple multicellular are different things. One's just an adjective to describe the other, right? So if I say, hey, I have a tool which is like a drill or something, and I have a simple tool which is like, a stick with something on the end of it, prod something, they're still both tools, right?
No.
So the simple tool isn't a tool. So if you use it for digging out things, it's not a tool.
Yeah, but that's defined by the person using it, not by the thing itself.
The person using it. So if the person
they
using
make it a tool.
So if the person using it says, I have this simple tool to dig up parsnips or something, he's wrong that it's a tool.
No, he's right that it's a tool. It wasn't a tool until he did that, though.
Well, then it's a tool. So you've got multicellular things and simple multicellular things. They're both still multicellular.
I don't really like that analogy. I don't know.
So
yeah, that's just like Kent when he responded. All right, it's just like Kent when he responded and he said, hey, an army groups together to fight off a predator. It's the same thing. Mm-hmm. There's not an actual multicellular thing. It's a bunch of single-celled organisms that are grouped together, period.
Yeah,
and call that multicellular if you want, but sure. No biology class I have ever been to has ever defined a multicellular organism as a bunch of single-celled organisms grouped together.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's where Kent's wrong, because the cells... So what he was describing and the word that he actually said was a colony. Now, the reason why it's not a colony, because what a colony can do is after they've grouped together to defend themselves, the individual members of a colony can go their separate ways. Like, so your army analogy is perfect, because after you do your drills and stuff, they can branch off and go elsewhere, and they're perfectly fine. These cells have evolved so far that they cannot survive without being in a group together, which is multicellular. Now,
is that in the paper?
Just 1 second, Sunflower. It is a simple multicell creature, but it is multicellular. Yes, it's in the paper. Yes, it's in the paper.
It's like
you're saying in response to predation. Wait, you're saying in response to predation, you're saying single cells made a irreversible change, like
Yes.
observably, like they watched cells in response to predation turn into multicellular organisms that have no capacity to ever reverse?
Correct. So if a cell then breaks from that, what you're calling a colony, but we call a multicellular organism, it will die. It cannot survive alone. They are now dependent on one another.
What's the mechanism for that? That's even weirder. Like, how does that, like, grouping together is one thing, but then how do they program in a new kind of apoptotic thing if they divide back out?
So
That sounds like we lost information.
Well, I'm not an evolutionary biologist.
Hey guys, real quick time out. We're still in. We got Otangelo and Leo Phyllis have just joined us, so we can get back to this topic in a second. But first, Otangelo, welcome to the stream. What's going on? What are your thoughts about tonight's debate?
Yes, hello guys. I've not watched it. I just saw that you were live, so I decided to join. But if you want to give me a general remark about evolution, I can quickly do that.
Sure, go ahead.
I think what most people do not understand or consider is that in biology, things work analogously to what we men make. Like, for example, in biology, systems are full of machines. And machines, they are full of subunits which work in a joint venture together. Each subunit has a function. But these functions, even in biology, they also depend on a complex manufacturing process. And this manufacturing process depends very often on metabolic pathways where several enzymes work like in a robotic fashion together, like in an assembly line where 5 or 10 or 15 enzymes, one makes a manufacturing step towards the end product, which is a subunit of that larger system. Now, that subunit by itself has no function unless it is integrated in that higher system where it has, in many cases, an essential function. So the question is, why would the evolution produce a series of enzymes or an assembly line, which in the end would produce a subunit product, eventually a protein, which only would have function integrated in the higher system?
That's a great point. That is a very good point. I think about that kind of stuff all the time, Otangelo. Appreciate those thoughts. What's up, Leo? Welcome to the stream. And, before Leo says something, because you never know, depending on what mood Leo is in, we may immediately go into dumpster fire or we might not. So, but if we do go into dumpster fire, and I'm not saying that Leo will do this on purpose. I'm just saying, like, in case we do, I have prepared, folks. And if we go into dumpster fire, you will begin to see the flashing dumpster fire warning. And then if that happens, you do not want to leave because you will be missing out on some good entertainment. What's up, Leo? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts on tonight's debate? What's going on, man? Good to see you.
Hi, how's it going? This is a debate I didn't actually watch because I'm not actually subscribed to SFT, and no, I'm like a mushroom. I'm kept in the dark and I'm fed a bunch of crap. Nobody tells me when debates are happening anymore, so I just don't see any of them. I did actually go to SFT's channel though, and did set my notification for his debate with Jay Bundy, who I did want to say I do really like the guy a lot, but he can be a bit of a firecracker. I think LPP had a point there. He can be a bit of a firecracker. So yeah, I can't really comment since I didn't really see the debate, so I don't really want to say anything about something I didn't see. I'm just kind of here to see where the discussion goes and to contribute anything I think might be worthwhile, as long as you'll have me.
Well, I appreciate that. You're always welcome, Leo. Okay, so before Otangelo and Leo got to talk, Mark and Powerword, I think, were discussing the whole colony thing. So go ahead, guys.
I can't remember where we're up to. We kind of got to the simple multicellular creature. They all banded together. Sunflower said something, and I can't remember. Do you want to sort of reiterate what you said, Sunflower?
I'm just looking. I'm reading the paper. I believe this is the one from Nature, right? This is the de novo.
Oh, that's the article. Yeah. There is an actual paper behind it. I can try and find it if you want.
No, I'm looking at the paper from Nature.
Do you remember why they don't?
De novo origins of multicellularity in response to predation. Not a gotcha at all. I'm just looking for the part where it says like they couldn't go back to single cellular units without dying.
Do you remember why that was the case? They died? Because is it kind of like the same?
I'm not disputing that it was or wasn't the case. I'm just looking for that part in the.
No, I understand. I'm just wondering if it's the same case with like that bacteria, that becomes antibiotic resistance because they lose the way the antibiotic kills it. I wonder if it does maybe something similar. I'm not sure. I'm just wondering if anybody knows.
Interesting question. I mean, this paper is basically stating that the predators were limited by their capacity to eat things of a certain size, right? So imagine like you have a small mouth and you're a predator, and then the thing you're trying to eat all coagulates together, and now you just simply can't. I mean, it is a very bastardized simplification, but you can no longer fit it in your mouth. You can't eat it. You can't swallow it. You can't kill it. There you go. And that makes sense to me. I'm familiar with this general concept. I wasn't aware that they if they reverted by some sort of random or whatever way that they would just start dying. That is interesting, actually. I just didn't know that.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know what specifically made them die. Like, what is it because they, couldn't break up their food, or what's?
I got to admit the paper is very dense, right? So I'm not an evolutionary biologist, so I can just tell you what they've told me. So I'm as you can see, Sunflower, this paper is incredibly complex, right?
Yeah, well, it's a thorough paper. I think it's.
Hey, Sunflower, can you stick a link in the private chat?
Yeah, it was already someone else posted it, but I'll post it again.
Yeah, I already posted it.
Yeah, that's right, Sunflower. Stick it nice and deep in the private chat. Get it all the way up in that private chat.
I would like to add something on this. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep it quick and get out of here. But basically, it's not surprising that evolutionists would decide to create a new definition of multicellularity and say, it's simple multicellularity. And I reiterate that if it does say that these evolved multicellular organisms couldn't leave the colony or they died, I didn't read it in there. So, yeah, Mark, if you could provide a little bit more detail there. And finally, the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers are clearly unicellular.
I would like to add that I'm reading the paper now. It says development in these isolates is therefore strictly clonal. In other words, they're really not multicellular. They're just a group of clones with important implications for evolvability. Of course, they always throw in this narrative. But it says since the cells within a multicellular structure are likely to be genetically identical, other than differences resulting from new mutations, genetic variation in a population will be partitioned primarily among colonies. In other words, it's like having a bunch of people. We have different mutations, but we all have mutations, but we're still people. And that's really, you can't take this beyond that without an imagination.
And
these things remain what they are.
I think when you say clonal, not all reproduction is sexual. You can clone trees. It doesn't really say anything to the multicellularity of the organism, right? Because you can clone trees. Just because something's clonal doesn't make it.
So, Mark, can I ask you a question? I would like to ask you a question. Let's suppose you have a cellular life form, and you want to go to 2 cells. You need 2 essential things in order to have that evolution from 1 to 2 cells. Do you know what it is?
No. Why don't you tell me?
Yeah, you need methods to have signaling where these two cells can communicate with each other, and you need that they are able to stick one to the other.
Okay, so you need some kind of membrane and a RNA to pass between them.
Well, you need some form of signaling ways so that they can communicate with each other.
I'm not sure what your point is here, potentially. I'm really confused.
My point is that if you have just an evolution of the membrane proteins which convey that they stick together, and there are 4 types in multicellular organisms. If you have just that evolution, then you have no deal, because these 2 cells, they do not communicate with each other. Okay, so if you have actually the signaling communication, but you don't have a way to stick them together, it's no deal either. So you need both things together to evolve in order for having
simultaneously.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a big problem. This is a big problem, because if you go actually and study the complexity of signaling networks and the complexity to have of these proteins junctions, then you understand how the problem just is in order to get these 2 things at the same time.
Yeah. So I think from what I know, these proteins may have had different functions, and they've adapted to new functions. I think you're getting to the sort of irreducible complexity kind of problem, that it all has to evolve at once and all has to do the same thing at once. That is something that could have evolved independently, but for another purpose in the organism, and it has been co-opted for a different purpose.
Yeah, this is a standard.
And that's just one of the ways around the problem. Sorry.
That was a solution Ken Miller, I believe, originally promoted, was co-option from maybe an ATP machine or whatever. But later they found out that no, that didn't happen. The flagellum had nothing to do with the ATP motor, and co-option has never been proven. It's just strictly a theory. It's never been observed. There's really no way to prove it that I know of. So it's just it's almost like a rescue device, like junk DNA. They saw this stuff, they couldn't figure it out, so they just, well, it's junk. It's evolutionary leftovers, you might say. And then later, when they found out it wasn't junk, then we started realizing all those decades of research in non-coding DNA that just we lost. Nobody wanted to research junk. If they were going to get a grant, they wanted something that they could, thought they could use. So, and this is the problem with making up things, making up unknowns to explain unknowns. Co-option's an unknown. It's never.
Yeah,
we don't know if nobody knows.
This is interesting. Yeah, just quick to respond to you, Mark. This is one of the just so assertions and storytelling which proponents of evolution make, and it is amazing how they use blind faith.
You don't have just those stories?
Yeah, it is amazing how these just stories are just believed to be true without evidence whatsoever in order to back up these claims. And the problem with co-option is that you need basically 4 essential things, which is synchronization, localization, coordination, and interface compatibility in order to co-opt something. And these parts, they also need to be available nearby. And I can give you an illustration what I mean by this problem. Let's suppose you have an engine with a piston. That piston is precisely fit to be in the cylinder and perform its function. Now let's suppose that you have a system where that where you need to make a co-option, and then that cylinder, it has to be the right size, it has to be available, it has to be made, it has to be synthesized, it has to have the right materials, it has to have a series of things which need to be just right in order that you can use and co-opt that part. And that is not simply a given in biology. Each, as I said previously, each subunit of a system, it is very specific, and it is like lock and key. It has to fit. For example, a substrate, there are many proteins, they have very specific forms in order to recognize a substrate, and even error check and repair mechanisms to recognize if that substrate is the right one, and then use it. Like, for example, in ATP synthetases, which select the amino acid which is added in the ribosome to insert it in the polymerization. There are some amino acids which are very similar one to each other. And in order not to add the wrong amino acid, the synthetases, they have error check and mechanisms, and they do twice proofreading to find which one is the correct amino acid. So this is very, very specific and developed, and you cannot just simply say, oh, we just co-opt something and then we have deal done, it's solved. That is evolutionary storytelling.
Okay, so you said a lot there, Otangelo. I'm going to address what you'd said working backwards. So your problem with your analogy there, and I agree, a piston is precisely fit. Your problem there is organics are not mechanics, right? The pistons are not biological organisms. And while a piston may precisely be, and you said it yourself, shaped to fit, the whole thing about organics is both the lock and key, as you put it, can both change and then get fixed at a certain thing with time. They aren't a lock and a key, because a lock and a key never changes. And that is not true of organics. And that is your basic mistake. You are attributing things to organic mechanisms that are applied to mechanical mechanisms. And that's your big downfall. The person that was like, we're just appealing to the unknown and just so assertions and that. I don't remember if that was Otangelo or somebody else. The problem with that is that even if there's a few things we don't know about evolution, right? Just say we don't know how these things got formed together. Saying that the entire theory of evolution is wrong just because we don't know one part of it is completely false. It's like saying we don't know exactly why gravity attracts mass towards each other. We don't know exactly why that happens, and I apologize to any flat earthers here. We don't know why gravity really attracts mass towards one. I mean, we know space-time is curved, but why is it curved and what causes it? That means that the theory of gravity is just all false. That isn't how science... That's not the same thing. It is the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
No, because we're making assertions. That would be the same thing as saying that we don't know how gravity works, but we know that gravity will pull down the moon or pull down. You're making the next step, another leap. But I do have a question specifically on the lock and key, right? Let's imagine there's four cells that are identical, right? And this is a hypothetical experiment. And they're all identical, but one of them mutates to become really efficient at gobbling energy, so collecting food, right? The other one becomes some kind of mutation and becomes efficient at storing more energy, right? So that's already two mutations. I'm not sure how much of the actual DNA has to be damaged or mutated in the right way. Then they have to somehow, all of them would have to mutate together to connect to each other within the life cycle of the cells, individual cells, because if one of them dies, therefore it cannot connect to that group. So it would have to be a so precise, let's say, precise timing. But then they also have to when they reproduce, they have to produce the exact same copy of themselves, or otherwise those four cells will just fall apart. One will die before the other one, and then they can't really, the next evolution step won't happen. So there's so much specific parts that go into it that you would
Right.
have to prove that, not just make assertions, but you have to prove like this is where we see it happening. Because my understanding of it is that just because something sticks to each other, like you said, that some key gets jammed up or changed, whatever.
Right.
I'm in my mind, I'm imagining it as a physical structure with the proteins, the specific shapes that how the virus attaches. So they bump they mutate, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But they would have to mutate in the specific place. Also, at the same time, after they get connected, they would have to somehow reproduce all together, or it'll die.
Right.
The different parts
Okay.
are different parts.
So a couple of things just before I address that. One is sort of, and they're a little bit nitpicky. I'm sorry, Slavik. I don't mean to be really
Hey, no
petty.
problem.
Just when you say damaged, it's sort of that sort of suggests it's always detrimental. Mutations are just mutations. They can be detrimental, and therefore you could call them damage, but they can be beneficial as well. And the other thing is when you say prove that, proofs are only in really math. With science, they don't go in for proofs, but I get what you're saying in a colloquial way. I get that. So you're looking at things in
I think
sort
science
of
proves things.
I don't think so. I think it in a colloquial way, yes. If you're talking about proof as in math proof, no, not really.
Well, yeah, but I don't think proof is like a term exclusive specifically to mathematics. I think that's where most people get hung up on. But anyway,
that's a valid criticism.
Mark, I believe you missed Tangelo's point. Mark,
I'll just finish
you're pontificating. You've been going on for a long time.
I don't think Mark's pontificating. I think that there's been quite a few people who have said a lot, and Mark is just. Mark's kind of on his own here. I think he's just kind of trying to, round the table, respond to what everybody said.
I'm trying, but thanks, Bible Research Source. So the problem here is you're looking at sort of individual cells, like there are 4 cells. So let's take it give it a bit more time, okay? And I'll sort of show what they're trying to say. That you've got 4 identical cells. One has a mutation that it can feed better. One has a mutation that stores energy better. So just say those single cells keep dividing, kind of thing, and they keep dividing. What will happen in the population? Because with evolution, we're talking about populations, is that those cells that don't have those advantages will get weeded out. They'll get eaten, kind of thing. And then those cells that do have those advantages, they'll get more and more and more of them. Now, they might not be multicellular yet, but and this is what the study sort of showed. If a big predator comes along and they're in real danger, the ones that group together will be the ones that survive over the ones that don't group together, because they're alone, they get eaten easily, they get weeded out. And then what will happen is that they will share the traits with each other, and that's when you get sort of a symbiosis, like where they benefit off each other. And that's what the paper says is the start to true multicellularity, or at least it says that's the simple multicellularity that has come along. So you're thinking of individual sort of this one here and this one here, and those two have to fix with one another. That isn't what is being said. They're saying that those two will create bigger populations than the ones that don't have those advantages, and then they'll group together. Does that make sense?
No, I actually understand what you're saying. You're saying that not just only 4 cells are not left. It becomes like if those are eating more energy, they will produce more of themselves. So there'll be like a colony of cells that are really good at gobbling energy, and there'll be another colony of ones that are good at storing energy, right? And if they're bunched together by circumstances, and if they mutate again, because like what Otangelo was saying is that they would have to mutate, so they can stick to each other and also communicate to each other, which means like either passing energy to each other. Let's say that one is really good at, or somehow signaling. They have to be beneficial to each other. Let's just say it that way.
Right. So what they see first is actual colonies, like the ones you guys are talking, like colonies, and that's what they see first. And then it may be beneficial to sort of, as I said, symbiosis. to sort of fix to one another and then share traits that are advantageous. Now, we don't know exactly how that happened. Like, it's so complex and so difficult to understand that we're just scratching the surface of what's happened in the past.
Well,
Y'all keep talking about colonies of bacteria, and the only thing I can keep thinking of is Kane Pixels, The Back Rooms, and I'm probably the only one here who's going to get that. But continue.
I've seen The Back Rooms, yes.
You know, the big problem, Mark, is how do you start and develop or evolve a new communication system? Because that depends on several novelties, evolutionary novelties. That is, first, the transmission needs to have transmission channels. Then you need to have sender and receiver. You need to know how to send the message, how to receive it, how to make the interpretation of the information. You need to have a language which can be understood by both parties. And we have never seen non-intelligent mechanisms, evolutionary novelties or whatever, to come up with all these novelties at the same time, which you need to create a new communication system.
Are you familiar with Shannon's theory?
Well, I'm curious here, Mark, because what does communication theory have to do with anything that you had talked about? How did we go from biology and biochemistry to communicate? I'm just lost. What?
Because let's say the two cells for the two colonies, that one is really good at gobbling energy and the other one's good at storing it. If they were going to be beneficial to each other, they have to somehow communicate or provide benefit somehow to the other cell colony.
So you're
right?
you're just referring to the concept of symbiosis that's been known about in biology for like 80 years.
Leo, do you know about apoptosis? Do you know the only reason apoptosis can occur is because of communication between cells? This is like genetics. This is a molecular 101, dude.
When did I deny that?
Now,
I just stated that there was some kind of like communication theory and biology were like these totally weird, unrelated fields. Of course not.
Well, yeah, largely they are.
Apoptosis is absolutely exists and is understood because of cells communicating with one another.
Yeah, what do you mean by communication in this instance?
Okay, again, you can always revert to this kind of abstract, but
so you're not going to tell me what you mean by communication in this instance?
Whatever I mean here is the exact same thing that...
Well, I don't care about this. What I care about is what you mean here. So can you tell me what that is, please?
The exact same thing that was clearly being alluded to when...
Well, so can you tell me what that is? You're not really giving me what you mean by communication.
Maybe he'll get to it. So just let him finish.
Yeah, who was it asking? It was Slavic that was asking about how these single cellular units could communicate with one another. It was you, Slavic, right? Or Tangelo?
I was just throwing the idea out that they have to communicate to become beneficial to each other.
So the fundamental question was not just how...
Sunflower, do you not know what symbiosis is?
Leo, stop. I know that you're feeling panicked, but let me finish the question.
No, I'm just trying to gauge your understanding of the subject.
And then you can go ahead. I'm going to finish the question, and then you can go ahead. So the question that was asked was, it's not just that two things with different capacities can come together in a symbiotic way. It's how can these two things communicate?
So you don't know what symbiosis means in
biology. Okay, well, now, Leo's interrupting because he's in a panicked state.
Well, maybe
you're talking past the point that I'm making, and so letting you continue is a waste of both of our time.
I promise I'm not.
Okay, let's
are human cells in symbiosis with each other in one organism?
In a sense, yeah, they certainly are.
That's obviously a bastardized. That's a completely bastardized interpretation of what symbiosis is. Your own cells are not in symbiosis with your other cells.
Okay. Do you mind if I jump in and I'll sort of clear it up a bit? Let me clear it up a bit, okay? Because I've got a really good example of symbiosis for you, and that's lichen. Do you know what lichen is?
Yeah, it's like the algae or whatever that like sticks to the fish. Like,
right.
Yeah, whatever.
But it's not just algae. It's algae and fungi, right? It's one of them breaks down the rock that it's living on, and the other one used the nutrients for the rock and sunlight, the algae, to produce nutrients for the entire organism. It's a symbiotic relationship.
I don't have a
Now,
problem with that.
none of them have brains. None of them
I don't have
can
a problem with that.
say, hey, we're going to work together. The reason why I brought up Shannon's theory is because basically Shannon's theory with regard to information and communication says that information can be transferred regardless of whether the message is garbled or it gets to the other end, things there to see it. It's irrelevant. It's just information is transferred naturally. Now, there was
that's
probably
not the point. The point is how were these communication systems instantiated?
Well,
and
Leo just
influenced?
said that our own cells are in symbiosis with each other in a human.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't actually say that. I can
Of course, you
clarify.
diplomatically avoided answering it in the sneaky.
Well,
way.
I didn't avoid answering anything because you didn't answer. You didn't ask a question I didn't answer.
Here comes the stupid atheist.
And so here you go, deflecting and not answering any questions.
What was your original
You live in a
question?
world where you suspend any absolutes, and you're skeptical to everything. You're like, what the
You don't actually have a response to anything.
Socratic method?
That's
No,
why
I
you're
do. No,
that's why you're
you
just
don't have a
gibberating right now.
You're just
Have a response to what? What is it that I didn't respond to that you
I
said?
asked
Can you
you, are
reiterate it?
human cells in a single human organism, are they in symbiosis with each other?
And I said, in a sense, they are. And then I went to go on to say, but then Mark wanted to make a point, and I yielded to him so that he can make his point. But I can
In a
clarify what I
sense,
was
they
going
are.
to add on there right now.
In
What
a
I was going to say
sense,
is
they
that,
are.
sure, there's some sense in which they are, but that's not really going to be the biological sense.
there's
But
not a
that's
sense
just
in which they
irrelevant
are.
to the discussion that
You
we're
are
having. Because the
bastardizing the-
purpose of me bringing up symbiosis was with respect to the development of multicellular organisms, not as they stand now. So you were misrepresenting what I was saying and why I was bringing something up, and I was trying to clarify for you, which you didn't seem very keen on me doing, and you
bastardized
still don't.
symbiosis. You bastardized symbiosis, then you wiggled your way out of it.
I like how I clarified what I was doing,
Typical-
and you
typical
continue to
internet-
make the wrong statements that you're making.
Whatever. Yeah, I mean, let the record show. Like, you bastardized symbiosis and then wiggled your way out of not having to technically.
It's funny because I'm the only one that gave a definition of it and demonstrated that they understood. I mean, other than Mark, that demonstrated.
Said, in a sense, human cells in an organism are.
Yeah, do you know what I meant when I said in a
Symbiosis
sense?
with each
Do
other.
you know what the importance of the
If
three
that's what
words
you're-
in a
if that's-
sense have there?
If you're going to double
Leo,
down
let
on
me
that.
answer to you. Let me
Yeah,
go
me
ahead.
answer to you. Symbiosis is the communication of two different organisms, but we are talking here about communication in the same organism between different cells. And what my point is that in order this to be possible, it has to be first set up, it has to be instantiated. And the question is, how could evolution be capable of doing this if you need several things at the same time? You need the system of transmission of information. You need the language.
Is this in relation to
which
the
can be
development
understood.
of
Why are you
multicellularity?
interrupting me? Why are you
I'm at-
interrupting? Why
it was a
are
point of
interrupting?
clarification.
Why are
It was a
yeah,
point of
you
clarification.
It's always this justification that you
Yeah, I
want
was
to
just wondering if you were talking
clarify.
about the development of
No,
multicellularity.
Stop.
Yes?
Stop.
No?
Yes. Yes. it
Okay.
is about
Okay.
the
Thank you. That's all I
development
needed.
of
Continue. I'm sorry.
multicellularity. Yes, but stop interrupting, Leo.
Well,
Otherwise,
you did
this
interrupt
stream
me,
is just-
Tangelo, earlier. I mean,
Yeah, I
let's
try
move
not.
past it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
try
no,
not.
I got it.
Let's
Let's
all
just
try
move
to not
past it.
interrupt.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yep.
this is my entire point. That in order for you to instantiate a communication system which is needed even between two cells, you need the communication channels, and you need the language, you need the sender and the receiver. And if you don't have all this at the same time, no deal.
Okay, I'd like to address that. So the reason why I brought up Shannon's theory, and I just said it earlier, I'm not sure if you maybe missed it, Tangelo, was that something is communicated whether or not the sender or the receiver understands it, whether it's garbled, whether anything happens. Communication is the transfer of information no matter what it is and no matter what the means. So these systems that you're talking about, right? So these ways that we can that the organisms can understand language, they may have developed separately. So the transmitter may have, and I'm talking hypotheticals here because obviously we don't have anything in front of us, may have evolved first and started transmitting that information, even if no one is there to receive it. Okay, and it may be the case that the ones that could receive it and form multicellular organisms, they survived, and the ones that couldn't died.
I'd like to comment on that Shannon information.
Sure.
Shannon information, well, let me, you're right when you say it could be garbled. It usually doesn't make,
Sure.
Jack Stows, how you say his name, Skostak or whatever.
Jack
He was
Shostak.
a Nobel Prize winner. He's been for decades, probably. He's been on working on abiogenesis. Well, he talked about Shannon information in this manner. He rejected it. Okay, he said a complexity metric is of little utility unless its conceptual framework and predictive power result in a deeper understanding of the behavior of complex systems.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that quote?
Okay, that's Jack Stowe. Okay, what he's saying is there
Okay.
has to be some specified. I'll stop, Mark. There has to be some.
Well, we're asking if you could repeat the quote. You kind of went through it a little quick.
Okay, gentlemen, let Dan make his point,
well,
and then if he wants to reread it,
who
he
wants to
can.
interrupt me next? Whose turn is it?
Just asking for clarification.
All I
Jeez.
said was,
Leo and Mark.
Wow.
Hang on, everybody, be quiet. Leo and Mark, silence. Dan, finish your point.
Okay, my point is.
Hang on, Dan, hang on. Finish your point, and then please reread the quote, and then we'll go back into conversation.
Well, why don't I reread it first, LPT?
Thank
John,
you.
the only reason I didn't reread it is because when people are interrupting me and I'm trying to think, I don't hear what they say. I just hear a bunch of garbled mess. It wasn't like I was ignoring what you're saying. It's just that you were interrupting me and my train of thought, and I couldn't understand you. Okay. Now, what it says is a complexity metric. Okay, complexity. We're talking about complexity, a lot of complexity. Metric is of little utility, little value, unless its conceptual framework and predictive power result in a deeper understanding of the behavior of complex systems. So in other words, Shannon information doesn't really give you any information in a sense. What you need is specified complexity. You need to have the exact information going in that will be beneficial or that will trigger this or trigger that mechanism in the development network or the regulatory network that will trigger the development of the precise plan of a protein, folding, whatever. You have all these different intricate things that go on, but they can't just be done haphazardly. There has to be specified information, valuable specified information, not Shannon information.
Yeah,
That's
Shannon
all.
information is just statistics, but you need a meaning,
What?
you need semantics. That means, let's suppose in the genetic code you have the punctuation mark. And when the messenger RNA comes in with the codon, which is the sequence AUG, which means stop, then the ribosome machinery knows that the protein, the translation process has to stop because the sequence is finished, and then it stops translation. So there is semantics, there is meaning, and that meaning must be conveyed beforehand. Otherwise, you cannot make anything with that information. And this is a big problem because we know only of intelligence that is able to convey meaning to symbols. We have never observed that non-intelligent evolutionary mechanisms can instantiate this. So let's suppose that the first cell has a signaling network established and a language where there is also a stop sign. How would that second cell understand that the specific symbol in that signaling means something? That's just out of any kind of possibility. That has to be established beforehand in both cells so they can communicate. And when the first cell sends something, the second can understand it and act and react upon that information.
Okay, so the reason why I said I agree is because you're basically talking about already complex systems, right? So and I agree that Shannon information has little utility, and the whole operative keyword there is utility. So does meaningless information transferred have utility? No, of course it doesn't. It doesn't get the information to where it needs to go, right? But what we're saying is how something could turn into if these systems evolved independently in two different areas, how they could then form a meaningful conversation, which is the complex systems that you're talking about. So really, you didn't address the point. And I think that Otangelo, you're sort of just, to me, it just sounds like an argument from incredulity. It's just saying, I can't believe these things evolved.
Oh, yes.
Or they
Yes, it is
It
an
is
argument. Yes, I
incredulity.
agree with you, Mark. I am incredule that non-intelligent mechanisms can instantiate and convey meaning to symbols.
So you're admitting
got
you're
a
committing a
question.
fallacy?
No, that's
I
not
got
a fallacy. I am warranted
is.
to be incredule in
Yeah,
regards
you're
to
warranted
that.
to be incredulous, but you're not warranted to argue from the fact that you're incredulous. That's still a fallacy. That's an informal fallacy.
No, I am incredule based
Okay.
on the evidence which demonstrates that only intelligence is capable to convey meaning to symbols.
I don't
Okay,
know.
so
got a quick question.
Okay,
Is
hang
that
on,
even-
hang on, guys. Bluey has joined us. What's up, Bluey? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What are your thoughts about tonight's debate? Or if you didn't see it, yeah, 45 seconds to a minute, and then we'll hop back into the conversation. Go ahead.
You're right, man. Everyone can continue. I'm just sort of working and sort of half listening, so you're all good.
All right.
I got a quick question, specifically on the
Could
idea
I
that you
say
said.
what I was gonna say?
Go ahead.
I just want to say to Otangelo, yeah. So I just want to explain that the argument from incredulity. If I say, "Hey, you're sort of saying that an intelligence is required for these things," I'm incredulous of that. I can't believe that's the case. Is that a good argument for why it's not true?
Well, you need to be to have a reason to not believe something, and if something has not been demonstrated to be possible, then it is warranted to be skeptic or incredule towards the assertion or proposition.
Right. So a God has never been demonstrated to me,
Wait.
so I'm incredulous that that's the answer.
Wait,
is that
Angelo, what does incredulous mean?
Not to believe something.
No, incredulous means you don't have any credibility. You're incredulous. You have no credibility, no understanding, no knowledge of. That's what incredulous means.
Basically means you
An
don't
argument from incredulity is when one tries to argue a positive from them lacking knowledge or understanding about something, them
in that
lacking
case-
credibility on a
Yeah,
subject.
in that case, I refute Mark's criticism because my not believing that non-intelligent causes can instantiate information systems is based not on lack of knowledge, but on the
That's not what he was
knowledge that
accusing you
we
of.
have never shown. Wow. Why are you interrupting, Leo? I'm leaving the stream. Bye, guys.
It will stay.
If you want to address points that people weren't accusing you of, I mean, I don't know what to do.
Okay, so let's not interrupt everybody. Now, in the context of this thing being brought up, like, Mark, I honestly don't understand why you're even trying to use Shannon information from a surface level perspective in this whole conversation, because Shannon himself recognized in his like the surface level, the top layer of Shannon information is nothing more than measuring the number of bits that can go through a channel at any given time. It is absolutely and per Shannon's own statements in the paper and in future papers, talked about how it has nothing to do with the semantic value and the meaning of the information being transferred. Moreover, to address this, him and Weaver created the Shannon-Weaver model of communication. And one of the key components in that model is the decoder. And a key factor necessary for the decoder is to understand source and target in order to reconstruct the message that was encoded, sent across the channel, and then decoded to be sent to the receiver. So, and to the final destination. So in relation to this overall conversation, you have necessary components that must be in place for communication to take place. Broadcast of information is not, no communication happened if there was no receiver. Like, that's a fundamental in all communication systems and communication theory. So I'm not really sure where you're coming from on this in terms of like it can just be broadcast and you're having communication, because you're not. And
Hey,
it would
John.
also it would also necessitate a formulated alphabet, source and target alphabet, that would be necessary on the front end. Okay, cool. Somehow magically this other one ends up being able to receive it down the line, but you still have to account for how the source and target was created on the front end, and then how the decoder was able to have knowledge of source and target in order to decode. Go ahead, Slavic.
So I'd like to address that if I could at one point after you, Slavic.
Yep.
All right. So I think, from my understanding, what he means is that, let's say a cell is eating some energy, right, and there's a byproduct that it shoots off, right? I think he would consider that as some kind of signal that another cell could maybe react to. But then the problem I see is that, let's say even it eats energy, like let's say it eats some food, right, and there's a byproduct that it throws off of itself, and that could be like a radio signal, ping, like a ping, right? And some other cell, how it wouldn't know how to translate that. Like it would be meaningless to it. So it wouldn't, like where would the meaning come for the other cell? Like it would mean nothing. So even if it does send a byproduct of gobbling up some energy, and it shoots off some kind of protein or some kind of chemical signal, that would mean nothing. It would be like just screaming to the air or there's nobody to listen to.
Or it might be a waste product to it or something like that. Yeah. So what we're talking about is sort of any organic or biological transfer of organic chemicals could be considered Shannon information, because it is being received by something, even if the receiver doesn't understand what it is. And that is the sender-receiver there, John. Even like the transfer between
by definition, the receiver must know what is being sent. By definition, in a communication system, the receiver must know what is being received.
Do you think the receiver would be unaware that organic chemicals are coming into its body?
Are you suggesting that those things are conscious?
Well, I think that they're reactive. I think they can react to external stimuli, and that's all that's needed.
Right, but in the context of the way these communication signals are observed in biological systems, it's digital information that's being interpreted and then translated.
Well,
are you suggesting that digital information can be interpreted purely through like physical response?
Well, yeah. Do we need a mind for the transfer of RNA and DNA?
Okay.
That's way too complex.
Do you have to have the decoder element, which is has the ability to recognize source and target in order for the communication to the decoding of the information to take place?
That's not what we're talking about.
The answer to that question is yes, Mark. And I've read these papers to you and many others over and over and over again.
In the decoder, know that it's receiving the information, but that's not what happens.
The component can be a physical. The component can be a physical object that can't interpret, right? But you have to have the ability to recognize source and target. This is a fundamental. I don't know how many times I have to go over this stuff with you and Leo and Andrew and people over and over and over again. These are the most baseline fundamentals. Leo, you and I have had this conversation multiple times over the past 2.5 years.
But don't act like you've schooled me on this. Like, I talk to computer programmers. There isn't really much of a relation of that subject to biology outside of a very niche field. Algorithmic methodologies are used.
Okay. Leo, for like the billion, this is the reason for all the people in the audience who are looking at the poll. The reason I'm working on this stupid book is so that dumbasses.
Why are you calling your own book stupid?
Why are you calling us names? I mean,
I wasn't directing that at you. I'm talking in general. Is toward if you want to consider yourself in this classification that I'm about to give, which I haven't yet, then so be it. Or you can say that you're not in this classification. For all of the idiots out there, specifically Evo atheists on YouTube and Clubhouse generally, that are still clinging to the idea that the genetic code and the other biological codes are not actually codes, I'm going to have to write a book for you and dumb this down to
I
such
think
a
they're
level
codes.
that you will have no excuse. Now, to Leo's point, for the audience who didn't understand why he was trying to prevaricate and shift all this stuff, is there are programmers who argue that because the genetic code isn't necessarily executing all the things, similar things that we see, or the exact same type of things, and following the same type of logic rules that we see in our higher level languages, i.e. Python, JavaScript, etc., therefore it's not code, which code is the modern colloquialism for programming languages. Okay,
Well,
there's a root difference. I'm not done talking. I will yield and you guys can respond. Anybody that interrupts me again is getting kicked. Okay, there is the root machine code and the fundamentals that it necessitates that, and what it represents, and then you can go up the level, the layers to higher level languages, i.e. JavaScript, PHP, C, C#, Objective-C, so on and so forth. Okay, those are higher level languages. Now, does everything in biological codes have all the factors that we observe in higher level programming languages that are created by humans? No. Do we have many things that are very, very similar? Absolutely. Is it extraordinarily similar to different codes that we use for manufacturing machines and manufacturing system? Abso-freaking-lutely. Is it extraordinarily similar to things like G code, i.e. for 3D printing? Absolutely. It's extraordinarily similar, except it has way more complexity to it and way more variables and flexibility. So anybody who continues on YouTube to perpetuate this whole thing, like you don't have to account for the fundamentals of information and communication theory and code theory to biological systems, and that's something that doesn't have to be accounted for, you are just showcasing how staggeringly ignorant you are and how you are desperate if you don't actually know this stuff and you've been involved in these dialogues for multiple years at this point, and you still can't recognize what people all the way to Richard Dawkins himself have done videos to try and convince the dumbass atheists on YouTube to stop claiming it. You don't have to count for these things in terms of communication systems. Like even atheist, freaking one of the new 4 horsemen of the new atheist apocalypse, Dawkins himself has done a video to try and convince people to stop making these stupid comments. So hopefully I'll be able to dumb it down enough for the evil atheists on YouTube in small, short book format to still have to listen to this stuff over and over again. And people will finally recognize that even if you want to operate from the perspective that these things can form themselves and do not necessitate a preceding intelligent agent, you still have to account for them in their totality in order for all these other things you take for granted to take place. I yield. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know what root machine code is, but the computer systems don't run a root machine code. They run instructions. So when you get down to the lower level languages like assembly and machine code, the machine code is zeros and ones, right? It's basically our way of showing what instructions are that run through the physical architecture of the system. So I'm not sure what you're talking about, John, because computers don't run code. They compile code into instructions, which then can be run through the architecture to draw from memory. And the process of computer is very, very, very specific. It's a fetch, execute, store cycle. And that cycle is done by the architecture in line with the CPU and the ALU and all the other subsystems of the computer architecture. But when it gets and I can't show you an instruction, not an actual instruction. I can show you the code for an instruction, like it might be 000100, which is the memory address to fetch from 00. But that's not the actual. The actual instruction is that series of sort of latches in the system which are opening and closing in the CPU, and the way that the electrons flow through those latches. Like that's not code, that's instructions. So
Mark, can I interrupt?
I just want to finish. I think it's weird that you keep talking about, I don't even know what root machine code is, when the thing that actually, when you get down to the actual nuts and bolts that runs the system is instructions. And we have codes for those instructions. So I have no idea what you're talking about.
Can I put my analogy on it, John?
Dan, before you respond, Mark, congratulations on having just qualified yourself beyond doubt to be a candidate in need of the book that I'm writing. I mean,
Right. So
I am just astonished, dude, at the whole. I mean, the sequence of switches that represents a specific action, right? Okay. So think hard, Mark. Think really hard, buddy. Okay. Does a specific sequence equal a specific instruction?
no.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
Wow.
Mark, hang
Oh,
on,
I
Mark,
can't
you
believe
haven't-
this.
what is,
For
what-
okay, for a start,
Mark, you
Well,
were
first-
in. Wait, listen. Our very, you blew my mind in our very first conversation. Because
Okay.
if I remember correctly, you work in like computer networking or something to that effect, right? Is that correct? You're on mute.
Oh boy.
Okay, so if you're trying to respond, you're on mute, Mark. So
yeah.
okay, so in your education, and I'm not bashing. This is a legitimate question. In your education, did you have to learn how, like, computers, like, did you have to learn about how on the circuit level, like, the zeros and ones are executed, and like things like ASCII, how that actually is formulated? Is that a yes or no? You're on mute.
Yes.
Okay, so are you going to sit here and try and tell me that whether it be impulses or like in like SSD and stuff, the extra positions of things, are not equal to a target alphabet?
The position's not equal to a target alphabet. I don't even know what you mean by that.
Okay, if you don't know what I mean, then you are freaking you are either a liar about your education, or you just don't understand this. I mean, I'm really wondering, because I'm how old are you, Mark? Are you like 30s?
I don't see that as being any of your business, Maddox. It's
I mean, I'm 38. How old are you?
Like I don't really want to give my age to you.
Are you older or younger than me?
Yes, I think that's completely irrelevant. Look, Maddox.
Come on,
for a
Mark.
start,
How old are you, mate?
they're not.
Okay, Mark, you're on mute for a while, because this is just showcasing how much of a like stubborn jackass you are in relation to things like this conversation, in relation to the fundamentals, the recognized fundamentals for life and communication systems and modern computer technology. Like, this is recognized fundamentals. And the reason I was asking your age is because I was so blown away at the number of folks that I talked to when I started messing around on YouTube 2.5 years ago. I was so blown away by the number of people that worked in information technology, who were developers and such, did not understand the root fundamentals of communication systems and computation, and how it's actually operating on the circuit level, the gates, impulses, and basics of code theory. Did not understand it. And then I actually went and was looking through the curriculums of a variety of academic institutions. And I realized, oh, they're not actually teaching these things to a significant portion of people now. And it's not until they get into grad school and the doctoral level where a lot of these fundamentals are being taught now. And it blew my mind. But it explained, it made a lot of things understandable, how so many people like you, Mark, are supposedly working in information technology and don't understand the basics. It's really blowing my mind. Go ahead, Dan.
I just wanted to interject. When I was learning assembly language back in the 80s, I learned early on that it's just a programming language, okay? And what it does is it turns on zeros and one, it turns on all these switches are off, zeros and ones, and the computer's way it's analyzed, but it switches. But even that's not the code. The code is abstract. The code comes from the intelligent mind who decides what to turn off and what to turn on, like music. Music is abstract. Until you put it down on a storage mechanism like paper or in your computer, it's just out there in the air. It's just in somebody's mind. And the same thing with computer code. Code is abstract. So the DNA code is abstract, intelligent code that's stored in the DNA, and then the DNA hangs around until it's used. It's grabbed off. It's decoded, you might say, from that storage mechanism. But as long as you think about code as abstract, that it doesn't have any space or time. It's like math. It doesn't have any space or time or anything. It's just an abstract thought, you might say. Then it's virtually impossible to understand what code is, because you start thinking about machinery, you start thinking about dots and dashes, but those are just mechanisms to manipulate or handle or to store the code. And that's the way I learned it. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but that's the way I learned it.
I think I should be able to respond to that. And thanks for the insults, Maddox. It's always fun to have you insult me blatantly, but
I'm always astonished at how incredibly ignorant you are about the fundamentals, while claiming to actually you're going around doing debates on the topic, and then still continuing to be ignorant of the basics. And the reason I call you out is because you claim to be educated on this. You claim to be working in the arena professionally, which would necessitate you having some semblance of understanding of these things, and yet you claim to not understand the basics. So are you incompetent in your job?
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll just ignore the insults from Maddox and sort of talk a little bit about. And for a start, guys, can we stop?
Mark, could I ask just one question really quickly? Sure. Would you mind? When we talk about understanding the basics, just because I've been in and out, I had to run and done and do something really quick. What specific subject are we talking about?
Well, I mean, my field is computer systems and networks. So I deal with integrated circuits and integrated systems, distributed networks, distributed systems, stuff like that, data transmission, things like that.
Also, like computation,
like Cisco,
and things
like
that. Yes, that's one section of it. It's Cisco gear and things like that. What would you recognize? Another part of it is integrated circuits like Raspberry Pi and Arduino. Have you heard of Arduino?
Yeah, on Cisco switches and routers, there's this thing called the iOS, which is what you would call as the base machine code language.
The iOS is it's an operating system, how it prioritizes and sets up the processes within the machine. That's not actually how the hardware, the physical architecture. When I say architecture, it means a certain thing. It means the networks of circuits. And guys, can we stop calling them?
He's getting worked up.
Hold on.
He must know he's wrong. He knows he's wrong if he's getting worked up.
When you have a switch, you have inputs and outputs, and you have
no. This is where you're getting confused. I'm not talking about switches.
I'm a network engineer.
We're diverting from the question I was trying to ask.
Yeah. Well,
your question was just kind of an overall question. He was answering.
I didn't really get an answer.
Go back and talk about what Maddox said, because a lot of insults flew my way. A lot of slander about my character, whatever, which I don't really care. I mean,
after that, let me continue, because I got a few more questions.
Yeah, Howard was a network engineer. You gotta let him finish after you respond.
Yeah. Okay. So when you go into the actual architecture, you've got the instruction codes. You're not running root machine code or whatever the hell it was. Yeah, I can't even remember what was said, to be honest with you. You've completely thrown me off.
Well, I can ask more questions.
Yeah, sure.
Regarding network. Okay, so you're familiar with Cisco switches and networking gear. So
I've got my level 4 Cisco certification. I don't know.
So do I, by the way. FYI, Mark.
Okay, yeah, cool. So this should be
Cisco. I hadn't heard that in a while.
So you have language.
No one uses it anymore.
You have a language that's integrated with a circuit board. You have inputs and outputs based on network connections. You have speed, duplex settings, etc. All these things are pre-programmed, and the electrical impulse flows through the cables, and the switch interprets the information that's passing, and that information is generally stored on some type of storage mechanism, which is ones and zeros, as you would put it. So.
It latches. Technically, when you get down to the very base level architecture, memory is latches.
So in this case, you would call the chemical interaction electrical impulses. Is that correct?
I wouldn't. I would not sort of try to, and this is what I'm getting at. I wouldn't try to say this in computing is this in biology.
Well,
I think
you brought
that's a
up
big
the
mistake.
information theory. Like, you literally were the person that introduced this into the conversation.
Well, it was
Actually,
only
no.
2 shows.
Oh, Tangelo mentioned something about
Tangelo
information.
did, yeah. And all I was doing was trying to
Why
say,
you
hey,
guys
it
backpedaling
may
so
have.
much?
Can I finish?
Your
It may
tails
have been
are
this
between your legs,
process
dude.
that it could have happened. And as I freely said, we may not know how exactly it happened, but that doesn't invalidate the whole evolutionary theory. I'm sorry, it just doesn't.
So Shannon information is what you brought up. That's specifically, I mean, obviously it's very outdated, but it specifically talks about data. And we're talking about how that data is interpreted by certain networking devices, and it creates instruction sets for systems. Okay, so there's 3 separate components here. There's the data, there's the communication pathway, and then there's the instruction set. And in the case of RNA, you have evolution. You have an actual reproductive process. So when you were talking about, or there was discussion about cell 1 evolves the ability to absorb energy better, and then cell 2 evolves a different ability, you have to rewind it to the creation of that new cell through the germline, because that's how an evolution would happen. So you're talking about RNA world. You have to take it all the way back there. And then once you get to RNA world, you're talking about a ribosome. You're talking about the evolution of that complex process, which does not involve chemical transfer in certain cases, specifically the ribosome reading the codon. So if you could respond to that, how could the reading of the codon in that ribosome interaction without a chemical process occurring happen in an evolutionary context?
It doesn't. You never have that happen without a chemical interaction. That's just bonkers.
Yeah, it sounds insane to me. It's sort of saying, how does replication happen without chemicals interacting?
So my original point about the necessity of the decoding component that was able to interpret source and target is true. Then, are you conceding that point now?
I don't see why I'm conceding that point. Why am I conceding that point?
Well, because you just conceded that the physical component that can do the translation is necessary.
Well, yeah. Physical components necessary to physical processes are going to be necessary. To
right. Well, we're talking. Okay, Leo, you might not have been paying attention earlier. This is in relation to what started this whole thing off.
Yeah, it was.
Which was Mark talking about how, in order for communication to take place, you don't have to have the decoder element that can do the translation. This is the whole freaking point. So now we're coming full circle, and Marky Mark over here has just conceded what was started this whole thing off would actually be necessary in order for the communication to actually take place.
So, John,
I'll wait for Mark to clarify.
Yeah, are you asking me, like, how does mutation happen if no information's being transferred and the target doesn't understand it? It doesn't.
Marky Mark, we're talking about your whole thing in relation to Shannon information and the whole thing about no, Mark. Okay, who else wants that?
No, why can't I clarify? Are you just
Mark, because it's George's turn.
You just seem to want to misrepresent me and move onwards.
Mark, it's George's turn. He just went. What's up, George?
You've just made that comment, and you're just going to move on.
Okay, Mark. If you're backstage, dude. If you can't learn to shut your freaking mouth when I tell you to shut your freaking mouth and somebody new has come in, then you get to go backstage. It's really obnoxious to have to do this with you, but you just don't know how to shut the hell up when you're told to shut the hell up on somebody else's channel. Go ahead, George. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, good day.
Hey, George.
I was good day. I was enjoying the conversation, but my reason for joining was to ask Mark something completely different to what the discussion's about.
Unpopular. Well, can I respond to John first? Would you mind, George?
No problem, Mark. I'm patient, and I'll wait for you.
Okay, so Mark, go ahead. You can go ahead and respond, and then George, you can ask your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I was saying, that one side may transmit before the other side understands the information. Obviously, mutation isn't happening at that point, right? But if the other one mutates to be able to receive that information, then you've got something. So I'm not conceding the point at all, and I have no idea why.
Okay, Mark. So and this may correlate with what George bringing up. I'm not sure, but so are you saying if there's no mutation taking place on the other side, it has 100% replication fidelity?
When did I say that?
I'm asking you. You just a minute ago you just said there was no mutation taking place, right?
No,
so,
I'm not saying that.
Okay, cool. So
populations, not individuals. You keep mixing this up. I'm not talking about individuals.
Hang on. So we now have an entire population prior to a completed communication system.
Possibly. I mean, we're talking about extreme.
So how is source and target inside the population? The population one. Forget the new population that's somehow coming to read all this, interpret all this information. We don't even have a do we have a completed do we have a completed communication system with population one already?
Well, no.
At some point.
No.
We don't. Okay, cool. So what is necessary for that communication system to be complete?
Well, the receiver in the specific, hypothesis that the specific example that you're giving, the receiver to develop.
Oh, okay. So you do.
Or maybe the receiver develops first.
I'm not going to go on.
Really
Time out. George, go ahead. I'm gonna stop my point here. Go ahead, George.
Well, I think
okay, Mark. Look, I heard you say a couple of times now in these after shows regarding oil exploration. You mentioned that a particular oil exploration firm went bankrupt using young Earth creation methods for exploring oil. Now, are you able to provide a reference for that to justify what you're saying?
That's what I've heard. I'll look for it if you want. 1 second.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind you. Putting a reference there because I can't find anything, and I very skeptical that's true. But the second question is, since you believe it requires all Earth geology to find oil, can you tell me how do they actually find the oil using all Earth geology, Mark?
Radiometric dating is how they do it.
Oh, really? Is that Leo?
Yes, it is. Hi, how you doing, George?
Good, Leo. Where do they find oil? In what kind of rock layer?
What's that?
Where do they find the oil? In what type of rock layer?
I have no idea because I don't work
let
in oil.
let me take.
Hold on, if I may actually just expand on the point that you're making. The only thing that I know is that numerous capitalists across the globe lay hundreds of billions of dollars on the line annually on the methodologies you are calling into question. Now, I don't know if you're a, big old strong capitalist like myself. I'm actually a super capitalist, but we can get to that a different day. But these people wouldn't put billions of dollars on the line if something straightforwardly didn't work. So I think the larger question here is, why is it that every oil company for the last almost 100 years has put almost all of their income on processes and methodologies you think don't work? And why is it that they've only increased their ability to find and extract oil utilizing these methods?
So in other words, Leo, you don't know how they actually do it, do you?
I don't need to know how they do it. The
yes,
fact
that
these companies, companies lay hundreds of billions of dollars on the line on these methods in and of itself enough to demonstrate that they obviously work. Because I don't know anybody who understands capitalism who would think that these owners, these people who own these companies, would lay this much money on the line for processes that, at least as far as you seem to be insinuating, straightforwardly don't work. Now, if you have an explanation as to why they would do that, if I could just finish, if
you just shut up,
if you could have an explanation for why they would do that and why they're,
you don't have evidence, right?
So I'm not allowed.
I'll tell you how they find the oil, okay? I'll tell you how they find the oil.
George, hang on 1 second. Leo, I don't want to have to make you a mark and put you backstage so George can finish. Okay, so let George make his point, and then you can respond.
Well, how come I don't get to finish? I haven't finished.
Listen,
I was literally 5 seconds away.
I never got to finish.
George
You
did
said the
interrupt.
same thing over and over again.
Well, that's
Okay, they find the oil in porous sedimentary layers. You can't date sedimentary layers, you fool.
This doesn't
And they're always capped with some form of a shale hard layer so that
You're
the oil
dodging
can't.
my argument.
No, wait a minute. You tell me how do they radio date sedimentary rock, Leo?
Don't know. Don't need to know.
They can't.
How do you know that? What's the argument for that?
I can try.
Because they can't.
If they can't date the layers, then why
what
are
does
fossil fuel
sedimentary
companies
mean?
profitable?
What does sedimentary mean? It means sediments.
If the dating methods don't work, then why do fossil fuel companies continue to make hundreds of billions of dollars?
I'll tell you why.
Shell, British Petroleum. You can literally just talk to people that have worked there. Like I know people
I
at
have.
Iowa State. Like I know people at Iowa State University. Like anybody that knows literally anything about the very basics of oil exploration knows they use radiometric dating. So if those methods, why am I not allowed to make and finish the point? It's almost like we're trying to silence a particular side.
Okay,
it's very
Leo,
unfair, very uncharitable, and very dishonest.
Okay, Leo, calm down. Drink a beer.
It's crazy.
I have people in my direct family that are geophysicists that work for very large oil companies. Okay, I have asked this direct question. Okay, and this has come directly from the mouth of an expert-rated geophysicist. Okay, who has worked for
Can I get
Exxon,
their name?
Chevron, etc. No, I'm not giving.
What's their name? Okay, so then I just don't have a reason to really trust this.
Maybe say a paper.
I mean, if you can't cite a paper or an expert, then I don't.
Anyway,
really
I'm literally citing an expert. I'm not.
No, you're not.
Okay.
What's their name?
Okay, Leo, silence. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, I'm not going to give out people to the fucking crazy people on the internet. Yes, I'm going to give out somebody's personal name and where they work. When they're not an academic, they're a professional in an industry, because we've never had any crazy stalker atheists on YouTube. Let's get real here. Okay, now the reason I asked this question, I heard it ad nauseum, and they told me, oh yeah, we do radiometric dating. However, the reason we're doing it is not for the age. We're looking. We know that this certain types of rocks that give these quote unquote ages have certain different things surrounding them that usually are indicative that there will be oil in proximity, which is why they're doing it. The actual age is not relevant. It's the what do we know is the types of things that are in rocks of this quote unquote age. Okay. So whether or not the rock layer is actually that old is irrelevant to whether or not I'm talking about from the reason that it's valuable for the oil industry. So just because let's say that the formula is changed and now this layer always shows up as being 2 million years versus 7 million years. Do you think that the actual age is what's relevant, or what is in it, which is relevant to the oil company? Now, go ahead, Leo. I'll let you come back in.
Yeah, I don't know why I was put backstage. I was quiet that whole time. Anyway, yeah. So they do. So I'm not going to respond. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, can I continue on then? What they're actually looking for, Leo? Three.
I already know. I'm looking at the links right now. I was going to respond, but I guess I don't.
Hold on, mate. Stop over-talking me, all right?
LPP brings me to respond, but then you get to interrupt me when it's my turn to respond. Is that how this works? And then I'm the jackass. I'm not the one interrupting the person who was literally, by the host, allotted the period to respond. I'm not the one interrupting, but I'm the jackass. Right. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, there's numerous links here. They actually do use radiometric dating to actually date the oil and certain oh God, what the fuck is the term that they use? I don't know. It's a particular geology term that is, I mean, what LPP is saying is not wrong. I want to be clear here. What he's saying is not wrong. But for me, whether or not they use it for dating, which in some instances they do, and in some instances they don't. I mean, there's a variety of factors here. It's not really relevant to the broader point that I was making, that they utilize radiometric processes in order to figure out where oil is, and that hundreds of billions of dollars are laid on this every single year. And that obviously, I mean, anybody that can look at the world right now, obviously fossil fuel companies are successful in this. So if anybody's going to call into question the accuracy and the legitimacy of these processes, then they're going to have to explain why massively profitable corporations are massively profitable in this industry, and why they continue to lay billions of dollars on these processes and these methods if they just don't work. Because it doesn't matter which aspect of them you're claiming doesn't work. If they were inaccurate, then we wouldn't be seeing the success in this industry that we are. So you got.
Okay, Leo clearly did not listen.
So I'm not allowed to finish.
Leo clearly did not. Leo,
Just
you clearly did not. Shut the hell up. You clearly didn't listen to a word I said. Okay, because you just regurgitated the same talking point over and over again, which I addressed specifically in relation to why just because the oil and gas industry uses the technique doesn't validate whether or not the age that's being represented is 100% correct in actuality. Okay,
correct, John.
So I just want to add something.
But I mentioned that age doesn't matter here, so I did address what you said. Why are you being such a coward here, dude? Why are you putting me backstage?
So what did you say? What did you say they use radiometric dating then, Leo? If age doesn't matter.
Well, it's due to.
I was referring to radiometric processes. Sure, I may have misspoke. But yeah,
no, you misspoke.
Which is also funny because I already put a link in the private chat that shows that they do.
Let me explain it. Can I explain it to you?
Another one from Harvard.
Can you give me a second and let me explain it to you?
No, because I already
to just say one
you
thing.
don't have a point.
Say one thing.
Okay, we're in full scale dumps. We're in full.
You're such a coward.
I just hit up a geologist that I know, and he said it's actually.
Okay, so we're in full scale dumpster fire. We're going to go to timed responses. And anybody who interrupts before you hear the buzzer is going to be kicked from the room. Okay? So we can go in round robins and let people talk. But if you interrupt before you hear the buzzer for the time that we agree upon, I will kick you and you will be gone. Now, flip the interrupters back in. Now, Mark and Leo, did you hear what I said? Okay, Leo has been snorting coke, I think, while his camera was turned off. Yeah. So, Leo, is that a yes? Okay, so let's do. We'll do. Let's see. What are we going to set a timer for? We'll do 45 seconds.
I think it's a bit unfair that we're sort of getting cut off and insulted at every turn. I think that's a bit rude and
Okay, well, if Mark's going to whine, he can come back in later, and Leo can have floor first. Let me. Why in the hell is this thing not? Okay, there we go. Okay, 45. We'll do 45 seconds. Go ahead. Leo can respond, and then now, Leo, if your ramble is nothing but a whine fest, then I will withhold the right to kibosh. If you're actually making points, then we'll continue. And then you go ahead, Leo, and then George will respond. I will start the clock on your first word.
So I'll just go ahead. Yeah, so I've shared already 2 links in the description that talk about radiometric dating of petroleum deposits. So they do actually use radiometric dating with it. So I'm not wrong there. But the thing is I conceded LPP's point. He was not wrong with what he said. They don't always use radiometric processes and certain radioisotopic methods only to date. That is correct. I never denied that. What I specified was that my point wasn't that it's specifically one particular radiometric process or another, because if dating methods are off, other methods are going to be off too. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
All right. Thank you, Leo. George, go ahead. Start the clock on your first word.
Okay, there's a video from Rutgers. Now, Rutgers, as you know, are in the oil exploration business. It's a 30-minute video. Now, we did a 2-hour presentation on SFT on oil exploration, and not once did they mention radiometric dating. Now, what they're looking for, and the way they do it is through seismic reflection, and they're looking at a couple of things: density, porosity and permeability, and in specific traps, particularly anticline and salt dome traps. Okay, not once do they mention radiometric dating being used. But the reason why they mention density is because what they find, as you'll agree, they find gas at the top, oil in the middle, and water at the below that. Okay.
All right. Let's let Leo. Do you have a response to that, or do you want to let Marky Mark go?
I mean, it'll be about 10, 15 seconds if you want to yield the rest to Mark. After that, it's fine. It's kind of, I mean, you're the host. It's what you want to do.
Okay, go ahead, Leo.
So I just wanted to say, like, I'm not necessarily denying what George is saying. I'm just saying that if there are inaccuracies in radiometric processes, then we should see this across the board. So why would they be inaccurate with one respect but then accurate in another? What gives rise to the asymmetry?
George, you want to respond? And then after this response, George, we'll let Marky Mark make an insertion, and then we'll go back to you. Go ahead, George.
I'll repeat what I just said. They don't use radiometric dating. So the assertion that Leo and Mark made about using radiometric dating to locate oil is totally false. It is totally false. Even secular oil exploration firms confirm that. They don't use dating methods at all. They use seismic reflection to find specific type of traps where they assess the density, the porosity and permeability of the various layers. As I said again, they find oil impermeable and in layers with porosity, like sandstone layers, and you can't date those kind of sedimentary layers, Leo. You can't.
All right. Appreciate that, George. Right on time. Okay, Mark, if you want to insert into the conversation, good. And by the way, before you do that, anybody else want to jump in on this after Mark goes? Anybody else want to?
Can I briefly interject?
After Mark goes, and then who? Power Word and Sunflower. I think you both.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
Power Word, do you want to say something too, or was that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so Mark, we get to go, then Power Word, then Sunflower. Go ahead, Mark. Clock starts on your first word. You're on mute if you're talking, Mark.
Yes, I hit up a geologist I know. He basically says, yeah, they do use radiometric dating not to find the oil, but what they do to find the oil is stratigraphy, which is basically the layers of the and the dates to find which layer it's in, and apparently it is essential. And that's straight from a geologist. He sent me a page on how they actually do it, and the age of the Earth is definitely important in it. So, yeah, they don't use a young flood model for that. Stratigraphy.
Mark, can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dan. Keep it real short. Go ahead.
I just want to know, you said they looked at the sedimentary rock layering, the stratigraphy.
Not all of them, not just sedimentary.
Stratigraphic column. Now, when they do that, they look for particular layers in that. So how do they know what they are if they don't core drill?
Well, they use sound.
Okay, only
They
sound
bounce
or not?
sound.
Okay, now let's assume that they find those layers. How do they know how old those layers are, or does that matter? What really matters is the layers themselves, right?
Correct.
Well, they use a old Earth model to know when the
understanding the layers is going to
Okay. We're gonna move on to Power Word's turn, and
gotta get to answer.
This just shows beyond doubt that Marky Mark never actually listens.
Okay, sorry.
Because nothing about this had anything to do with whether or not the whole point this made of this has nothing to do with whether or not young Earth or old Earth is correct. We were talking about in relation to whether or not, that's irrelevant to the point that's being made, in relation to whether or not the utilization by oil and gas companies to it validates that the dating, the actual conclusions of the dates are correct.
It does.
Versus, oh my God, you could get. No, okay, you both are clearly missing the point. Go ahead, Power Word.
So I'm just going to add on to what you were saying. As a young Earth creationist, you believe the Earth is X years old. I don't think any companies care what age the Earth is. The goal is to
don't.
find the oil. So to agree with the super capitalist there, that these companies are concerned with money, not which is correct. So there is a correlation between a layer that a dinosaur is in or the fossil fuel is in and, you know, where the oil is. I'm going to post a little bit, just one sentence from the link that the super capitalist had posted in the side chat. But it does indicate that there was definitely rapid sedimentation, which is, you know, something that would corroborate something like Noah's flood. And this particular,
to be fair, you got to finish up on your next round. On the next round, okay. Mark or Leo, do you want to respond? And then Sunflower, good to go. And then Power Word, if you want to finish up, we can go back to you. So, Leo, was that you raising your hand? Okay, the clock will start when you start talking.
Yeah, so I never denied.
Actually, hang on. I'm gonna change this to a minute so everybody has full time. Has enough time to finish the thought. I think only 45 seconds is enough. Okay, so all right, go ahead.
Yeah, so rapid sedimentation is a thing that happens. It just doesn't happen the way the creationists say that it does, so that doesn't really matter. Also, people can talk about, well, the age doesn't really matter. That's fine. The problem here is still that fundamentally, if dating methods are off, because they do use radiometric dating when it comes to oil prospecting, but if those dating methods were off, then that just means that radiometric methodologies, whether used for dating or otherwise, will also be off. Anybody denying that just does not understand anything about nuclear physics. So the problem there is that it doesn't matter how particularly they're using the methods are accurate. And so we know that those methods with respect to dating the Earth at 4.54 billion years are also accurate, particularly given that those dates correspond with like pretty much every other object we've been capable of dating in the solar system. So, yeah.
What has that got to do with oil exploration?
You obviously didn't understand the broader point.
Sorry, can I talk? I'm not sure how we're doing it now. I'll wait. So
okay, Mark, go ahead and let me reset the clock here. Okay, go ahead and you get 1 minute. Go.
So the way they use sound and vibrations, the guy is telling me that if they dig to like 1 million year old shale, they will not find oil. But if they dig to where is 160 million year old shale, they will find oil. So they are using this model to inform them about how far they should dig. And they can find those areas with sound vibrations bouncing back and up to sensors kind of thing. So it's not so much that it's the thing is that really they are using the methodology of that age of the Earth. And unfortunately, a flood one doesn't work to do that.
Mark, how do they know it's 160 million year old shale?
Because they dated it. Oh God, look, I'll give you a summary, right? It's mostly about the rock strata, the type of rock, the rock distribution, and the geometry. That has nothing to do with old Earth. It can easily be explained by the flood model, okay?
No, it can't.
Yes, it can, yeah. Okay.
No, it can't. Okay,
hang on. Sunflower's and being patient. It's Sunflower's turn, and then we'll get back to it. Hang on, Sunflower. Let me reset the clock real quick. Okay, whenever you on your first word.
Okay, so I'm going to try to pack a lot into a minute. Ready? Here we go. So first of all, I have a question for either Mark, Reed, Leo, or any other evo atheist. If you imagine all the genetic organisms, whether they're mice, bacteria, or whatever else that we experiment on currently in labs, we know for a fact that their genomes have been edited by us or meddled with by us, intelligent designers. If any record of these experiments get erased from time, 1,000 years in the future, people look at these organisms, let's say they keep having offspring, would they ever be able to determine that there was intelligent meddling, or would they have to, by their, let's say, evolutionist model, say, this could be explained by X, Y, or Z, when in reality it actually, what the historical record would be that there was an intelligent agent meddling with it. On top of that, wait, Terrence McKenna said something. He said, if you don't have a plan, you become a part of someone else's plan. Leo, have you ever seen Fight Club? When Ed Norton meets Tyler Durden on the plane, there's a very key thing that happens. Ed Norton is rambling off, and Tyler says, That's pretty clever. How's that working out for you? And that's a question I have for you, Leo. Thank you.
All right. Leo, who wants to go first? Mark or Leo? Who wants to go first?
Yeah. So
Mark.
we with the oil and stuff, we need to know the decay of hydrocarbons to know where that oil and coal will actually form. So we're actually using those dating methods to know where that. Look, it's not me; it's a geologist. I know. Okay, that's it. And to Sunflower's question,
I'm trying to point to the chat.
If somebody meddled with the DNA of something, would we think that it was intelligent in the past? I honestly don't know. That question is so complex and hard to answer. Maybe we would. Maybe we wouldn't. No, it depends on.
Well, by your current model, you have to assume the answer is always no.
Can I finish?
I'm answering your question for you. It's not
Sunflower. We're doing
You're
1 minute.
answering my question for me. Oh, that's nice. Should I just fuck off and you can do that, or?
Okay, I assume Mark's done that. Okay, Leo, are you ready? You were mentioning the last one from Sunflower. Do you want to respond, or are you passing?
Sure. So with respect to this idea of, well, if like humans mutated a species or something like that, could somebody in the future be able to like see that back in the evolutionary record that it was mutated specifically by humans? And the question is, it really ultimately depends, because this is a problem with problems, maybe a little bit of a strong word, but with natural selection, where to say if we were looking back and we were trying to find something that was done by humans, whether or not we were able to find it is going to depend on specifically what we're looking for, why we're looking for that, how we're looking for it, and a variety of other background pieces of information that are going to inform specific features that we're going to be looking for. It's going to be a very difficult question to answer, because ultimately natural selection is sort of, to use some philosophical jargon, it's an intentional concept. So we have to factor that into the equation.
All right. Sunflower, I'll let you respond, and then before you do, Dan, Power Word, or George, do either of y'all want to be next?
George, you go first.
Okay.
Well,
look,
George, hang on. I'm gonna let Sunflower respond to Mark, and,
all right.
And then you'll be up next after that too.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, here's what I was getting at with that, is that if you limit yourself and you confine yourself, it's like, so I think you can't let the tail wag the dog, right? Science is a tool for us. I think that it's catastrophic if humans essentially say, well, look, my intuition is flawed. I must just look at science and try to abstract myself from, my own intuitions and whatever, and just try to obey the science. So here's what I'm getting at with that. If for whatever reason we find an organism, either it's now or a million years from now, and it seems overwhelmingly like let's say like there's almost like if you rearrange the the codons, it forms like an ASCII art Mona Lisa in in Notepad. It's like, and no other organism does this. It's like, at what point do you just keep telling yourself, well, look, I can't. If I'm inclined to, if my intuition says maybe there was some kind of weird intelligent alien along the line that put this in as a prank, you have to reject that in every instance. This is the mark of the beast. You are rejecting your humanity and becoming.
All right, Sunflower, time's up.
Beep, 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 beep.
All right, Mark or Leo, you can respond, and then George.
Yeah.
One of y'all can
respond.
Yeah,
and hi Wesley. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hello. So this whole idea of sort of our intuition, we're vulnerable to biases. We know this to be a fact. And if you've got a better way to find out how reality works than science, you're welcome to use it. But unfortunately, every single other attempt has sort of ended in failure, abject failure at that. That isn't the fault of anybody. It's just we've got this methodology that seems to work. If you've got a better one, prove that it is more reliable for finding the truth than science. And you're welcome to do that, Sunflower. I think this whole tail wagging the dog and these metaphors that you're using, they're sort of they don't really cover why we're using science and why it actually works. It's because we do try and eliminate these biases that we have is why it works. So I'm not sure what the other stuff was. I'm limiting yourself because if we allow ourselves to put forward any explanation for these things, we never find the truth.
All right, appreciate that, Mark. George, you got something you want to say?
Yeah, on that issue of drilling to the shale to radio date it. I mean, if what Mark is saying is they use seismic reflection to locate the shale layer, then they drill down. And by the way, oil is usually found at about 1 kilometre to 2 kilometres depth. But I'll have more to say about that. So what he's saying is they're going to go through the very expensive process of drilling down to 2 kilometres to get a sample of that shale, to radio date it, to find out that it's 160 million years old, to then drill further down to find oil. Sorry, that's wrong. And the other point I want to make here is oil usually requires a temperature of around about 350 to 400 degrees centigrade. That's crude oil, right? And in terms of the geothermal gradient, those temperatures are reached at around about 4.5 to 6 kilometres depth. If we find the oil at 1 to 2 kilometres depth now, that means there's been at least 3 kilometres of erosion. Another problem for them.
George, we got to cut it off there. We got to cut it off there. Sorry about that. Okay. Mark or Leah, do you want to respond? Or if not, who else wants to go next?
I do. Power word.
Okay, power word.
I wouldn't mind responding if that's okay. If Power Word wants to go first, I'm happy for that.
Mark, you go and respond, and then Power Word will be up.
I got a question for Mark as well. So it's
yeah, sure. So they do use these dating methods to determine how far down the oil will be within that area of shale. That's what they do. And the model that they use is the old Earth model, if that's what the normal strata model, geologic column. I mean, you can get mad at that, George, but that's just the reality of the situation, that's what the geologists are using, and that the young Earth model won't allow you to do that. It just won't. Because you can't tell the ages of where trees died to form coal and the ages in which the sort of organic algae was cooked to form oil. So you've got a problem there, and I'm really sorry, but it's not our problem.
It's a big problem. But anyway, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt there.
No, that's okay.
All right, there was like 2 seconds left. Okay, Power Word, hang on, let me reset the clock real quick. Okay, go ahead on your first word.
Yeah, so Mark, you said that there was a company that went bankrupt because they were using young Earth methods. What company was that? And do you have any links to the methodology specifically?
I couldn't find a link, I must admit. And yeah, I did get told that. I thought, people told me quite seriously that's what happened. I can't find a link for you at this time. So
you blindly accepted it.
Okay, so if you don't have any sort of factual data, how are we even supposed to respond to some type of young Earth method if there's no data? But anyway, so how do you explain the great unconformity in terms of evolutionary history?
The what? Sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
Great unconformity. Are you familiar with that? The
I am
geologic.
not.
Oh, what about you, Leo? Great unconformity.
Nope. I mean, it seems quite an ambiguous term to use here. There's a variety of ways I can interpret it.
Google it.
Okay. All right. So we've got, I know Dan's has his hand up and Sunflower has something more to say. Before we do that, we got Atheist Juniors in the house too. Okay. Before you guys get going into this, what's up, Wesley? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? You got one minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I asked Jesus to put a fruity pebble in the mouth of Bam Bam yesterday. I hope you enjoy it.
Oh,
Are you drinking?
Like the Flintstones.
All right. Thanks, Wesley. Okay. Atheist Junior just joined us. What's up, Atheist Junior? I know you were at the debate, so we'll shift over to that. So what were your thoughts about tonight's debate?
I thought it was one of the best debates I've seen in a long time. Honestly, I really enjoyed it. And yeah, I thought I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name. Like,
Orazio. Oh, and by the way,
okay, that's what I thought.
And real quick, if you forget later, I put it in the overlay.
Okay,
so,
I see it now. I can see it.
So if anybody forgets, which is easy.
Okay.
I mean, heck, it's not exactly the easiest thing to remember. So anybody forgets, just look at the overlay. There you go, right in front of you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just thought that he did really well, and I felt like when Kent was saying something, I would be thinking like what I would say in response, and then I would pretty much hear Orazio respond with that. I just thought he had a lot of great questions and a lot of good responses, and he really, I liked that he called Ken out on the rhetoric that he uses and the way he asks questions that aren't really framed in a way that you can answer them like correctly. Like he wants to set people up to say, like, he wants people to look stupid when they answer the question, basically. And he would always like respond with, well, how you're phrasing it, that's basically wrong. And the Q&A was good. The questions are good. I don't know if Kent really answered my question. I mean, I guess he did. I had to watch it like 2 or 3 times to understand what he was saying, but yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed it. So.
All right. Appreciate your thoughts there. And okay, Dan, you're up next, then Sunflower, and then we'll get back into rotation. Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, I want to make a comment about radiometric dating. The problem with, and I have taken nuclear courses, by the way, the problem with radiometric dating is the daughter, the quantity of daughter, initial daughter element. We just have no clue what they are. They could have been created that way with a whole bunch of daughter elements, or they could be starting from scratch with like uranium, and then it starts. We don't know. It's really just wild guesses. And also, it's very common for the same rock sample in different labs to produce stunningly wide variation in ages, from like hundreds of thousands to almost billions of years in some cases. It's just so unreliable that I just don't see why anybody or how anybody could claim that it logically claim that it can be used for reliable dating. One other point. Every time young Earth rocks are, well, almost every time young Earth rocks are dated, they date to very old ages. So they say, well, you're not supposed to use young rocks. Well, how do you know any rock is not young? I mean, they pick a rock sample up. They don't know how old it is. They take it in the lab. The lab says, oh, that's 3 million years old. You pick up a rock of known ages, say some from 2,000 years ago, Vesuvius or whatever, take that in the lab. They say, oh, that's 2 million years old. What I'm saying is there's absolutely no science behind this at all. And that's all I got to say.
John,
right. Just on time there. What's up, George?
Can I say something?
Hang on 1 second, Mark. It's about to be Sunflower. Sorry. Go ahead, George. What were you saying?
John, that old fella that I forget his name now that debated Ken Hovland last week, I think it was.
Emery?
Yeah. He claimed that IOG were dishonest by sending sample for dating, and he said that rocks less than 100 years old cannot be dated, right? So that's why he claimed that it was dishonest of IOG to do that. But we've had situations where we've sent rocks that are over 200 years old from New Zealand, from known volcanic eruption in New Zealand, that have had the same issue. They've had different dating methods have given different dates. So what is it? Is it less than 100 years, or is it less than 200 years? And the other thing is, if you find a rock out in the open, how the hell do you know how old it is? You don't. So are they going to say, oh, it's given us all these ranges of dates because the rock must be less than 200 years old or something?
That's a good point. Okay, Mark, Leo, or Okay,
Yeah.
Leo, do you want to respond? Hang on, let me reset the. Give me a second. Let me reset the clock, and then
Yeah.
after you guys respond, it'll be Sunflower's turn. Give me 1 second to get the clock ready. Okay, whenever Leo, go ahead. Whenever you start.
Yeah. So what? I'm just gonna call him Bible or BRT, but Bible Research Tool said we have isochron dating, which is independent of parent to daughter isotopes, and it's also it depends on both radiogenic and non-radiogenic isotopes of the daughter element. And essentially, over time, one of them will increase with respect to the other if there is a radioactive element present there. And so, and since this will be independent of the initial parent isotope to daughter isotope ratios, we don't really need to know what those are. We will be able to determine whether or not there is a radioactive isotope there and the rate at which it's decaying, because that's based on fundamental physical constants that ultimately have nothing to do with geology. So the idea that we have to know parent to daughter ratios is just straightforwardly false. We have what's called isochron dating, and anybody can just Google that and look it up.
I also wanted to say something. I asked to say something earlier. If you did miss me, just saying.
Go ahead, Mark. And by the way, George, to your point, I just looked it up, and according to nationalparks.gov, it's 100 year minimum is what's it's saying here. But
well, there you go. See, the New Zealand rocks were over 200 years old.
All right. Go ahead, Mark. Mark, don't be making smart-ass comments. I made a quick interjection. I said it was going to be your turn. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I think the other way around, it would probably be a different story. But I digress. So basically,
let's just give Mark another reason to whine some more. If he can't ever not whine before he starts talking. So, Mark, you're in timeout. I'll let you come back in a second. Go ahead, George. And then
John, can I address the isochron dating? They did isochron dating on the Eukaryote lava flow in the Grand Canyon. Now they know because they find Indian artifacts in there. We know that it wasn't more like 1,000 years old. Okay, but what they found by using isochron dating, it gave them billions of years old, which is totally false. So even isochron dating has its problems. So, but it seems like they rely on isochron dating as the be-all and end-all of dating systems, but it has lots of issues, as evidenced by a lot of the dating that have been done on rocks of known ages, even unknown ages, where they get completely varying dates. So the claim that we hear this all the time, dating methods corroborate themselves. That is total BS, and it's a total lie.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to go that far, but it's isochron dating is very overhyped. I can put it that way.
So what are the problems with isochron dating?
Okay, hang on, Leo. Hang on. Sunflower's been being very patient, and Donnie has joined us as well. So, Sunflower, because you've been so patient, you go ahead, and then Donnie will get to give his thoughts on the debate, and then we'll get back into rotation. Go ahead, Sunflower.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So, just the last thing I said to Mark was like, intuition is what you need to have sort of in marriage with science. Use science as a tool. And his response is like, oh no, like we're prone to biases. He kind of like. Mark's clear and utter failure here is that he thinks he doesn't realize intuition led us to science. Okay, science didn't spawn out of the abyss as some kind of alien technology meteor that we just discovered and inherited and started using. The same intuition that Mark just a few minutes ago condemned as like a flawed, biased nature of man. That's what led us to science. That's what made us value it in the first place. And this, of course, leads to the is-ought problem. So when Mark says every other attempt besides science to explain things has been an abject failure, he's obviously missing the question of why is science useful and why ought we use science? So until you depart from science, and at the very least, enter the philosophical realm, if not the supernatural realm, which, by the way, Mark is a moral, subjectivist, but, science is more or less like a gun or a tool or a cudgel, and Mark is trying to circumvent this somehow. Thanks.
Okay, now since Mark was brought up in what Sunflower just said, Donnie, you're going to have to be patient for a few more seconds. Mark gets to respond since he was brought up so directly. Go ahead, Mark. Hey, Mark, you're on mute if you're responding.
Sorry, I don't know what morals have got to do with the conversation, but intuition led us to science, yeah, but it's not a very accurate way to evaluate what is true and what is not. We are prone to biases, and whether or not you want to say intuition led us there, yeah, probably through some of the failures, like thinking disease was supernatural and all these other events were supernatural. Yeah, it did lead us to a methodology that we could rely on, but that's not that fault. Just the thing of radiation. Somebody was saying that they worked in a nuclear plant. So they know the half-life of a really long-term decay, like uranium-235 or something like that. Was it Bible Research Tools that worked in a nuclear plant? Do we know the decay rate for uranium-235?
I think they said they took a course in nuclear physics. I don't know if it was Bible or not.
Yeah, well, so the half-life of decay rate. But we know what rate these things decay at the rate at which atoms decay. So that's why we know the age, kind of.
Yes, that's true. That's true. But that wasn't my point at all, Mark. My point was the initial daughter quantity, which they never could figure it out. And now they have this thing they call isochron dating. But I've got scientific papers on that say it is not very reliable. And these are secular scientists. Now, there's so many variables involved. There's so many variables involved that you can't really just say this is the date. You can't do that.
Okay, hold on real quick, guys. Donnie is up next. We'll quickly read this super chat from Ray. Thanks so much, Ray. Appreciate you. He says, for radiometric dating results to have any certainty at all, there must be primary standards. You mean rocks of known ages and bracketing the unknown rock's age, or the tests are meaningless. That's a very good point. It's kind of what we were referring to earlier in relation to, based on your starting point, you might get the same result, but you don't know if your starting point is correct. But enough of all that. Okay, so let's quick gear shift, because we got the man himself, Donnie, aka Standing for Truth. He's finally got enough coffee. He probably went and out somewhere, got some, came home, had some more, tried to convince his wife it was snuggle time. She said, no, it's only movie time. And then now he's here with us. So, Donnie, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What do you think about tonight's debate?
One movie and 3 large coffees later, and I'm ready to join John Maddox is always, after show to remember. Looks like we've got a solid panel. Good to see everybody. This looks fun. Mark, my man with the plan, all the way down there in the bottom left. Praise I am, Atheist Junior. Everybody, what's going on? Yeah, I really enjoyed tonight's debate. I enjoyed the back and forth between Kent and Horazio. Even though obviously I disagree with the evolution position, I always appreciate when the evolutionist brings slides. They've clearly demonstrated that they've prepped for the debate. And, Horazio did just that. It was respectful, easy to moderate. So I enjoyed it. Good job to both Kent and Horazio. Hopefully Horazio does more debates in this debate community. The topic itself, do evolutionary mechanisms, or can they explain the diversity of life? My position would say no, since the mechanisms, and I know a few here will disagree, and that's fine. We can certainly discuss it. I would say no, because the mechanisms basically are mutations and natural selection. But as we've discussed many, many times, mutations are overwhelmingly deleterious. They accumulate. Natural selection can't see most of them. Natural selection can see the worst mutations, sure, get rid of those. It can see the best beneficial mutations, amplify those, sure.
All right, Donnie, I've got to be fair. I got to be fair. We're doing 1 minute rounds.
We are. I didn't know this, John.
I know. I'm sorry.
I want a 15-minute monologue now.
So we'll get back to it in just a second here. We've also got Praise I Am has joined us, and then Wesley's had his hand up for quite a while, so Wesley, go after Praise. Praise, what's up, man? Welcome to stream. How you doing? What's on your mind? What do you think about tonight's debate?
Good, man. I appreciate you having me. It's been fun after show so far, but my only remark I would say from the debate would be that I think Ken's interlocutor, his opponent, tried to evade his question there. Are you related to like these really weird life forms like snails and strawberries, and he would try to say, well, no, you're just misrepresenting me. Then Ken would show him a diagram of it actually showing that. Then he go, well, that's not what we really mean. Well, and then Ken would show, well, yes, it is what you really mean. I just thought that was kind of disingenuous by him. And that's all I had to really say anyway.
Well, if I could add real quick, let me add. No, John, come on. I've been. I want to add one thing.
Not yet. Hang on. So go ahead, Wesley, and then we're going to get back into dumpster fire action. Donnie, just be patient. Go ahead, Wesley.
Sure. 1 minute. At the end of the 7 years of hell, only myself and 144,000 children shall survive. We're not going to take any.
Come on. We're going to waste a minute on this, John.
Donnie, just let him go. Go ahead, Wesley.
We're not going to take any of your knowledge or any of your books or any of your science with us into the future beyond that. Before that happens on a day, a 3-part nuclear bomb that I have seen with my eyes near Elston Avenue in Chicago, built into a green Volvo station wagon, detonates in Chicago. From that moment, there will not be any more Washington, D.C. or New York.
Now, is it 144,000, Wesley?
Donnie, 23 seconds. 23 seconds. Go ahead.
Jesus,
Wesley.
would you show everybody that last day now and who survives on earth? There you are. Only I and the 144,000 survive. We're not taking any.
So it's 144,001 then.
But you have a. Let me finish. You have a perfectly good and perfect gift in your souls, in your battle. It is a light. It is the vision. Should you tell it, you will be able to heal any disease without money, feed any hungry person without need of money, and you can fall any of your enemies with a word.
All right.
Yeah, I wanted to ask BRT a question, if I may.
Hang on. Atheist Junior's up next. He's had his hand up for a while, and then we'll go to you, Leo. Go ahead, AJ.
Sounds good. Thank you. I didn't know Leo was in here. Hi, Leo.
Hi.
Yeah, I'll just respond to what Praise said. That I don't think that it's disingenuous to what Horazio was saying, because he is arguing for the side of evolution. Kent asks, for some reason, he asks, do you think that this is related to this? He's an evolutionist. He accepts common ancestry. It's implied. But Kent asks these same questions over and over and over again. And the reason he said that, well, the way you're asking it, no, is because Kent is being disingenuous, because when he says related, he doesn't mean like very distantly related, like extremely far away. He means like, is a tree my sister? So he's like, no, I don't actually think that. So Kent's the one being disingenuous, not him. Kent knows that the people he debates think that common ancestry is true, but he asks these questions over and over again. I don't understand why. It's really annoying.
Well, to be fair, we once in a while.
Donnie, hang on. Tonight we are doing 1-minute responses.
I'm going to respond to that too.
To the back room. Send it to the back room.
So you just have to be patient for like 5 seconds while I reset the clock.
Treat him like Mark.
And then we say, okay, I'm going, and then I start the clock. Okay, so Donnie on first. Oh, actually, before Donnie says anything, Donnie, you're up first. Then, if any of the atheists want to respond, you
I
can.
do.
Okay, Leo's going to go respond, and then Praise will get to go. Okay, go ahead, Donnie, on your first word.
Wait a minute.
Sure. Well, I don't have much to say other than what Praise was saying. I did find it kind of funny that I think 3/4 of the way through the debate, Kent did ask, okay, so you believe then that populations of whales came from populations of amoebas or amoeba-like creatures? And then Horazio said, well, yeah, if you put it that way, then sure. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I do find that a lot of the times the evolutionists will try to, like, what was it, 5-6 months ago in an after show, we had an evolutionist here, and for the longest time, to be fair to the point at hand, when Ken asked that question, are you related to a strawberry whale? There are some evolutionists that at first will say no, even in the universal common ancestry context. So, John, I think you remember probably about 6 months ago, we had a guy on here who denied that, you know, plants and animals are related through common ancestry, not, you know, recent relationship, but definitely connected on the tree. And I think we went back and forth for over an hour before, I mean, we had phylogenetic trees shared on the screen, and, you know, we were explaining it every way possible. And finally, he did admit, okay, you know, you go back far enough in time.
Hang on. The alarm's been going off. I was on mute. I didn't realize it. I was saying, like, Donnie, the alarm's going off. The alarm, stop talking, Donnie. And I realized I was on mute. So sorry about that. Okay. So yes, I do know what you're talking about, though, Donnie. All right, Leo, go ahead and respond.
Well, I really just had a question for BRT. You said that there's so many variables with isochron methods. Well, I have the equation for that in front of me. Could you give me what the variables for that equation are?
Dan,
I think you're on mute, brother. Or maybe it has a BRT as in Bible Research Tools.
Yeah, Bible Research.
Yes, that's what I'm responding to. He said there's so many variables involved in isochron dating. I'm just wondering what those variables are.
Okay, well, when he gets back, we'll let him respond. Okay, Mark.
Can I say just really quick? The other thing I wanted to say to Sunflower, it won't be long, maybe 15, 20 seconds. So Sunflower, you mentioned something about, like, epistemic norms with respect to what we ought or ought not believe and why. I would love to get into discussion with you about epistemic norms if you're willing.
Not here. This is not regarding morality, really. I mean, that's a
well, no, I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about epistemic norms.
Oh, what, knowledge and belief?
Yes, because that's what he was referring to. Why we ought believe certain things over others.
Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So, Mark, did you have your hand up, or are you wanting to?
Yeah. I just wanted to respond to Donnie there, and just sort of he was talking about the length that took you to convince. I have to agree with AJ. There's kind of this conflation because when you're talking colloquial and you're talking to somebody, you wouldn't sort of say that somebody really distantly related is your relation, kind of thing. Because all humans are related, right? And you guys had acknowledged that from two people kind of thing. But I wouldn't call Donnie my relation, right? So it's this conflation between how we use it colloquial and how we use it in sort of a scientific sense that we're really opposed to, because it makes it seem, and I think that's the conflation that Kenton tends to do. It makes it seem like I'm saying, oh, this gorilla's part of my family and I would have tea with it. And I think that's really dishonest.
Can I respond to that? Also, Atheist Junior?
No, not allowed.
I think it was your turn. So.
I demand it. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so hang on. So Mark directly brought up Donnie. So Donnie, you want to respond, and then Praise can go?
Well, I think typically when you talk to evolutionary biologists, at least the ones that I've debated, they're pretty quick to admit they don't have a problem. Yeah, pine trees and whales are related through common ancestry. So anybody who understands even the basics of evolutionary theory understands that if I were to ask you a question, hey, according to universal common ancestry, which you say you hold to in terms of the model of origins and biodiversity, do you believe that, a whale and a banana plant are related? I mean, they're going to know that I mean it beyond just how me and my brother are related, right? So, I mean, typically I'll say, do you believe whales and banana plants are related through common ancestry, as in they're connected to that phylogenetic tree of life? Then the answer, if you hold a universal common ancestry, is going to be yes. And so, evolutionary biologists have no problem for the most part admitting that. But I'll just end it there. There's the timer.
Okay. Praise, you were running to respond to AJ, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Find your first word.
So, Atheist Junior, I just think you're sugarcoating what the obvious is. We would say a frog turning into a prince or a prince over millions of years is still just as ridiculous as like a singular unicellular organism turning into a dinosaur or whatever, or even a whale. Any of that common ancestry. And people like PJ Myers, I think his name's Myers, PJ Myers, or something like that. Ray Comfort, or yeah, PZ Myers. Thank you. Ray Comfort asked PZ Myers, "Are we related to fish?" And he goes, "Yes." So why are evolutionists telling us this, and then your guys are telling us, "Oh no, you're just misrepresenting us"? Well, we have actual, mainstream scientists telling us this. So, to me, it's just, it's either a game or you guys are confused. I don't know.
What do we mean by relation?
Can I respond to that?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, hang on. All right, on first word, AJ, go ahead.
Okay, so it's good that you brought up the frog turning into a prince thing, because this is exactly what I wanted to talk about. Because a big sticking point that me and Mark both share is that Kent is constantly saying, "Did these amoeba turn into like a whale or something?" And I told Kent in my debate, an amoeba is a modern, highly complex, evolved organism. It's not like the earliest single-celled organisms. And humans did not evolve from modern tree frogs. They've lived just as long as we have. They've evolved as long as modern humans have. We didn't evolve from a modern tree frog or a highly complex amoeba. They've evolved the same amount of time. So that's fundamentally, I'm going to answer no if he asks me that question. And I do appreciate Johnny saying banana plant instead of bananas. I noticed.
Can I address that?
I'm done.
Okay, so good timing there, AJ. All right,
I
George.
had my hand up. I don't
I know. I'm trying to keep it balanced.
Okay, sure. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
Okay, so George, you can go to respond, and then Mark will be next. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, well, look, I think the atheist evolutionists will agree that evolution is claimed to be the result of, and forgive me if I forget some of them, mutations through duplications, divergence, genetic drift, ERVs, HGT of existing genetic information. Now, I've asked this question about the protozoa, and I've mentioned why its genome size is 670 billion base pairs long, if it evolved from an ancient protozoa. So over 1.5 billion years, apparently, this protozoa evolved its genome to be 200 times larger than the human genome, but it's still a protozoa. So what happened there? Why is the protozoa, with all that additional information, still a protozoa?
All right. Mark, if you want to go and respond.
Oh, fantastic. So just first on Fraser's thing of a frog turning into a prince. So it's not just for like amphibians and humans. Like once something diverges on that tree of life, like you've got reptiles, amphibians, other mammals kind of thing. Once they diverge and they diverge at different points, they won't produce another. They don't jump sideways on the tree. So AJ is right. A frog will never turn into a prince, but that's not because the evolutionary theory is wrong. It's just a misunderstanding of the theory. And just the thing with billions of pairs long, we're talking about a modern protozoa. They have gotten more complex. So when we sort of say a primitive like prokaryote or something, it probably didn't have a billion base pairs. It probably was very, very simple and then got more and more complex as everything on that tree keeps evolving. So that's why.
Exactly my point. Why is it still a protozoa if it evolved over 1.5 billion years with, a 670 billion base pair genome size when the human genome is only 3.2 billion base pairs?
Yeah, do you mind if I quickly answer that, Maddox?
Thanks for proving my point, Mark.
Very quick response.
Something happened there. Why didn't it become something different to a protozoa with so much additional information?
if you can allow me to answer, some things find an evolutionary niche. They don't have to change that much, but they still become more complex
Pin
over
drop.
time. So, what?
No, you're fine. Keep going, Mark.
I thought I was muted for a second. Yeah. So it
John, I
becomes
can't
more
hear anything.
complex.
Well, I can hear you, Mark. So I don't.
Okay. Well, I'm talking to nobody then.
Maybe it's
I can hear you.
atheist show now.
Just keep going, Mark.
Okay, so there's no organisms more or less evolved currently, right? So as we stand right now, everything is just as evolved as everything else. There is no more evolved or less evolved. Everything evolves at the same time. Now, the protozoa may have much more generations than humans do, so they may be like getting more and more complex. But that doesn't mean that they are, in some way better than us or more evolved than us. Everything is evolving at the same rate, but they are not the same as the protozoa that they used to be. And don't forget, law of phylogeny says that everything inherits the clades that it was previously.
Oh, I've got a good question about that one.
I have two other question too for Mark.
Okay. All right, hang on, guys. Donnie, were you just wanting to show that tree, or were you wanting to make a comment about the tree?
Well, one comment I would make, I was screen sharing just to show how when the evolutionist says, well, it's not a modern day bacteria or it's not a modern day amoeba. Well, essentially, it is a bacteria-like organism that the evolutionists would say all animals have descended from. Right? A bacteria-like organism closer to the base of the tree with your mammals, reptiles, fish, amphibians, so on and so forth, higher up, ultimately descending from that one single-celled like ancestor. So I think most evolutionary biologists would admit, it may not be a modern day bacteria, but it looked a lot like a bacteria. So bacteria-like. Go ahead.
Why is what?
Can I answer?
Like, I'm just curious. I don't understand what.
I don't know what's so hard to understand about it, Leo. Do you
what I'm saying is I don't understand what's the point of like we can grant that. Like, what are you trying? Like, okay.
Because I think it's semantics when the evolutionist says, well, it's not a bacteria. It's not a modern day bacteria. It's a different type of It's a bacteria. That's what it is. Okay.
How are you?
Man-made classification.
How are you defining bacteria?
Isn't going to change the fact that you guys believe that whales do descend from a bacteria. But if you'd prefer us to say bacteria-like, sure, go ahead. But
whales do descend from a bacteria. There's just a lot of ambiguous terminology used in there. I understand myself what that means in the sense that a biologist would mean it, but the terminology is not particularly the best for conveying what is actually the case. What we would say is that whale and bacteria as we see them today have both evolved from a common ancestor in a variety of different ways.
Right, and what was that? And what was that last universal common ancestor?
What's that? So you're just referring to Luca? Well, that's actually debated quite hotly. I think I would say amongst the origins of life researchers, where a lot of them think that the last universal common ancestor may not necessarily have been like a singular thing in and of itself, given the dynamicity of Earth, 4 billion years ago.
It was a shrew.
Storytelling.
Okay, can I say something in response to that?
Hang on one second, Mark. Praise the response. If not, Sunflower, I know you're back. Is there something you wanted to say?
Oh, wait, praise or me?
Well, I was just making sure I'm getting you in line, Sunflower. You're back? Okay, you'll be up. I'll get you in the queue. Go ahead, Praise.
So my question to Mark is, how do we distinguish something like adaptation, in contrast to the mechanism Darwinian evolutionists propose, which is some type of mutational addition? To me, it's just reconfiguring the same information for different characteristics for it to survive. But you propose something beyond that. You claim that there's an addition of information. So I would like to know what would tell us the difference, or is it just ad hoc, post hoc reasoning? You just believe that's the case, and to me, that's why evolution's not worth its salt. But go ahead.
What? Can I respond to that?
Yeah. Hang on. Let me reset the clock. Okay. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, so first off, it's scientists that have a ton of information behind it. It's not just post hoc kind of rationalization of it. And I'm not sure exactly what you mean by adaptation, because that's usually using some advantage to the environment. Mutation is in the DNA, so I'm not 100% sure. You may be using a different thing of that. With Donnie fruit, sorry, was it Donnie? Somebody said bacteria. Why isn't it bacteria? Well, so the classification is done scientifically. So, for instance, we're all eukaryotes, right? Bacteria and animals and plants and et cetera, et cetera. We're all eukaryotes, but bacteria diverged off the main line a long time ago. And they have different characteristics that make them bacteria. And I know they look the same, but they're not physiologically the same.
All right, perfect timing. Okay, let's get in line here. So I see AJ, I see you here. Does anybody want to respond directly to Mark? If not, we'll let Sunflower go.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Go ahead, does anybody want to directly respond to what Mark just said?
Yeah, I do.
I think George did.
But go ahead, I'll let George go. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, George, and then Sunflower, you'll be up. Go ahead, George.
Okay, we've heard the evolutionists say you can't outgrow your clade, and we know that from their literature, Luca gave rise to the three domains of life. Your Archean, your Prokaryote, and Eukaryotes. I'd like to ask, what clade was Luca? What clade was Luca?
Luca
Medugno?
Luca.
No, the last, not that Luca. The guy at the bottom of the chart.
I mean, it would have been It would have been like a prokaryotic single-celled organism.
Was it? Oh, okay. I'd like to ask another question of that too, though. So, do you mind if I follow that logic?
I don't.
Sorry, you don't what?
I don't mind if you do.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, do you know that in the case of what you just said about the prokaryotes giving rise to the eukaryotes, now there's a specific protein called. Can I finish? The DNA is a single protein responsible for the replication of the prokaryote, while the eukaryotes have 6 complex proteins that combine to form a molecular machine to do the replication. So tell me, how did the prokaryote evolve into the eukaryote with those kind of differences, going from one single protein for replication to 6 complex proteins that combine to form molecular machines to do the replication? How on earth does that evolve?
Well, I never said anything about eukaryotes, so I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Leo, hang on one second. So Leo's going to respond, and then Sunflower is up. Go ahead, Leo.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. I promise. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, your question I think is interesting, George. I'm not denying the legitimacy of your question. It just I didn't personally mention anything about eukaryotes. Is all I'm saying. I was just responding to the idea of what sort of clade that Luca would have been in. I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I don't know myself, but if I had to guess, some sort of like prokaryotic single-celled organism would be, and that's all I was saying.
So how did the virus evolve then from the prokaryote-like cell?
I don't know. I didn't say anything about viruses. Sunflower.
Well, it gave rise to 3 domains of life. The virus is one of those.
Okay, we got to go to Sunflower. We can come back to this. Sunflower, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, so
go ahead.
All right, real quick. So my original question, which to be fair, Mark and Leah both kind of answered with like, that's very complex, but whatever. It was about an intelligent meddling in an organism that is then analyzed by people in the future without any trace of the meddling taking place, or even the existence of an intelligent life form capable of doing this kind of meddling. The question is, at what point do you allow your intuition to compel you of something that is at odds with the science or general consensus? A perfect example of this is Göbekli Tepe or any other cave painting that we discover in an area we previously thought pre-existed civilizations capable of such cave drawings. The answer is the cave paintings, even though they're often just a few lines that resemble a person or an ox, are so compelling of human design that we will readily flip the anthropological timeline on its head just to account for how these could exist. I'm sorry, but apply that same attitude to your own genome and you're quite literally between a rock and a hard place, pun intended.
Previously thought. Keyword previously.
The discovery of them is what made that get overturned.
Yes.
That's my point. So you see something in the genome that is crazy.
All right.
God. Welcome to God, Leo.
What?
Okay, it's AJ's turn.
I must have missed something. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I'm going to try to sort of answer two different people. The reason that there's a distinction between very primitive bacteria and modern bacteria is because the early bacteria did not have a nucleus or other organelles. And the way that those early bacteria were able to do all these other functions is because those earliest ones had RNA, but you had advancements as bacteria evolved, and you had something called anaerobic bacteria that's able to produce food for itself via something sort of similar to photosynthesis. And then it develops nucleus, other organelles, and gets more complex. And that's why you see the really modern bacteria has like a flagella and all these other sort of structures. So I think the distinction between this more modern one and the early one is important. And I think that equivocation is something that Kent really likes to do. And it bothers me.
Are you even competent in what you're saying? Because you sound like you're just regurgitating and talking like you.
Sunflower. There's no need for that.
Yeah, that's not a response.
Yeah,
Sunflower.
yeah. You don't have to. You don't have to be a dick, bro. You don't have to be a dick. Yeah,
It's not even being a dick.
You don't have to be a dick.
Not responding at all.
You're literally
Sunflower, did you have a substantive response to what AJ said?
Is this primitive bacteria observed, AJ, or is this like a hypothetical?
Okay, guys, I'm sorry.
You're just citing bullet points off a worksheet.
We can't keep citing.
I've got a legit question. I've got a legit clarifying question.
You actually think what you're saying is going to convince anyone of anything?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you, Sunflower.
You're just part of the anti-Ken Hogan.
Is this primitive bacteria? Is that something inferred
so pathetic
based on what was needed? Yeah, my question, AJ, is that just a clarifying question. Is that primitive bacteria with those traits that bacteria today don't have? Is that inferred? Like, is this found in the deepest layers of the fossil record, or is this just a hypothesis, as in like, hey, this is what primitive bacteria would have needed to look like and have in order to, explain common descent kind of thing? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yes, they actually are able to see the imprints or basically see early bacteria in the fossil record, impressions of them. As for modern bacteria, we can actually observe those today, but other than in the fossil record, I wouldn't really know besides that.
Hang on, I gotta interject here. I've been being patient. So first off, all bacteria are prokaryotes. Number one. So this, I'm not sure what your whole point was earlier about like not having nucleus and all this other kind of stuff. Like all bacteria are prokaryotes. None of them have nucleus. So I'm not sure what your point is on that. Number two, and you just used fossilized bacteria as evidence. Are you actually going to try and convince us that we're able to go into these fossils and actually delineate what is and what is not inside of this bacteria fossil?
most insane thing I've ever heard. AJ
It's
is
not my
literally
fault
living in a
if you don't
different
accept
planet.
fossils as evidence.
No,
AJ,
hang on, AJ, that's not what I asked. I asked a very
Okay.
specific. I asked something very specific. Pay close attention. Do we have the capacity to determine what is and what is not a molecular components inside of fossilized bacteria?
What does that mean?
Well, you
I don't
can
know
only
what that
tell
means.
so much from a fossil.
Right.
You
So
guys-
that was the whole point. So you're agreeing with me that we can't actually determine what is or is not inside of this bacteria fossil. Therefore, it would be pure assumption, correct?
I don't think it would be pure assumption, but it is very hard to learn about bacteria that was on the Earth billions of years ago. We have impressions of fossils.
You're right, it is.
Yeah.
And what's wrong with science being hard?
That doesn't
Can
mean that it's just made up and
hard
fake.
and being more likely than not, right? The most
Wait, I'm sorry. No, something like literally you cut out. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
The most likely explanation can still be overwhelmingly unlikely in the grand scheme of things, right? It's the difference between a plurality versus majority, right? So it's like if the best you have is like, well, there's a 0.5% chance this explains everything. That doesn't mean it's likely.
That's not the best we have.
Can
The
I
best we
say
have,
something?
the best we have is using varying methods.
On describing the molecular makeup of literal, like, allegedly prokaryotic cells from the fossil imprint. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not very compelling to anyone.
Well, it's compelling to the people who study it.
Besides, like people that are losers on the internet.
Well, can we determine the molecular makeup of these fossil bacterial species?
You can tell
I
have
no idea.
Hang on, guys. That was the whole point I was making. But hang on, we're going to read Pseudonym's $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Pseudonym.
He had to turn his camera off because he's so humiliated to show his stupid face.
Hang on,
That's
so
a
far.
rude
No
idea.
need for that.
Hang on, hey. Okay, everybody, everybody be quiet. I'm muting everybody. Everybody silence. I'm trying to read a super chat here. Calm down. Wait. I'm not sure what that. If atheists try to explain eukaryotes and prokaryotes without a cell, how do creationists explain this when it is what we observe? Does it not involve microevolution at least at the least creationists agree to? Okay, so you're saying creationists agree that microevolution exists. Are we holding the position that eukaryotes must come from prokaryotes? No, I would say no. I would say that the necessities for the two to exist are so gargantuan that they would have to have been created starting points. Now, can variation happen within inside of prokaryote and eukaryote? Absolutely. But in relation to the it's just the more we're learning about the two, the more the gigantic gap between prokaryote and eukaryote from an evolutionary perspective is becoming. I mean, it's enormous. So that would be my response to that. Okay, so dumpster fire return.
Whose 1 minute increment is it now?
Yeah,
well, I'm letting y'all dumpster fire for a few minutes. I think so.
Okay,
now, hang on, Sunfire. Marky Mark has been wanting to talk for a while, so and he's always good at catalyzing dumpster fire. So go ahead, Mark.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Mark, you're on mute, buddy.
Mark,
you're on mute.
Man, how many times is that today? Sorry, I'm using a new muting program so I can use my keyboard. So I'm all out.
That's okay. That's what it is. Right.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that's what sure. Thanks, Leo. So up north in my state, there's a place called Shark Bay. It has stromatolites in it, which is a fossilized and still living bacteria. They're sort of these bubbling, almost like rocks, but they're fossilized bacteria that lives in these colonies called stromatolites. You can look it up. We can tell a lot of the way they have developed by the impressions that they left and the fossilized bacteria, microscopic bacteria that are still left, and the current ones that are living now. Now, I'm not purporting to claim, hey, we knew exactly what they were like and we can tell all these different things. It's just, yes, we can make comparisons of prehistoric bacteria or Precambrian bacteria to bacteria today.
All right. I think AJ wanted to respond a few minutes ago, and then we can go into general discussion. Go ahead, AJ.
I was just going to say that LPP, that you're right, and I did misspeak about bacteria. They don't have a nucleus, but they have something that's called a nucleoid, and modern bacteria have their DNA contained within a structure like that. It basically just means something that's similar to a nucleus, but it's not the same thing. So you were right about that.
Yeah, why do antibiotics work and they don't kill our cells, AJ?
They don't target our cells.
Yeah, and I want to hear from AJ.
No, I don't think I feel like responding to you.
Okay. You might not be informed on the difference between prokaryotes and eukaryotes then, because
no, it's just they don't target our cells. The question is,
real quick, guys.
Hey,
guys, hang on, calm down. Dan's wanting to say something. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I have to go, John, but I just wanted to tell everybody I had a really great time.
Well,
Thank you
thanks
so
for
much.
joining us. Thanks for joining us.
Anytime, Dan.
Take care.
Hey, Dan.
Have a good one.
God bless, brother.
Okay. Oops. Sorry, I did not mean to boot your phrase.
No, get him out of here. Go on. Get out of here, Praise.
Okay, Donnie, you've been wanting to
Praise
screen
still in
share
here?
for. Yeah, he is. You've been wanting to screen share for a while, Donnie. What we got here?
Well, I think moving on from this specific topic, looking at the bigger picture, I think we would all agree, evolutionists and non-evolutionists, that universal common ancestry does say, for example, here's a pretty advanced representation of the universal phylogenetic tree of life, right? We are related to every living thing. Okay, so the evolutionists would say that the bacteria-like organism that's closer to the base of the tree, that a bacteria today and a whale are ultimately related to through common ancestry, was more primitive, different than a modern bacteria. Even going with that, even assuming that for sake of argument, the question is, and the question of tonight's debate, which is what this after show is can evolutionary mechanisms explain biodiversity? Right. So can we actually explain through mutations? I'll wrap it up with this and then take your time. Can mutations and natural selection actually be able to explain primitive life down here closer to the base, and your mammals, reptiles, all forms of life? From there, I would say no, and obviously the evolutionists on the panel are going to have a problem, and they can explain why in a second. And that is because evolutionary population geneticists, right, that they still hold the universal common ancestry, yes, but they recognize that there is a mutation accumulation problem. For example, here's Michael Lynch: an average newborn contains, so the mutation rate in humans is about 100 new mutations per person per generation. For the most part, they're all effectively neutral. That means they're not absolutely neutral. They're slightly deleterious, and they do accumulate because natural selection can't see the effectively neutral mutation. So I've read through all these papers. I've written books on this, and these population geneticists like Michael Lynch, for example, their rescue mechanisms like synergistic epistasis, mutation count mechanism, truncation selection, they've all been looked at and they've all been falsified. So up to this point in 2022, no population geneticist has actually provided a mechanism that can remove so many low impact, effectively neutral deleterious mutations from the population. Which means, here's the last thing I'll say: if species can't persist for millions of years into the future because of nearly neutral mutation accumulation, then species could not have persisted for millions of years into the past. And so it's a presupposition, okay, to look at these charts and say, yes, bacteria and whales go back to a common ancestor, because the actual observable empirical data that we see in genetics today refutes that. So if you can't tell me how it happened, don't tell me that it did happen. It's just a story at that point. Go ahead. I said a lot there. Take your time.
Hey, Mark, would you mind if I went first, just because I'm going to be a little bit shorter than you? Would that be all right? So all I wanted to say is, like, I don't really understand most of that. I don't really see its relevance to the question of evolution. Obviously the mechanisms work, because if they didn't, modern agriculture wouldn't exist, and modern agriculture exists. So obviously the mechanisms that evolution uses work because it's literally based on those. I live in Iowa. I've toured the facilities, so we know that. I hate the term natural selection because that's just not a good term for it. But we know that those mechanisms work. It's not mutation and natural selection. Mutation is one part of natural selection, and it's a little bit vague too. I mean, we've got like vertical, horizontal gene transfer, and a variety of other things. And the fundamental thing here is that to deny evolution is to deny the idea that genomes in living organisms are not dynamic alongside. Hold on, I haven't finished. Are not dynamic alongside their environments, which is, I'm just going to be frank here, obvious bullshit. Like the environments affect us, and we affect our environments, and it's ultimately what evolution is the interplay between those two factors and what gets realized as they tug and pull on each other. To be a little bit simplistic about it.
All right. Okay. Donnie, before you respond, we've got Bubblegum Gun has joined and Christopher Silvas. Bubblegum, you're first. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What's on your mind?
Hey, it's coming in. I didn't get to see the debate. I was sleeping, but I just jumped in to join.
Who is hitting their microphone?
Oh, that was me. I was fixing the microphone. Yeah, it picks up a lot. No, I didn't get to watch the debate. Oh, I was sleeping. But I've been watching the after show, just listening.
You've been having fun watching the after show, Bubblegum?
I'm still waking up. I got like work in 6 hours now. I barely get any time.
So hang on, you're working in 6 hours, but you just woke up now?
Yeah.
I don't even want to know. Chris, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. What's on your mind?
I just want to come on here since Mark Reed and Atheist Junior are present. And see if they would be willing to do a 2-on-1 with me on one of their channels.
Were you asking me that in the side chat?
Well, not that specifically.
I think a one-on-one
general debate on evolution mechanics.
I think a one-on-one would be more than suitable.
Yeah, I think that would be fair. I don't think sort of ganging up on people is particularly great.
Well, listen, why not? I think that Chris may have a thing for three ways, and Mark and AJ just aren't sure. I think Mark and AJ just might not be open-minded enough, which is surprising. I thought they'd be super open-minded. I mean, hey, if you guys aren't going to be down for three-way intellectual intercourse, I don't know what's wrong with you. I mean, come on.
Look, I'm a married man. I can't. But yeah, I mean, I can do a one-on-one.
Intellectual.
I'll do it right here, right now, in front of everybody.
Intellectual intercourse. Intellectual, not physical, buddy. Calm down. Calm down. So, AJ or Mark, do you guys want to set up a debate one-on-one with Chris?
Sure.
Well, what I said is that I was certainly interested in it, but I just didn't know if I was crazy about the topic of this debate, because I think he said, we would be using that same topic in the debate, and I'd have to think about it. Maybe change it to a topic. Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, if you email, as I said to you, Chris, if you email Standing for Truth, he's got my email address. We can discuss topics. It's not a problem, mate. And you gave me your email, which I do have. I did take it down. It's the Gmail address. Yeah, I got it. Nothing. Everything's
all right. Yeah, I've already contacted Donald. So.
Yeah. You asked me twice in the chat, and then you're asking me again. I'm kind of going, yeah, we'll get to it. It doesn't need to happen like right now. Chill.
We're just getting confirmation on these things. Okay, so I think Sunflowers wanted to say something for a minute. Sunflower.
I had something to say something about what Donnie said.
Okay, well, Sunflower, did you have?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Sunflower, and hang on, Sunflower, hang on. You say what you're going to say, and then Mark will be up. Good.
Well, I should be able to respond to Leo first before too many points are on the table.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll be quick. So right here, if my screen's still shared, the evolutionist model would say that the ultimate source of all genetic variation, the natural selection acts upon, right? The source for raw material that natural selection can act upon in the first place is mutations. Okay, and then through processes like recombination, gene conversion, we can get new chromosomal combinations. Okay, but nonetheless, the evolutionist does look to mutations as a source for all new genetic variation. The problem is, as I pointed out in my previous slides, which for sake of time I don't need to go back to, is that this so-called source for novel genetic variation for evolutionary change is detrimental, harmful, disease-causing, degenerative. Okay, so it's not going to work. So again, its relevance to evolution and modern agriculture, you know, that there's nothing wrong with, for example, recombination, the shuffling of pre-existing DNA differences to lead to novel phenotypes. Well, firstly, the genetic variation's already built in. We understand that beneficial variation can't be due to mutations because mutations are deleterious. I mean, I've shown paper after paper from evolutionary population geneticists where they admit, wow, all mutations must have some effect, even if that effect is vanishingly small. And they point out that these mutations that are effectively neutral, that actually accumulate, they're what? Very slightly deleterious. So the last thing I'll say is its application to evolution is, earlier we were talking about primitive bacteria-like creatures going from bacteria-like organisms to biologists, to whales, to humans. Well, that's not possible because mutation accumulation puts shelf lives on genomes. So again, if species cannot persist for millions of years into the future, they could not have persisted for millions of years into the past. Biology's young. Genetics proves this. I yield.
All right. Sunflower, and then Mark.
Can I go after Mark, or did you have somebody else in mind, just really quickly?
I was supposed to go before you. You wait your turn, Leo. You get back.
You
Get back.
can
No, that's what I'm saying. I'll go after you, Mark.
Okay, you're in line. You're in line after Mark. Go ahead, Sunflower.
Yeah, again, I mean, I am still curious, like what you guys think the explanation for is for why we can see what look like a series of lines or circles on a cave wall, and all of a sudden it's not even a question. It's just, oh, this is clearly human design. Like a human did this, human civilization did this. How do we rearrange the anthropological record to allow for this human design? But then you also exclude any indication of intelligent design in the genome because for whatever reason you're like, well, that's just not possible. The timeline doesn't work. It's like, yeah, okay, well, pick one. Either things look like they were designed by an intelligence, or they don't. And it's way easier to look at a cave drawing and say, it was just sticks slapping against the wall because the wind was heavy that day. But no one does that because they realize it would make them look ridiculous, because we all look at it and say, that's a person did that. A person did that, right? So again, this is the sort of selective skepticism that atheists regularly exhibit, in that it doesn't matter how good of an argument you look at with the genome and the chicken and egg problems and the how could this have happened, they will always defer to, just because we haven't figured it out yet doesn't mean that it couldn't have happened. But then you see a few like lines in the mud on a cave somewhere, and it's like they will jump in joy because, oh, we get to flip the whole record around. Let's 10,000 years agriculture. No, that actually happened. Let's flip it all. Let's do a tornado of our record. This is so exciting. These people there's clear bias in their willingness to accept intelligent design when it simply came from an older version of us, maybe, versus, what could be a god or or some sort of intelligent species that long predates us. If you ignore this, if you really do reject this bias, or reject the presence of this bias, then you are, you have blinders on, and I'll leave it at that.
Sunflower, it's known as Droid C, aka desperate rejection of intelligent design condition. Go ahead, Mark.
It's also known as brevity, Sunflower. Brevity.
Yeah, I don't think so. Just quickly, I'll just quickly start now.
Leo.
Oh, okay, I won't start. Sunflower will just continue talking. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so lines and circles. Yeah, that's like saying the periodic table is just squares. There's something behind that. Just saying something's a diagram of something we know doesn't invalidate it at all. With Donnie, the mutations are a recombination. Yes, mutations are the source, but there's a number of mechanisms like gene flow, genetic drift, sexual selection, natural selection. It doesn't mean that mutations is all that's going on. There are mechanisms here. Now, the paper that you gave, Mutation and Human Exceptionalism, our future genetic load, is talking about the future genetic load. And your problem, Donnie, and I hate to roast you like this, but your problem is that you're looking backwards at what he's talking about now, because he even says this results in a relaxation, a selection against mildly deleterious mutations from precision and personalized medicine, as well as detachment from the challenges of the natural environment. It's talking about what humans are under today, i.e. that we don't get as much natural selection because we protect ourselves from it using technology, medicine, and being not in the wild, basically. So you've totally misrepresented this paper, because it's saying that the deleterious pile up of mutations is going to happen into the future, and you've said, well, if it goes to the future, it goes to the past, and that's just not true, and that's not what the paper is saying.
Okay, let me respond. So actually, I was looking. I want to, because I don't want too many points on the table. It's fresh on my mind.
Well, all I had was a question.
Hang on.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
In this context, if the preceding person directly goes after an individual by name, we have to let that person respond. Leo, you will be up after Donnie responds.
It's all right.
But Mark, you will not be able to respond to Donnie until after Leo goes. Go ahead, Donnie.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
All right, I appreciate that response. I was looking to this paper, the human germline mutation rate, just to demonstrate what the mutation rate is. That's why I've got this part highlighted. So the mutation rate in humans is roughly 100 new mutations per person per generation. Now, with humans, there has been a degree of relaxed selection because we take care of the sick, for example, modern medicine, okay? But the mutation rate is high overall in mammals, okay? So because of the relaxed selection in humans, yes, humans will go extinct essentially due to deleterious mutation accumulation quicker because of the relaxed selection, rather than, let's say, in the wild, if you're looking at populations of zebras, elephants, tigers, you name it, okay? But the problem is, in the wild, although there's stronger selection is still limited, as documented by these number of papers that talk about how these effectively neutral mutations, they're invisible to selection. Selection can't see them. They're subject to genetic drift. They spread, and species decline over time. They decline into genetic sickness. So species in the wild, they may be able to slow down the degeneration process, but they'll never be able to stop it. And there's been hundreds and hundreds, and here's a few that you can look at. There's been hundreds and hundreds of biologically realistic numerical simulations done, with many of them published in secular journals, where they look at intense degrees of selection, massive amounts of purifying selection. They've looked to, well, what if the majority of the genome is junk? You know, can that stop genetic degeneration? Nope, that doesn't work. They've looked to synergistic epistasis, truncation selection. They've looked to, hey, super beneficial mutations. You know, they've plugged in the numbers. They said, you know, maybe if we have all these massive numbers of truly beneficial mutations pouring in, maybe that can counterbalance the damage. Nope, genetic degeneration still occurs. It's inevitable. They've yet to come up with a solution. So again, the problem persists. If mutation accumulation puts shelf lives on genomes, species could not have persisted for millions of years into the past, which means you're not going to take your bacteria-like organism into a whale over time. So until the evolutionary community comes up with a valid rescue mechanism, a valid type of selection that can remove so many low impact, nearly neutral deleterious mutations that are pouring in to the genomes of all kinds of species, including humans, then you know what? Evolution's, it's just a story. It's pseudoscience. It's not reality, unfortunately. So I'll await for a legit mechanism that can stop genetic degeneration. As of now, 2022, every single one presented, they've been falsified, unfortunately, for the evolutionists. So I yield.
It's my turn.
Yeah, go
ahead. So I think it's important to point out that Donnie currently is getting his information from people like Ellie Dolgen and John Sanford. The whole 100 new mutations per generation. Sanford cites somebody known as Chimera. That's their last name. I don't know what their first name is. I didn't write that down. That's not something I know. It's not important. But that person that Sanford cites disagrees with Sanford's interpretations, because this genetic degeneration is just
genetic entropy reworded to make it sound more science-y and stuff like that, but it's the same bullshit. That's not true. Most mutations don't do anything at all. Sure, there might be high rates of mutations. That's great. That's fine. Cool. It doesn't really mean anything because mutations largely don't do anything. Anybody that knows anything about like genetic breeding in plant species, ecology, all this stuff, they understand this just fine. But there was a question, and I expect that Donnie will respond to what I say before answering the question, and that's fine because that's the way I've presented it. But I do have a question I do expect him to explicitly answer. He said something along the lines of natural selection acting on. I was wondering if he would be willing to break open what that means, because I'm struggling to understand that, and that's all I have.
Okay, so firstly, if I'm still screen shared, this is Michael Lynch. It's just a documented fact that humans accumulate 100 new mutations per person per generation. There's a number of studies on this. Okay, slightly deleterious mutations. Here's one from Kimura, so on and so forth. Okay, so to answer your question, so natural selection acting upon, well, firstly, selection acts upon the phenotype and not the genotype. So you're getting every single nucleotide or none at all. That's why. Oh, that's a fact. That's a fact. So by Leo laughing, apparently you think selection acts upon genotype rather than phenotype. I mean, it's not like Mother Nature's looking at every single nucleotide and saying, you know what, here's a bad point mutation, so we're going to get rid of this one, keep this one. No, it's the entire organism or none at all. Okay, selection acts at the organismal level. When it comes to selection acting upon deleterious mutations, well, if we have a deleterious mutation that's detrimental enough, we know some point mutations kill a person. Well, there you go. Differential reproduction. Who's reproducing the most? Well, the the person that gets a mutation that leads to a disease that kills them, well, they're removed from the equation. Okay, so essentially you could say natural selection's acting upon that individual, or selection can see some of the best beneficial mutations, let's say sickle cell anemia, even though they're reductive. I mean, they're due to broken cells, broken proteins, broken genes. So they are at a loss. They are reductive, okay? But selection can see those, and selection can amplify them. Selection can manifest them. But selection can't act upon effectively neutral mutations because they are invisible to selection. They're only slightly deleterious, as world-leading evolutionary population geneticists admit. If selection can't see them, well, what? They build up, they're subject to genetic drift, they spread through the population. This generation alone, we accumulate 100 new mutations per person per generation, most of them deleterious, okay, most of them slightly harmful. 7 billion people on the planet, that's 700 billion new mutations. This generation alone.
I addressed that.
Selection is limited. Go ahead.
Well, you also didn't answer my just if I may very briefly, because I want to pin SFT down on this. You didn't answer my question. Let me reiterate it to you and perhaps reword it. So when you talk about selection, what do you mean by selection?
Differential reproduction.
So what do you mean by that?
If you don't know a differential reproduction,
yeah, you're right. I don't. I'm asking
selection
you to
is
define
about
it for me. Are you willing to do that?
Selection's about the death of individuals. Okay.
I don't know what that means. I'm just look. You're right. I don't know what it means. I'm just asking you to define it for me.
I just did. Natural selection means differential reproduction.
And what does differential reproduction mean? So it's all about who reproduces the most.
Okay. Who reproduces the most? Who's passing on their genes? Who's not passing on their genes? Go ahead, John.
To create clarification, I'm going to read, quote, differential reproduction is a process of favoring survival and reproduction of the fittest individuals in the population. Individuals with favorable characteristics have a more competitive advantage and are more likely to pass their genes on to the next generation. Continue.
Can I go next?
Yeah, I wanted to try and actually answer Donnie's question.
Okay, real quick, guys. So first off, Ray, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, Evo atheists nearly always test positive for Droid C. Fortunately, there's a cure. Just a fair-minded look at the workings of a cell would go a long way towards curing their Droid C. I would agree with you on that 100%.
Thanks for the insults.
That's actually not an insult, necessarily.
Yeah. Sure. I'm sure it's meant as a big pat on the back. Eh?
No, actually, I think Ray is actually being genuine in this context of yes, there is a desperate rejection of intelligent design condition in both atheists. I'd say it's a positive, correctly stated position. And I also think that his secondary point, which would be if you actually went and dove into the intricacies of a cell, you might have less likelihood to be able to easily reject it and just purely accept that it happened by chance. But okay, so Bubblegum's gonna get to go, and then
I just want to say I'm not done with Donnie, so whenever I get the chance.
Didn't get a chance to
then it will be
Donnie.
then it will be Enda's Near's turn, who just joined us, and then we'll go back into rotation. So who did I say was up? Bubblegum, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, to say that organisms aren't going extinct just flies in the in the face of observable facts. Okay, do you believe animals are going extinct?
Who are you asking?
Well, the atheists in the room, or you, Leo, I guess.
Which animals?
All the animals.
All animals going extinct? No.
Evidently not. We're still here.
So the stories that we hear on the news that bees
most of them already
going
have.
extinct.
Oh yeah, some are.
So
All the
are those made up, or is that like a real issue in the world?
Wait, is what a real issue?
They're
Okay, so
endangered
you-
species.
Okay, one
Yeah,
at a time.
are you just asking if there's endangered species? Yeah, there is.
Okay, so how do you reconcile that?
I
with
don't
the
know what you
fact-
mean.
Okay, you're
Reconcile it
proposing
with what?
Okay, you're proposing that with evolution. Okay, in evolutionary theory, okay, the worst thing we can do to the current environment to get rid of the animals is to nuke the entire world, right? That would kill all organisms, correct?
If we did what up the entire world?
Nuke it.
Well,
That would kill everything.
Not
It might take a while, but yeah, probably.
Not bacteria
So
that
yes.
feeds on radioactive material. There is
So-
bacteria that feeds on radioactive material.
Yeah,
Okay,
life
that
at the
would-
bottom of the ocean would be just fine.
A lot of macroscopic animals would die.
Yeah, most land creatures probably, maybe atmospheric creatures would die, but ocean life largely, I think, would be okay.
So you don't think the radioactive fallout will fall in the oceans?
Well, but that's salt water, so it's just. I mean, when you're talking a mile and a half down, right? It's just not going to be an issue. That's too much. That's too much material insulation for the for the nuclear radiation. It's just going to interact with way too much before it gets down that far.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be that way before you get to like 100 meters down. I mean, I'm sorry.
Okay. All organisms needs to rise up to get some air. Okay.
No, no, that's false.
Large mammals.
Deep trench.
Okay, large mammals, perhaps.
Whales.
Yeah,
Whales do,
but not
Okay,
all.
Okay, so the only
guys,
ones that
quick time out. So $20 super chat from George. Thank you so much, George Bond. And by the way, George, I hope you're getting better, folks. George has caught some COVID, so let's all pray for him. He'll get better. He says not a bad case, but I think it's him and his wife, and I think his mother have all got it. So let's hope they'll get better soon. But George says, enjoy the dumpster fire. Hope Mark stops saying companies go bankrupt by using YEC models. Glad to correct you. If you can find that reference, please link it. Okay.
Sure. If I do find that, you'll be the first I'll send it to. Okay, George? Relax. Okay. I will send you 2 copies. How about that, mate?
Okay. All right,
Bubble,
so
what's your point though? I'm sorry.
Okay, Bubble and Leo have a little back and forth, and then Endus Near will get to talk, and then we'll get back into circulation. Go ahead.
Okay, so you understand that nuking the entire planet is going to get rid of everything. Probably, maybe some fish will live deep down at the bottom of the ocean.
No,
But that's about it.
No, that's not going to happen.
So you think if we nuke the entire planet,
I know that pretty much all ocean life will be okay. I know.
all ocean life. So you think whales are going to make it then?
If effective whales, it's possible. I mean, I can't speak to
They're
that
not.
specifically,
They're not
but
gonna Leo, that's
in virtue
ridiculous.
of what?
That's
In
ridiculous.
virtue of what? In virtue.
Okay, if we
will I not
nuke-
make it?
Okay, if we get rid of, for example, if we get rid of the what's it called the ozone, do you think any life?
Wait, wait. You're conflating. You talked about nuking the surface of the planet. Now we're talking about getting rid of the ozone. These are 2 different things.
It's the same effect.
No, it's
grant
not.
this to him so he can make his point. Just
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to understand like what his actual point is, because
know.
These are not what the two things he's talking about are not the same thing. So is his point that we're nuking the
No,
planet, or is his point that we're eliminating like the ozone?
A catastrophic event that largely affects all organisms, that will wipe out all organisms. Or the majority. Yeah.
Yeah, it would just
Those
be a
have
mass
happened.
extinction event. Those have happened multiple times. Yeah, like what
Yeah,
six
okay.
times is 7 times, isn't it, AJ? Something like that.
6 times, 5 or 6.
Yeah, like
Okay.
99% of all life that's lived on Earth has died. So I mean,
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier. Like this is already pretty much
Yes.
happened.
So basically, you would agree all life, at least on the surface, including large mammals on the ocean, would all get wiped out if we nuke the entire planet, right?
probably, yeah.
Okay.
I will just
so-
grant you that
so-
and say yes. Go ahead.
So when a meteor comes and does the same thing, how do you restart from a 0.0 or basically just a fish?
Well, I don't know what you mean. The thing is
Well,
such an event isn't going to wipe out all life, and so
Well, you
because
do agree
life is itself a very dynamic system, and the environment on Earth.
Which organism survives the nuclear?
I haven't finished.
Leo,
I haven't.
Leo,
Finished. I haven't.
which organism survives the nuclear blast?
I haven't finished. And because the Earth itself, despite these cataclysmic events, is still dynamic. I haven't finished. Excuse me.
Mhm.
Sorry. What we're going to see is that life is going to continue to undergo the processes that it's been undergoing since it's existed on the planet, and
Nice
continue
fairy
to
tale.
develop and evolve into things that look different
Nice fairy
than
tale,
things
bro.
that exist thousands of years
Nice
prior.
fairy tale, bro. Now tell me which organism is going to survive a nuclear blast.
Bacteria.
Cockroaches, bacteria,
No.
deep sea
Tardigrades.
organisms, tardigrades, which already have. So
Just to say something quickly. Just say something quickly. Bubbles, there is a bacteria which lives on the inside of nuclear reactors and eats nuclear waste. We are looking at using them for cleaning up nuclear waste because they are completely unaffected by it. Their genetic sequence gets blasted
Yeah,
by
that's
the
a
radiation.
specified bacteria. Yeah,
Also,
those
some
little
dogs
bears
might
or
survive, too.
something bears.
Tardigrades, yeah. AJ already said that one.
Okay, hang on. All right. Before we can go around
Okay.
circles. Hang on. Everybody, silence. Let's let End of Near have a turn, and then we can get back into Dumpster Fire. Go ahead, End of Near. You've been being patient. What's on your mind?
Oh man, I didn't really have anything planned out. But yeah, I've been watching you guys debate evolution and for a little bit now. But no, I just came to tell y'all the end is near. You still got a little bit of time. You know, we got this new world order taking us into this cryptocurrency, digital currency system. You know, it's just a matter of time before they make you put a microchip on your right hand or forehead. If you don't comply, then you know you're basically gonna be a zombie for whatever this new world order synagogue of Satan system's gonna be. And yeah, you know, for anybody that hasn't accepted Jesus Christ yet, like Leo and Atheist Junior here, you know, I have the sinner's prayer here pulled up for you guys. So yeah, this is the sinner's prayer. It's dear Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust and follow you as my Lord and Savior. In your Son, Jesus' name, amen. So yeah, what do you guys think? If for Leo and for Atheist Junior,
praise Jesus.
Would you take a microchip on your right hand or forehead? If
I don't worry about that.
You don't worry
Dude,
about it. All right,
no.
just wondering.
Leo and Atheist Junior need girlfriends and a full-time job. This is your problem.
Are you suggesting that you would have to have
But I love
the
this how
microchip?
but I love this how
I'm serious.
Sunflower projects his petty life on.
No, because I used to be like you guys too.
Are you
No, I
suggesting you
do
would
like
have to
you
have the
guys
microchip to buy or sell? Is that what you're asking?
Come on.
Yeah. Would you take the microchip?
To be fair, I think Sunflower does have a
Would
GF.
you have to take it to buy or sell? Is that okay? I don't think that that's a likely situation because you can never completely stomp out any black market. You can't say like, oh, they're going to completely control all commerce on Earth. Like, you can't do that. There are always going to be black markets, especially with the internet. So I fail to see how even Satan could
I'm with you on
possibly
that,
control
because
this.
you know, you could barter and stuff with other people that haven't been.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Well, it's not about controlling.
AJ, hang on. The specific question was, would you participate in the required chip under your in your hand or forearm or board, whatever, in order to engage in society? Whether or not the black, I agree with you, the black market will continue to exist.
I forgot about Mark Reed too.
But that's not the question. The question is, would you engage with it?
No, I mean, not willingly. I would hold out, and if I, had to, I guess at some point, like if it was a life or death situation, I guess I would, but I would not do it willingly.
Okay, fair. Leo.
Well, it really it depends. I would need to know more factors. I mean, I'm hesitant to do it under a capitalist mode of production. But I would just need to know more details about the particular system.
So let me get this straight. So if it was communist, you would be willing?
Well, I suppose that's going to depend on what you mean by communism, because
what do you mean by communism?
Is there?
Okay, so I have no problem answering that question. When I think of communism, I think of an inevitable stage of society far in the future where we have largely decentralized our systems of government while retaining their democratic means of implementation, while at the same time eliminating currency and centralizing and democratizing control and ownership of, or I should say communalizing and democratizing control and ownership over the means of production.
You're talking about the oxymoron, anarcho-communism.
Well, I don't know what anarcho-communism means, honestly.
That's what you just described.
No, well, you can say that, but the term that you're claiming that I just described, I don't know what that term means, because what I just described is what any orthodox Marxist would describe as communism.
Yeah, that was like vanilla communism.
Okay, so basically, hey, real quick. So what we've established is that, and Mark, you're up next. We've established that AJ is more of a lack theist in relation to the chips.
What?
Leo is an agnostic, and Mark is a hard atheist in relation to in relation to accepting.
Wait.
The mark of the beast. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Okay, so it would really depend. If I could just talk, like, seriously, I've been waiting to talk for ages. I've been very patient. Like Leo, it would depend on the government doing it, as long as there was regulation, privacy, laws to remove the chip and stuff like that. I think I would be fine with being chipped. I think that would be fine. But I want to talk about Donnie. I've been really waiting to say this a lot. So the paper that he pulled up, what you're doing, Donnie, is you're sort of taking one part of it and then extrapolating. Nowhere in that paper does it say that evolution is false because of the things that you've said. Nowhere in it. It doesn't support you. It supports evolution. It does not say what you're claiming it says. Now, as for Stanford, he came out with the genetic entropy using the Kimura, his algorithm, to be able to calculate it. Kimura went back and told him he got it wrong. And Stanford said, hey, no, I think you're misrep. He's arguing with the guy that invented the formula, whether he's using it right or not, which is terrible, absolutely terrible. If Stanford wants to do something, he should come out with his own formula and say, hey, this is the better one. But he doesn't, unfortunately. And I'm glad you brought up sickle cell anemia, Donnie, because that can be a beneficial mutation. If you get one of the sickle cell genes, it's a hemoglobin mutation called HBS. With one copy, it confers resistance to malaria, and 2 copies, it causes sickle cell anemia. So your example is absolutely, I'm really sorry, mate, it's terrible, because it can actually be advantageous to have that.
Bruh.
Okay, let me respond. No, stop. My turn to respond. I sit here patiently until he's done.
Standards.
I'm sorry to do this to you, Mark, but round 2 is going to belong to me as well. So, firstly, natural selection operates on phenotype. Here's another source. Natural selection acts on the organismal level, the phenotype. Okay, so where do I start with your rebuttal? Okay, so firstly, it doesn't support. Here we go. Here's a few papers. So these papers do not support pond scum to people evolution one bit. Okay,
What does that mean?
actually, well, I'm not done. I actually, you guys make me laugh. I love you. Okay, I made it clear when I was presenting this argument that the authors are evolutionists. Okay, they don't disagree with universal common ancestry. They are recognizing a mutation accumulation problem. They are recognizing the fact that most mutations are not actually absolutely neutral. Okay, they're very slightly deleterious. They accumulate. In humans, we have relaxed selection. We take care of the sick. So unfortunately, diseases are on the rise. Thousands of new diseases entering the genetic database a year. Okay, so they put, if you actually read the papers, depending on which one you're looking at, or there's Alexei Kondrashov, who I believe it was a book. He wrote, "Why Are We Not Extinct?" 100 times over. He puts forth a mechanism called synergistic epistasis. Okay, and there's other mechanisms such as truncation selection or mutation count mechanism. And then the other one that Mark so graciously just put forth has to do with Kimura. So Kimura recognized the real problem of deleterious mutation accumulation. Now, what Kimura proposed without testing, he just kind of threw it out there. He said, well, beneficial mutations may be able to counterbalance the damage done by the deleterious mutations that are essentially pouring in from generation to generation. Unfortunately for Kimura and the evolutionist, he didn't actually test that. He just asserted it. So to Kimura, I say, nice assertion. Now, where's your empirical evidence backing that up? Well, unfortunately, again, for the evolutionist, there's been hundreds and hundreds to thousands of realistic numerical simulations done. Okay, and you can do this yourself. I've recently been talking to somebody who does the program regularly. They've actually written papers on this. And so this massive computer program, Mendel's Accountant, it's actually the most sophisticated evolutionary modeling system ever written. Okay, you can literally take any mutation rate you want, any mutation distribution, population size, and you can apply all of these parameters to these artificial populations. So you can actually look empirically to Kimura's rescue device, beneficial mutations, okay? And it's been done, like I said, hundreds of times, and unrealistic parameters sometimes, as in like unrealistic amounts of beneficial mutations. We understand from Lenski's experiment that beneficial mutations are rare, very rare, about 1 in a million. And so you allow the program to run its course, you look to natural selection, and you see over and over and over again that there's no solution to the genetic degeneration problem. These rescue devices, synergistic epistasis, super beneficial mutations, trade-offs. I debated Dr. Stefan Frello, PhD biologist. He put forth trade-off. That's been looked at. They've all been analyzed, published. They all failed. They've all been falsified. So these arguments that Mark is looking to are just your typical talking points that people like Dr. John Sanford, they kind of just laugh at this point because Dr. Sanford recently spoke at the NIH. In case you don't know what that is, that's the National Institute for Health, on human genetic degeneration. And he put forth these mechanisms, and he demonstrated that, yeah, unfortunately, these have been looked at and they've been falsified. So human genetic degeneration and degeneration in other species, it's a really real problem. And these mechanisms aren't going to cut it. The last point Mark looked to was sickle cell anemia. And it must have just went right over his head. Unfortunately, I do apologize, Mark. I do love you for sure. But my point was, even when you get the rare beneficial mutation, the 1 in a million, it turns out on a molecular level, it turns out to be, when you look to the genotype rather than the phenotype, it turns out to be reductive. So even though you get a resistance to malaria with the sickle cell allele or trait there, it's actually due to a deformed hemoglobin protein. So it's degenerative, it's functionally compromising. And my whole point is reductive beneficial mutations are not going to counterbalance the damage. It's been looked at. It's a very serious problem for evolution, and until you guys start taking it seriously, you're going to keep losing the battle, unfortunately, with informed creationists. So I yield. I do appreciate those points.
I'd like to respond here, if I may.
Real quick before we go, and in line with what you just said there, Donnie, one of the things that drives me up the wall about the sickle cell anemia conversation is it also just the having the gene also initiate susceptibility to a plethora of other diseases. You might not have sickle cell anemia, but you're likely to have other things or are susceptible to other things that you wouldn't have been if you didn't have the original. So the short-term benefit has a multitude of negative long tail effects, which is ignored over and over again. Okay, Leo can go.
Can I respond just quickly, because you did say he did quote me by name, and you said you could respond.
All right. Mark can respond, and then Leo will be up, and then who wants to get back in this after
SFT with the mic drop?
Next opening after that. Hang on. Let's get some order here. So AJ,
Mark Reed has a channel. You can put the link in the chat.
AJ, or do you want to say anything? You've been quiet for a while.
So was it my turn, or do I get to?
I'm trying to get order of who wants to go after you. So it's
all right. Okay.
You're going to respond, then Leo, and I'm asking AJ if he wants to say anything.
Well, I do have to go, so I will respond just quickly, and then I'll go.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, so this paper, it's and it's funny that, Donnie, I'm going to have to trash you again. It's funny that you always leave out the name of it, which is Mutation and Human Exceptionalism, our future genetic load. And you're intentionally missing that out, Donnie, because you know that it's in relation to humans going forward and not backwards. And you know that for sure. And that's why you never actually, give a citation for the paper, including a name. It also talks about
I literally screen shared, Mark. It was up on the screen, the paper with the name and everything. Were you looking at the screen, or were you looking at genetic entropy debunked on Google?
I was reading the paper.
Don't misrepresent me, Mark. I had my screen shared with all the citations up for you to write down and to look at. So don't give me that crap.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't see it. It must have
Yeah,
been.
you see what he's saying is that
what
you shared was just honest, because it didn't share the full of everything the paper includes.
My screen was shared.
Yelling over the top of me.
I'm the only one actually giving citations.
Why are you getting so upset? What you were sharing is not like the full scope of what the paper
shows. This shows how we.
Leo, you're gaslighting right now.
No, it shows how you only share small snippets of paper to decide
degeneration problem. Leo, you laughing right now is gaslighting further.
Evolutionary population geneticists recognize this.
So Sunflower doesn't know what gaslighting means.
You're just going to yell and yell.
So Mark Reed, let's actually get an argument and a rebuttal and a response to you, because these equally timed rebuttals are great.
What's funny is I've been trying to get that from him the whole night and haven't got it.
Yeah, I know.
I provided you citation after citation, and I've demonstrated
none of which fundamentally agrees with
you. Have been falsified. Go ahead.
Can I continue? Maybe. Okay, so the reason why
actually address something and you can go.
Okay, so usually when you cite a paper, what you'll do is have the big, the title of the paper, the author, etc., in up the top, and that's completely missing off of Donnie's thing. He sort of this doesn't agree with him at all, and the fact that it is going forward into the future.
Is this a
that's not a paper. That's not
the name of a paper.
Is this a paper? Mutation and Human Exceptionalism, our future genetic load. I am showing you what the
I love that you're showing us just the abstract.
What the mutation rate is. It's 100 new mutations per person per
generation. Sure, great. That doesn't. That's
not evolutionary population that are actually recognizing the fact that these 100 new mutations accumulated from generation to generation are, open your eyes, look at this looking, they are very slightly deleterious, and you're not giving an answer in the audience.
Yell over the top of people. So this is going forward into the human progress, not backwards, like Donnie says. In nowhere in this paper does it say, hey, we can extrapolate backwards.
Mark, I understand it's going over your head, and you know what? I can't understand it for you. Okay, you not understanding it, that's your problem and not mine. I'm not mad. I'm having a good time. Okay, fish and humans are not related through common ancestry. The point is,
Yeah, they are.
we can't persist. If
Yeah,
we
they are.
can't persist for millions of years into the future,
We already have.
because of genetic degeneration, then species can't persist for millions of years into the past. I am
You haven't shown that?
extrapolating, yes, but I am extrapolating appropriately given.
Yeah,
the
so I'm not
empirical
sure
data.
what you missed, but they say quite clearly in there it was because of our removal from the environment and
I've
other
already
factors like
explained that to you,
medicine.
Mark.
And those are the reasons why they say that is happening. Now, I can't, I'm just reading from it. I can't, you aren't hearing me or whatever. And they also say later on, owing to the indirect way in which the estimate of recurrent human mutation load has been obtained, skepticism is to be expected. Now listen, Donnie, they're talking to you. However, a recent mutation accumulation experiment with mice proves independent insight into the matter, as mice and humans have very similar gene and genomic architectures. To elevate the rate of appearance of mutations with discernible effects, the authors managed to replicate inbred lines of mutated strain for 20 generations, propagating it along. So they're basically saying that, yes, you can have, it's not going to degenerate in the wild. That's what they're saying. And
No.
what's really strange is that you've got a paper written by evolutionists supporting evolution, and Donnie has the temerity to come out and say, hey, this paper is against evolution.
Mark,
and nobody said, and it's just such a mischaracterization to say, hey, it's not saying pond scum to people evolution. I never said it did. So that's just a misrepresentation of what I've said. And I think that sort of saying that is disingenuous itself, because I never said it was pond scum to people evolution. I never said it proved evolution at all. But what it does is not saying what you say it's saying. What you're doing is cherry picking certain sections and saying evolution can't work because there's problems with this and that. Yeah. So what? There's problems. We're solving those problems. This paper is from what, 2016? 2016? That's 5-6 years ago. We're moving on since then. And the whole idea
in 2022
Stanford is suddenly the highlight of genetic studies. Give me a break. Most people in genetics think Stanford is an absolute pseudoscience peddler, and that's
then why did he just speak at the National Institute for Health? The National, I want to respond. The National Institute for Health, the National Institute for Health, believe it or not, is not a young Earth creationist organization. Okay, here on the screen is a literal picture of Dr. John Sanford,
doesn't mean
the
anything.
inventor of the gene gun, who published countless papers in both secular journals and creationist journals. Okay, he has a fantastic resume. He was allowed to speak at the National Institute for Health. Has anybody here ever spoken at the National Institute for Health? And he actually put forth what you're saying here in terms of these rescue mechanisms. Here's one slide. Here's a number of papers you can look at where they've actually looked to these rescue mechanisms and they don't work. I've already explained, I've already rebutted these same points that you're repeating. The mutation rate is high in humans. Humans will go extinct and descend into genetic sickness first because of relaxed selection. Okay, but we understand in mammals, in general, they have a high mutation rate. Selection is stronger in the wild, but they've already looked at this in numerical simulations, okay? Because we understand that effectively neutral mutations are invisible to selection in humans and in zebras and in lions.
Then find me a paper which says that, Donnie. Find me a paper which says that, not take a bit out of somebody's paper.
Start in the middle of mine, okay? But I'm almost done. Every single argument and rescue device that you've put forth, Mark, has been looked at. You're out of date, unfortunately. His name is Dr. John Sanford, okay? Send me the link to when you spoke at the NIH. I would love to see it, okay? So the point is, yes, humans have relaxed selection. Mutation rates are high. Diseases are accumulating. We will degenerate faster than species in the wild. But species in the wild still have a high mutation rate, roughly 100 new mutations per person per generation. They're still invisible to selection. Selection's stronger, but it will not solve the genetic degeneration problem. It just means that the process of genetic degeneration is slower in the wild. But we still see in the wild, paper after paper, example after example of degeneration, mutation accumulation, disease, and genetic related diseases popping up. I yield. I'm actually looking for a
is it my turn to
sophisticated rebuttal.
respond
I haven't
now?
seen any
All
yet.
right,
Well,
I
haven't gotten
me
that chance.
Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. I muted Mark. Okay, so we're gonna let him respond.
Wow.
Donnie, do not interrupt him. Put yourself on mute. Do not come off mute. Okay, Mark's gonna get to respond. Then Leo gets to talk, and then we'll get back into normal stuff. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so if you want to say a paper supports me on genetic entropy and stuff, go find that paper, Donnie. Go and find that paper. Don't give me a paper that has got the human future development of genome and say, hey, it supports my genetic entropy because it has these sentences inside it. Go find me the paper with the conclusion that you are making, or else what it is your conclusion smuggled into that paper based upon the cherry-picked sentences that you have taken out of it. And I'll await that paper with bated breath on genetic entropy.
So no rebuttal. No rebuttal. Hey, leave it up to the audience, guys. Mark Reed, dodge, duck, dip, dived, and dodge. I love you, Mark, but you lost this one. But thanks for showing up.
Can I go next?
All right.
I'm happy to.
Leo gets
Anyway,
to
I'm
respond.
going to go because I want to have some lunch and I'm really hungry. But thanks for talking with you all. It was fantastic. I think the moderation was a little one-sided, but that happens, I guess. Do have a good night, good day, everybody, and take care.
Really, Mark.
Peace out, Mark.
Really, on the way out, after I literally take time to give people time responses, atheists go now, then back and forth. I've literally been trying to make it fair the whole night, and then you're gonna walk away with the moderation wasn't fair when I've been attempting to be extraordinarily fair the entire night. Mark,
You want me to
seriously, dude. Seriously, dude.
I can support my claim. I just was talking, and you just let Donnie shout over the top of me for a good 5 minutes or so. I'm not sure.
No, Mark, you're lying sack of shit right now. Now you're a liar.
Whoa!
Because I let you guys talk. I put you on mute for maybe a minute and a half, and then I said, then I muted Donnie and said, everybody, Mark gets to respond. Okay. And then you're going to claim that I muted you for all this time. That's bullshit. That's stone cold bullshit. Okay,
yeah, but Mark, you're not even utilizing your time. You literally just Mark just had uninterrupted time there, and he didn't even rebut it.
I'm not muting Donnie because
I think you guys are all hangry right now. You're not yourself.
Listen. Oh my goodness gracious! When I'm talking after being quiet and letting everybody go for this whole time, and I'm having a direct point, the next person that talks before I say I yield is gone. Okay, now I still understand, Mark, why you are going to sit here and be you can respond to me when I get done. Just be a straight up liar at this point. Are you exaggerating? Are you misremembering reality? I mean, you're just categorically false in this whole position. And I mean, I made direct effort to try and allow people on both sides to have time. I've told theists to be quiet and atheists to be quiet. No, let this person go. No, let that person go. And now you're going to try and run away. Oh, I've got to go to lunch. Thanks for being so not fair. I mean,
yeah, I truly believe that. Yeah,
can I respond to Mark, please?
No, I thought I had next.
Mark, I'm glad that's what you truly remember, and you have showcased beyond doubt the lack of memory of reality that is so indicative of atheists. Now,
so I wasn't talking, and Donnie didn't shout over the top of me. Is that what you're saying?
Oh my dude, you are honestly acting like a mental child right now. Go have lunch. Bye-bye. Okay. Actually, Praise, you wanted to say something to Mark before he goes?
The thing is, why can't you take...
Okay. Praise, were you wanting to say something before Mark goes? Who said they wanted to say something to Mark before he left?
Yeah, my bad. I tried to hit the stupid mute button. My bad. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to tell him.
All right, hang on. Praise, say your thing. Mark can respond, and then after that, he can go bye-bye. All right.
Yeah, we have numerous publications out there, like the decline of the IQ due to mutational melt or load. We have. I mean, are you denying these things, Mark? We have.
Yes.
There's multiple proofs of genetic entropy happening out there. You have to go against reality. I'm sorry. That's just you're anti-science at that point.
Yeah, you're literally denying all the articles
paper says is that degeneration is due to other factors like the removal from the natural conditions that we used to be under, and sort of if people have some kind of disease, we cure it, but if it's a genetic disease, that gets passed along, or we help them manage it and they still produce offspring. So there's other things at work here, and that's what Donnie's paper, the paper that Donnie brought up, that's what it says. So yeah, that's my answer. But fantastic. Have a good day. Maybe John. I'm not. I just you can't take
out, Mark.
Okay.
Wow,
in regards to the paper.
Well, I thought I was by the host given the opportunity to respond after Mark.
Yep, go ahead, Leo.
So,
Yeah, by the way, before you go, Leo. Yeah, Mark, you got booted because you were attempting to be a jackass again on your way out. If you could ever just act like a freaking adult and not be a douche on the way out, things would be so much easier. We'd get along so much better. Go ahead, Leo.
Listen, the only reason I was shouting over Mark there, because we had some good equally timed rebuttals, is he accused me of not citing my sources, and I'm pretty sure I've been the only one who actually
This
is
is why
screen sharing. So if you want, you could have you could have Mark come back in, because I do like Mark. I'll mute myself. He can have the last word on it. I don't care. Take 2 minutes, Mark. Respond to anything that you'd like to based on what I've said. I just don't appreciate it when people misrepresent me. Although he did admit he didn't see my screen being shared. So maybe that's the case. Maybe Mark's gone for good now. But if he wanted the last word on it, go right ahead. That's fine.
Well, if he wants to come back in, I'll let him in to discuss that. But let's get Leo's going to get to talk without interruption, and then AJ wants to get into the conversation. So go ahead, Leo. Oh,
yeah,
and by the way, I guess I'm just such a horrible moderator who don't ever let anybody talk. Go ahead, Leo.
Yeah, I don't think it was that you didn't cite your sources. It was that they just don't fundamentally agree with your conclusions. Anyway, yeah, this whole Mendel's accountant thing doesn't work because the thing with Mendel's accountant is that in the system, any given mutation has only exactly one fitness value, which is not how it works in the real world. So that's the end of the line for Mendel's accountant. With respect to the idea of negative mutation accumulation and all this, I just need to know like what standard we're using for determining whether a mutation is beneficial or not. And I've been asking that for the last 35 minutes, and I haven't gotten an answer thus far.
Well, I would say there's no such thing as a beneficial mutation.
So what do you take mutation to the term mutation to mean?
Error.
Error. Well, that's not what it means in biology. So you're just not using the term the way that biologists do.
That's literally what it does mean.
No, it's not. No, it's not. A mutation is a change in the genetic information of an organism.
They also define it as an error.
No, they don't.
Evolutionists might define it as a change, but change does not.
No, I'm talking about what actual people who actually have actual PhDs in the actual subject.
At this point,
and
you're talking about people like Richard Dawkins, and at this point,
no,
I
I'm
really
not
don't give a
talking
shit
about
what Richard Dawkins
I didn't
says.
mention. I did. Well, the funny thing is you're the one that brought up Richard Dawkins. I didn't mention his
He has
name.
a PhD in evolution, right?
And anybody that goes back and listens can see that I never mentioned his name, nor did I appeal to any single individual who has a PhD. I appealed to the broad consensus of experts in the field as to what a mutation is in biology, and you don't have it correct. I do.
Is Richard Dawkins not a professional?
I don't care about Richard Dawkins.
Is he a professional?
The funny thing is, I just googled it here, and from genome.gov, a mutation is a change in the DNA sequence of an organism, which is exactly what I said. So you have it wrong. It's not an error. I don't particularly understand what you mean by that term.
Yes, that is what a mutation is.
So what do you mean by error?
We have DNA. We have mutation repair mechanisms, Leo. Like the whole reason we have those.
That doesn't matter what I'm saying. I'm asking.
Silence.
Really, like that's all you are. I'm curious, Leo.
Sunflower, you're not up yet. Sunflower, come on. You're not up yet. It's AJ's turn. Go ahead, AJ, and then Sunflower.
Okay. Well, I will say that I'm friends with Mark, but I was able to copy the title of SFT's article and Google it myself, and I did that reading the rest of it while other people were talking. So, I mean, I thought that was just kind of a silly argument to have. You can, if you're going to say an error, I mean, it would be better to say that a mutation can be caused by a replication error. If you're replicating DNA, sometimes there's an error in it. But so I'm going to try and say this quick, I guess. But Donnie was talking about how there's so many harmful mutations and sort of asking the question of like, well, there's so many generations happening so quickly, and with all these harmful mutations, that means humans couldn't live this far into the future and also couldn't have lived so many, many years into the past. But the thing is that this has kind of already happened with the animal kingdom. Like 98% of all the living organisms on Earth that ever lived already went extinct. But the difference with modern humans is that we have a lot longer lifespans now, thanks to modern medicine, vaccines, way more farming, less world hunger. And so you don't have people raising huge families of 20 kids because the infant mortality rate has gone down so much. But animals are like kind of fending for themselves in the wild. Humans don't have to do that. So we're living longer and we're reproducing less often and less rapidly. So you don't have such a high rate of births. So you're not going to have as much of a problem with those harmful mutations. And we also are able to live in way more exotic environments and get, I think, beneficial mutations to offset some of those, like living at super high elevations in Tibet, Inuits that have beneficial mutations that allow them to eat mammals, like fat-rich diets from eating like walrus meat. The people in Tibet who have mutations that normally you wouldn't be able to live so high because the oxygen level is so low, but their blood oxygen levels are giving them a survival advantage, and so they have more surviving children. And somebody mentioned that DNA molecules have repair processes too. So I'm done.
I don't know how that last point had anything to do with
I like how we keep letting like Donnie and Bubbles dodge the question that I've asked for the last.
Can I respond to you, John, after they're done?
Hang
I know what you're talking about.
Hang on, guys.
I can explain it.
Leo, it's not your turn. It's Sunflower's turn. Then Praise. Then you can go, Leo.
We're gonna keep letting them dodge.
I'm so glad to have the floor. So, okay, once again, Leo devolves and sort of like backs into his stupid little
bitch about my presentation, but can't address my argument. Like he always does.
As he always does, will sort of curl into a little skeptical ball of saying like, I did not exactly specifically say that. If you recall what I specifically said, I did never want to say, yeah, you don't have a point, dude. You're a wrecking ball of aimless skepticism because you have nothing else.
I don't have points. That's why you're not addressing any of them, right?
Shut the fuck up, idiot. So listen.
God, you're such a bitch.
I'm going to explain. Yeah, he's panicking because he's a fucking loser in real life. Now listen, when Leo says that a mutation is not an error, he obviously is unaware of the fact that there are 5 DNA repair pathways. Every single mutation our body that ever occurs in our body, we have inbuilt mechanisms to correct them. So a persistent mutation that is not corrected by anyone's definition would be, of course, an error or a flaw. Okay, so Leo failed on that.
Not true.
Now, here's a bigger failure that Leo had tonight. When Mark was actually criticizing Donnie's source, let's keep in mind what Mark said. He was like, okay, you pulled out a quote, but you failed to mention the title of the article, which is about the future of humanity. Then when SFT pulled it up, with the title and the abstract in view, Leo chimes in his sort of like, frenetic, like chaotic chorus of just pure, like skepticism and anger towards the status quo, goes, you're only showing us the abstract.
I'm waiting for an actual response to anything that I said.
You're only showing us the abstract, not realizing that SFT showed the title in the abstract to disprove Mark's criticism, which was that he didn't show the title. So Leo, it literally is existing in a superposition of self-hatred and then projection of that onto everyone else. Listen, I'm sorry, Leo. You have so much growing up to do, and I think you really need serious therapy because your existence on the internet, it is indicative of someone that's deeply troubled. And you can't keep doing this, man. You're lashing out in a seriously concerning way. And I've seen tweets that support that.
Let's let Leo respond. In fairness, we need to let Leo respond to this because we would direct assault to him. So go ahead, Leo.
Well, I just think it's funny that Sunflower's telling me I'm the one that needs to grow up and my voice is deeper than his could ever hope to be because my balls hang lower than his could ever hope to hang. So
okay,
that's probably all I have to say.
I rest my case. That's all you needed to hear.
Okay, in defense of Sunflower.
But my question still hasn't been answered.
Sunflower actually has a GF.
What do we mean?
I don't think Leo has a GF. Do you have a GF,
job,
Leo?
A girlfriend, and a bachelor's degree. Leo has nothing to show for his life. So
do you have a GF, Leo?
He has an avatar of a lion folding his arms in front of a chalkboard, but he has literally nothing to show for anything. He has no accomplishments, no girlfriend, no job, no nothing. You're a wrecking ball. You're a vector of anger and hatred.
I'm curious how you know any of that.
You're a vector of anger and
frustration. Most atheists tend to.
So all you're going to do, Sunflower, is bitch about who I am because you're such a fucking bitch. You can't respond to any of the points that I say.
I used to be like that too.
Because you do nothing but posture as an intellectual on the internet, but don't actually respond intellectually to any of the points that people make because you don't have any fucking clue where the discussion is going.
It's all come together now.
Does having a girlfriend make your argument right?
Oh, I'm wondering, Sunflower, what's your response to my arguments? Did you have? So you're just gonna dismiss my arguments because you don't have a response.
My argument, Chad. Your argument, Virgin.
Someone's character in lieu of an argument because you do not have the capability of actually responding to what I'm saying. That's all you're doing.
All right.
You're desperately scraping the bed.
Okay,
for anything that you can.
Both of you, quiet down. Okay,
Why does Sunflower get to talk about people like this, John? Why?
I'm letting Leo respond back to him. Okay, this is called open. It's called
openly insult other people.
It's called freedom of speech.
Why not?
Okay, Leo's been insulting back as well. So it's
it's a back and forth.
It's a quid pro quo. Okay.
You guys are never gonna get married with this pussy fucking attitude. I swear.
Sunflower, if you were on life support, I would fucking pull the plug on you to charge my phone.
I'm sure you would because you're a piece of shit. You're an atheist.
Fuck you. Shut the fuck up, you stupid little.
First of all, you're morbidly obese, so you're the only one to be on life support by the looks of it.
Talk shit. Why don't you turn your webcam on?
I would not pull the plug on you.
Do you think the G spot is real?
I like how you installed Leo's voice when you fucking voice cracked somebody who hasn't gone through puberty
yet.
You're
an angry obese insect.
Hey, AJ. He look at me.
I would still never.
The people who.
And then I get muted.
Nah, don't mute them. Let them keep going.
Okay, John, let's go to 1 minute responses again because I think everybody probably has something they want to say.
That's
and let's get back to the topic.
That's evil.
Are you not entertained?
Okay, so Leo, I didn't realize I was on mute this whole time. So Leo, the G spot is definitely real. Okay, you can definitely take that to the bank. Now all right, so AJ can respond to Sunflower because you guys have been threatening to kill each other and such. You guys get that out. And by the way, I was responding to you, AJ. I didn't realize I was on mute on that too. I was saying that in this whole deal, I'm allowing it to go on because there's been insults on both sides, and what's good for the goose is good for the gander, freedom of speech, etc., etc., etc. Now, AJ, you can respond to Sunflower. Somebody can respond to AJ. 1 round each, and then we will, I think, praise at something you wanted to say, and then we'll get back into general discussion.
Well, I want my 2 minutes too.
Okay, go ahead, AJ.
No, I appreciate what you're saying about free speech, but I disagree. Like, Sunflower is the only person who's been just attacking people's personal lives over and over again. He's the one who's doing that. He's been doing it since I came in here. So I disagree with that.
Well, in fairness, you responded instead of he was on life support.
Yeah,
you would pull the plug.
I did now.
So I mean,
after having to listen to this pipsqueak all the stream long, fucking talking shit. Eventually, I'm gonna get tired of it. But
yeah, you have a short temper.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm done. I'll just talk to you guys.
We'll run away. We'll run away.
Shut the fuck up, Sunflower. You're so fucking annoying, dude.
Don't compulsively eat cheese whiz, you fat bastard. Listen, AJ is a really fat person. First of all, he's a huge guy.
All right. Okay, hang on.
Notice how we can't address arguments.
Let's not. Hang on. I did not kick out AJ. AJ, come back in. All right, let's not attack.
Can I go first?
Okay.
Can I go first?
Why not? He has failure on all levels of his life, including physical.
Well,
I mean,
the amount of
AJ is a one-trick pony.
Sunflower is absolutely astounding. Like, it's insane.
Okay, hang on. We got somebody new. We got Rebel Nazarene just joined. We'll let them talk, and then Donnie let us 2 minutes, and then Praise. Are you still with us? You have to take yourself on freaking mute if you still want to have a chance to talk.
Yeah, I was just waiting for my chance. That's all.
Okay, all right. So Rebel's new to the stream. We'll get to talk, and then Praise can go, and then we'll go to Donnie. Okay, go ahead, Rebel.
Yeah, my biggest problem with evolution is especially on this topic about does it explain diversity, is I don't see how a single-celled organism like a bacteria or amoeba, whatever they call it, can somehow have because clearly these people who, I know there's theistic evolutionists, but most of the atheists that believe in theory of evolution, clearly they don't believe in some kind of aspect of intelligent design that would necessitate some kind of thinking mind, right? So I don't see how a bacteria can just have like, I don't know what else to call it besides like a mind, to have the creativity to be like, okay, you know what? Let me turn into like a fish, and I'm going to turn into a squirrel, and then also like snails, and like a snake, and like a cricket too. And then, oh, wait a minute. Wait, I have to have food to eat. So let me also turn into the food that I need to eat for what the animals that I'm turning into. And let me not worry about the water or air that's already been here. And I can't explain where that came from. But like it doesn't stop. Like there's not only are there multiple kinds of genres of species, like the reptiles, amphibians, mammals, but within those classes of living organisms themselves, there's like billions, or there's like millions and millions of diversity of species within itself, right? So I just don't understand where that level of complexity comes from. And then the last thing I want to say is I was on Nathan's channel today from Digital Gnosis. He brought up a term that I forgot about, which was the irreducible complexity of life. And that reminded me of how like something like the eye, for example, how that can't work unless it has all the different parts of it like together at the same time, right? So like in an eye, there's a pupil, an iris, a sclera, a cornea, a lens, tear duct, all this stuff, and even the nerves and muscles associated with it. How can any kind of living organism like see their environment around them unless they had all these different synchronously working anatomical aspects to their eye? It just does not work. You just take out, say, your optic nerve, for example, out of your eye right now, and you have everything else. Your eye is completely shut out. Like it just doesn't work anymore. So that alone completely debunks evolution.
Well, that was one big argument from ignorance. Well, I don't understand this or how this works, so it must have been God.
No, it's saying
it's
it's irreducibly complex, so it cannot arrive.
Yeah, he's saying I don't understand how this works, so it must have been God. Like, how did the eye evolve? I don't know. It must have been God.
That's a straw man. What he's saying,
I don't know.
Leo. That's not what he's saying, Leo.
And I don't get it.
All right.
That's not what he's saying,
all right,
Leo.
So Praise. Okay, Bubblegum, you can talk after Praise. Go ahead, Praise.
So I just wanted to, if Mark listens, he can check it out later. I put the link in the private chat, but also the regular chat, that the human intellect has been proven. It's been proven that it degrades, and it's going through entropy. But not only that, there's another paper that shows atheists are a product of entropy, genetic entropy, and I can even. The name of the paper is.
That just makes sense. I believe that on face value.
The name of the paper is "The Mutant Says in His Heart There Is No God. The rejection of collective religiosity centered around the worship of moral gods is associated with high mutational load." So,
Yes,
I mean,
reject. Yeah.
how can any evolutionist deny genetic entropy? We have proven
Because it's
evidence
not
of this.
reproducible. No, you don't.
It is. It's reproducible. And
Why
by
is it nowhere to
definition,
be
it
found in
is.
ecology? Why has it not been discovered despite putting massive mutagenic loads on a variety of different viruses and bacteria in the lab?
We've observed it in bacteria. We've
No, we
observed it in
haven't.
mammoths. I'm not done. We've observed it in cheetahs. We've
You might not be
observed
done,
it in
but you're
isolated
also wrong.
butterfly
No, we
populations.
haven't.
We've observed it in Neanderthals, Homo floresiensis, Homo naledi.
What have
Homo
we observed
luzonensis.
specifically?
I mean, do you want me to keep going?
What
I
have
could
we
probably give you
observed
100
specifically?
examples.
What have we observed
We're observing
specifically?
it today in humans.
What have we observed specifically?
Well, you know, we had this conversation, Leo, a year
Yeah,
ago.
are you going to tell me, or are you just going to allude to a conversation in the past? What have we observed specifically?
We've observed species, for example, mammoths. One example, they went extinct due to deleterious
species go
mutation
extinct all the time. Evolution can account for this. Next.
You
No,
literally
it
just
can't.
asked for an example of
literally
genetic
can't.
entropy.
Yeah, I asked
gave
for an
you
example
one,
of genetic
and
entropy. You gave me an example of a species that has gone extinct. In virtue of what is it extinction a result of genetic entropy?
Okay, here, for example, Leo.
No, I'm not asking you, Bubbles. I'm asking Donnie.
How about
Okay, so we've observed it in, and I can give you 25 different examples. I'll stick with the mammoths because I could probably screen share if I find it in time. So mammoths went extinct due to accelerated genetic degeneration, due to mutation
that?
accumulation. They came to the forefront.
So you're assuming genetic entropy.
Well, Leo,
you're just begging the question. You're assuming that their extinction was a result of genetic entropy, therefore genetic
It literally
entropy.
says in the paper, mutation meltdown caused the extinction of mammoths. It literally says that in the paper. Do you want me to show you it?
Certain isolated species can suffer from a variety of mutagenic processes. That's not genetic entropy.
That is genetic entropy.
No,
What?
no professional calls it that. I wonder why.
Call it mutation
I gotta give Leo a basic lesson, okay? When we have
No, you
small
don't.
populations, Leo, I understand you're excited, okay? Degeneration always accelerates.
Actually,
Whenever
kind of
a small
bored. I'm just hearing the same thing.
Leo, I like it. You're excited. I'm almost done. Whenever a small
No, I'm actually kind of bored because I'm just hearing the same things. Like I'm
because you're getting refuted. Because you're getting
craving for something.
You keep interrupting.
So
Craving for something new.
Okay, genetic deterioration always accelerates in small isolated populations. We've seen this. Okay,
What's the argument for that?
This is a sneak, just based.
He can't help himself. He's got a disorder.
That's the problem.
So,
you can't give arguments claims your worldview rests upon. You'll just say, "Well, we see this all the time." You won't actually give you say, "Oh, well, you're just being refuted." I show you this all the time.
I've given you an example of mammoth.
Exactly. You're doing.
You're not liking it.
You don't have any arguments
with your
foundational aspects of your worldview. This is just sad.
Okay, so we're seeing it in Lenski's experiment. His bacterial populations, they've shrunk in
The guy himself is like straight up said that's
deleterious mutation accumulation. We're seeing it in humans today. Humans are accumulating many thousands of deleterious mutations, which are okay. Here, John,
So,
share my screen.
when
Wait,
you
I've been looking this whole time because I've got 9,000 slides. John, share my screen.
How do we determine that a mutation is deleterious versus not? What's the standard there?
Guys. Okay, you ready for a good laugh? Notice this. Mammoth had an excess of what looked like bad mutations, genomic meltdown. Dying woolly mammoths were in genetic meltdown. Genomic study of extinction in progress may offer insights for modern conservation. Now, humans, we have a population of 7 billion. Okay, we're not in a small isolated population like mammoths. So obviously, it's going to take us longer to descend into complete genetic sickness like the mammoths. But as more mutations accumulate, there's more homozygous loci and therefore more manifestations of recessive mutations, just like we see in these small isolated populations. Here's another one. High genetic load in an isolated butterfly population.
Yeah, an isolated. butterfly population.
Leo.
What do you
Yeah,
think
see,
happened?
Small
after-
isolated population experiences genetic degeneration quicker than a larger population, but it's microgenetic entropy. Humans, we're seeing the effects right now. We're a
Oh,
large.
no, it's just microgenetic. Oh, yeah.
Leo is Mr. Cognitive Dissonance.
Leo, what do you think happened after the meteor impact?
Oh, God, I'm not done. I'm okay. So
Yeah, that's not
mammoths,
relevant.
modern humans, butterflies. Here's Neanderthals. The Neanderthal genome included harmful mutations that made the hominids around 40% less reproductively fit than modern humans. They had a high genetic burden, may have contributed to their extinction. Mutation accumulation in small isolated populations is a sneak preview into where larger populations are heading genetically. Does that help you, Leo?
So no, it doesn't. So let me reiterate the question I've been asking for an hour. No, that still has not been answered. What standard do you use to determine good versus bad mutations?
I
The
just
same
answered
standard that evolutionary population geneticists look.
This
okay?
is not
If you
answering
look
my
to a
question.
mutation,
What
and
standard do you use for determining good versus bad mutations?
Can I answer? Can I?
No, I'm not asking you. I don't want an answer from a person I'm not asking the question to. No offense. Donnie, what standard do you use to determine good versus bad mutations?
Leo, you got a lot of studying to do. The same standard, the same methodology that evolutionary scientists.
And what is that standard?
Listen,
What is that standard?
Look at
No,
the
no, no,
screen,
no, 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 no,
Look at the
no.
screen.
What is that
Listen,
standard?
if we
Leo,
look,
why won't you ask me that question?
Leo,
What is
if we
that
look-
standard?
Oh, hey, stop! Hey,
Yeah,
John,
you're
I'm
getting
trying
so
to answer the
upset.
question, okay? Notice when
Leo,
mutations
why won't you
accumulate,
ask me that
Bubblegum,
question?
shut up! Bubblegum, shut up! Because you give the wrong answers half the time with your ridiculous polytheistic garbage and your fixity.
Yes, because my position can answer his question.
No, Bubblegum, your answer is wrong. You denied that a mutation is a random change in the sequence of a nucleotide.
No,
in
mutations
DNA. That
are
is a
all
mutation.
errors. All mutations are errors from my position.
But
and I
listen.
can answer his question.
No, the question is not black and white, as in, yes or no. We have to look to the specimen, look to the genotype, see what mutation it is. Notice this with the mammoth.
There's a reason Leo can't ask me that question.
Okay, listen. If they're riddled with deletions, okay, or it's reductive in the sense that we see a broken protein or a broken gene due to its reductive, or we look to Lenski's E. coli bacteria and we can see that it's a loss of genetic functionality. This is all deleterious. That's our standard. We can tell.
How do you determine something's deleterious? You're just being circular.
It's not circular. Okay.
Okay, so then what standard do you use to determine a good mutation from a bad mutation?
It's the same. If you're looking at it, let's say,
and you say it's the same standard as evolutionary biologists. And what is that standard?
A typographical
Hell,
error.
I'm ignorant, Donnie. You know more than me. What is that standard?
I don't think you understand your own question.
I don't. What is that standard? What is that standard?
Listen, if a mutation occurs,
You don't
in
have
the
an
nucleotide
answer,
sequence
do
of the
you?
DNA, we are going to look to the mutation and
don't have
determine:
an
is this a deletion? Is this a substitution? Is this an inversion?
What determines if those are good or bad?
We can tell if it's good or bad because if it's a deletion
How? What
mutation
standard?
that leads to a disease, then we know that that's bad.
What do you? So yeah, but how do you determine that something is good or bad?
Okay, you know what? Since you're not accepting the answer, how did these scientists determine that these mutations in the genome of mammoths were bad? Answer that.
I'm going to be honest with you because I'm honest with my answers. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, you don't know, but they say
Why
it
I'm
right
asking
here.
you,
They
and
say
you're
it
not
right
telling
here.
me.
I am telling you, if a mutation, there's not just one kind of mutation. There's inversion mutations.
I never denied this.
Okay, so we look to the mutation, okay, and we see what the result is. We could.
What
see what the result
standard
is
do
on
you
the
judge it
phenotype.
against to determine that a mutation is good or bad?
If 100 mutations, I accumulate 100 from my parents. Those mutations are occurring in places where there were no mutations. So those are essentially errors that we can understand are defects when we compare to the previous generation. I can compare
By
my
error,
genome
do you
to my
mean
parents'
deviation?
genome and see where those errors have accumulated.
By
And
error, do you mean deviation?
a deviation
Okay.
from,
Okay. All right.
let's say, my parents' genome.
Yeah. Awesome. So how do you determine if that's good or bad?
Okay, the same way that evolutionary scientists do.
And how do they do it?
Okay, they look. If it's a deletion, it leads to a disease. It's a deviation.
Well, but some
from
deletions don't lead to disease. Some
Listen,
deletions are good.
I'm not playing your semantics. Okay.
Oh, I'm
See,
not asking semantics. I like literally. I'm sorry, Donnie. You can't say that something is good or bad if you don't have a standard against which you're judging that. Man, I'm just asking you about your own position, and you're not answering me. You're not telling me your standard. No, you haven't.
The only
All
one
you
not
said is,
answering
well, it's
tonight
the same that evolutionary biologists use. But then when I ask you what that is, you don't give an answer because I don't think you know.
Yes. I don't think you understand the fact that we can actually compare the genetics of, let's say, myself and my parents.
I never denied this.
Okay. Well, we can see what's if it's been deletions, point mutations.
Yeah, but you're assuming deletions are intrinsically bad, and then I'm asking you, how do you determine what's
Okay,
the
hang
standard?
on. Okay, I'm going to read from cancer.gov. Deleterious mutation.
By the way, it's not me that can't listen.
A genetic alteration that increases an individual's susceptibility or predisposition to a certain disease or disorder. When such a variant or mutation is inherited, development of symptoms is more likely but not certain. Also called disease-causing mutation, pathogenic variant, predisposing mutation, and susceptibility gene mutation. End quote. Continue.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. That's just like a quote.
That was
Bro, in the
there
context,
as-
dude,
oh my
you've
God.
been wanting to know how something is deemed a negative deleterious mutation, correct?
Well, not particularly. I'm wanting to know what the standard. Do you want me to clarify what my position is or not?
Okay. So did the other than playing like myopic semantic games,
I
was
don't
there
know what
anything about that what I just read that was not understood by you?
Yeah.
Okay, what?
The whole thing. I don't understand how it's a standard for determining good versus bad mutations.
Okay, so
are broken proteins good or bad?
Hang on. Okay, what about that did not show? Okay, would you agree or disagree that the opposite of the things that were described in that definition would probably be deemed beneficial, or at a minimum neutral?
Wait, would be deemed beneficial?
Okay, if the things that are considered deleterious result in disease or disorders, then things that do not result in that would at a minimum be neutral or beneficial, correct?
Well, sure, but that seems to assume that deleterious means intrinsically bad, and then I'm just wondering what standard.
Okay, so
is to use
what
to determine
about
that.
all the things that I just read, which is the definition of deleterious mutation, were positive?
I have no. I didn't hear any such terminology, to be completely honest.
Okay, so there was nothing positive about
Or
deleterious.
negative. I didn't hear any of that
Okay, I'm
terminology.
going to read it again, and audience, please pay close attention. Make sure I don't. Let me know if I stutter, or if somehow this does not make sense to you. Okay, I'm going to read it again. Deleterious mutation, quote, a genetic alteration that increases an individual's susceptibility or predisposition to a certain disease or disorder. When such a variant or mutation is inherited, development of symptoms is more likely but not certain. Also called disease-causing mutation, pathogenic variant, predisposing mutation, and susceptibility gene mutation.
And what was the term that this defines again?
Deleterious mutation.
Okay, and what is the point being made here?
You were asking that whole question. That was the whole point of your question, wasn't it?
I'm not asking you that question.
Oh my God.
Leo, you're having an IQ way above this. Please stop playing dumb.
I'm not playing dumb. I don't know why
you were asking this question.
Leo, you are
using ambiguous language, and I don't understand what your point is. Why won't you just clarify?
There is nothing ambiguous about what I just read. Nothing ambiguous.
Well, to me there is. Are you
What?
are you going to be? I already expressed it.
Leo,
What
why are you
is the
playing
point of
dumb?
you
Why
sharing
are
the
you
step?
playing
Okay,
dumb?
so you define deleterious. You define deleterious mutation. Great, but you didn't give me a standard for determining that versus something else.
The definition I've read twice now literally is explaining what would be classified as such.
Yes.
Do I need to read it a third
That's not
time?
what I'm asking, though.
Yes, it is.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
it is. It's
No,
literally
it's not.
what you asked
Would you
for.
like me to clarify what it is that I'm asking?
Go ahead and clarify.
I am not asking for a definition of either deleterious or beneficial. I am asking for a standard which determines the difference between the two.
Okay.
You gave me a definition of deleterious. You did not give me a standard for differentiating between the two.
Okay, let me reiterate my answer again, or part of the answer. Okay, the standard will be the precursor to whatever mutation it was. So let's say...
What does that mean? What do you mean by precursor?
You don't know what precursor means? Okay,
Well,
so
not
let's
in
say
this
an
particular context.
okay, I'm going to explain. Let's say an individual experiences a point mutation rather than a deletion or an inversion or something like that. Okay, so now we have a mutation that is affecting one or even a few nucleotides. Let's say we have a genetic sequence. Okay, so we have an individual who gets hit with a point mutation, and so it affects one nucleotide. Well, the standard is the precursor to that nucleotide that was hit with the point mutation. So the alteration in that nucleotide, okay, that is deviated from the precursor to that nucleotide that was unaffected by the point mutation, there's your standard.
So your just standard is a change.
Yeah, but that change, as John was pointing out, leaves that individual more susceptible to what?
Only in the instance that it's deleterious, right?
Okay. I'm going to read a different definition.
Standard for determining that?
I'm going to read a different definition. A deleterious mutation is one in which the protein product of a gene is not produced, is produced and does not function, or is produced and interferes with normal function. I mean,
how are we determining what function is here?
What the?
If it leaves the organism functionally compromised as compared to before it got hit with the mutation, then I think we can agree it's harmful.
Okay, Leo, if we can determine what the pre-existing function is based on sequence analysis, which we do all the freaking time, and we know prior to this, change that this is the function, and then you swap it for something else, and then it doesn't work anymore. I mean, I don't know how much more, how difficult is this to comprehend, Leo?
I'm gonna rage quit. I'm gonna rage quit.
It's just fine, but I mean, function is going to be to me, function is just a normative term. So
I want to hear Bubblegum's response. Go ahead, Bubblegum.
He rage quit.
Oh. Bubblegum and his
What happens when people don't have
hey, listen, if Bubblegum is rage quit, we know things are in full scale meltdown. If Bubblegum is rage quitting, that's a rarity for him.
So, for example, Leo, take sickle cell anemia. It's the result of just a single point mutation. Okay, so it's an alteration of just a single nucleotide, and it actually results in disease. So that alteration from, let's say, the precursor, the nucleotide before it was hit with that point mutation that caused sickle cell anemia, is that deleterious? Is that bad? Is that harmful? Is this a good thing?
It depends, because it was particularly SCD, sickle cell disease, is caused by a mutation in both copies of the HBB gene. But if you have just one, you'll have actually what is effectively an immunity to malaria, I believe. And I think Mark mentioned this earlier. So there are instances where you can
a greater susceptibility to a whole
there
bunch
are
of
instances
disease.
where you can consider it detrimental. But again, considering something beneficial or detrimental is going to depend on the standard against which you're using to measure those.
What happens when you become homozygous at that site and all you have is the defective copy? Then what?
I hope that we can manage that.
Well, would that be bad or good?
Well, I mean, I think that with respect to the standard of how humans live today and how our society is today, that largely we would see it as a negative. But see, unlike you, I can actually provide a standard there.
What about a point mutation that causes something like Huntington's disease? If you're familiar with that, it's a horrible condition, horrible disease. That deviation from...
Horrible in what sense? Like, what does it do?
Really, well, if you've never heard of Huntington's disease,
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it does.
It's very similar to ALS. It breaks down your I think it's neurodegenerative. So, are you familiar with ALS?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, it's very similar to that. So,
Oh, wow.
I believe it's what.
So it
Stephen
would
Hawking
cause
has.
massive
It's
amounts
not
of like
good,
physical
put it that
pain.
What's that?
So it would cause like massive amounts of like physical pain and discomfort.
Pain,
like
your body shuts down.
Things humans would typically say is something that one ought not endure. Correct.
I would say it's not it's standard. It's
Okay,
not,
so that's the standard we would use then for saying that's a bad thing. All right. Yeah, I agree.
Hey,
all right. On that note,
been a while, man.
let's do final words. We're in 4 hours and 42 minutes. I'm tired. It's 2:15 my time. It's time to call it night. So let's do. We'll do last
Leo,
words.
you made it, but look, I got to congratulate Leo. Out of all the evolutionists, he made it to he endured to the end. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Leo
I would say
survives.
it's more the beginning of the
Leo, as a reward, you're accumulating 100 new mutations.
Amazing.
You earned it. You earned it.
All right, Chris, you got anything you want to say?
Chris got raptured. Actually, I think Mark took Chris with him.
Rapture, it's not a pre-rapture.
Well, yeah, Chris and Mark are actually having a debate while Mark's on lunch. That's what's happening. Oh, there's Chris. What's up, man? Any last words before we wrap up? Okay, I'm not sure. I don't think Chris has moved. Is it a picture of Chris? Like,
He's just really extra lag.
He was in the exact same position as he was last time I saw him on camera.
You know, I think one of the best laughters I've had in a debate was Christopher versus Snake and his laptop. Remember your laptop webcam? Something happened where there was two of you the whole time, Chris. There was two views of you, one from your cell phone, one from your laptop. We had two. What's that?
It's happening again.
I think Chris's audio mutation.
I think Chris is
Leo, I think that you need to just get saved because I think you possibly are possessed.
Saved
by
from what?
So
I don't know what you mean when you say possessed by a devil. I used to be a Catholic and I actually studied demonology pretty intensely. If demons existed, I'm the last motherfucker they want to fuck with.
Oh, Leo was a Catholic. Explains so much now. Explains so much. Okay.
Original form of Christianity.
Iger, you got any last words?
Yeah, tomorrow night I'm actually gonna be joining Christopher Silvia's channel. You guys are welcome to come. It's gonna be a open stream.
Iger, can I ask you a question? The last picture you had up, do you think that's a tree? An ancient tree?
Is he roboting or is it just me?
But
you're roboting.
But yeah, come in. Leo probably. I don't know. It jumped from Chris to me. I think it's the 5G. The 5G getting to everybody, bro.
Yeah, I think Iger and
anyways,
Chris are like
Iger is
robot.
Iger, is that? Do you think that's an ancient tree in your picture right now?
Yeah, how did you know? Well, you already know how.
We
can talk about it next time, bro. We're doing closing.
It's a mountain, but there's a bunch of crazies who think it's an ancient tree. It's definitely not. It's the structure of it's been mapped. It's stone. It's rock. It's not a tree.
Yeah, it has. How do you explain the perfect hexagon?
We also know how it formed. So
how do they form? Because last time
I don't know particularly, but I can recommend you to a geoscientist, Stephen Bauman, with a PhD, who's actually been there numerous times and has studied it. I can direct you to him. You can ask him.
Okay, so there's a good theory. That it's lava, cools off, and after a while it breaks into these perfect hexagonal shapes called basalt columns.
Back in seventh grade geology.
But I lean more with because now I became a young Earth creationist, so I believe that there was giant animals.
Yeah, you believe in bullshit?
Hey, let me ask you, what did the dinosaurs eat if there wasn't big giant trees?
What did the what did you ask me?
What did the dinosaurs eat? I mean,
The
I don't even
dinosaurs ate a
believe in
variety of
prehistoric
things,
theory.
from smaller animals to a variety of different plants.
What did the herbivores eat if there wasn't big giant trees for them to feed on?
A
Just
variety
ponder
of
on that, bro. But the
bushes,
whole thing
a
is
variety of bushes, tall grass. Yeah, the idea that there weren't things
so
for them to
there's
eat.
giant
Yeah.
grass, there's giant
I don't know what
plants.
you mean by giant.
Well, you're saying there's tall grass.
Do you not
There's
understand how tall
this,
prairie
tall
grass,
that.
how tall prairie grass grows? Have you never seen a prairie?
Yeah, I've seen the prairie, bro.
Yeah, so then you know how tall prairie grass grows. Like that could feed quite a few large mammals.
All right, I thought it was
Well, not
Michael's
really
story.
mammals. I think a lot of
But
them
thanks
are
for pointing that out.
reptiles.
Anyways, yeah. So now I believe that these were giant petrified trees. They have perfect hexagonal shapes. The atheists will say, or evolutionists will say that that it was lava that just cooled off and broke off into this perfect hexagonal shapes. But it's a pattern we see all through nature, so it's not something we see in rocks. And yeah. Anyways. Back to the end is near. Yeah, now a lot of people I think are waking up to, like, there's definitely some government corporate conglomeration of corruption, and yeah, man, I like the serenity prayer to close out because I find it helpful. It's God, please grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, strength to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow on Chris's
Do you
channel.
believe the ownership class has too much power?
Bro, you know what? You can come on Chris's channel
No.
tomorrow.
I want an answer right now. Do you believe
All
the
right,
ownership
okay, we're
class
doing last
has power?
words. We're doing last words.
You,
Okay.
you can come on Christopher Sylvia's channel tomorrow, and then we can talk about it. If you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. It's just his name, Christopher Sylvia.
Leo versus Iger on the Big Bang.
Oh yeah,
That's a guaranteed dumpster
it'll be
fire
epic.
right there.
Let me know anytime we can do it. Yeah, it's gonna be a dumpster
Big
fire.
Bang or Big Dud?
All right. Anyways, God bless you. I just love you. Have a good night.
All right. Okay. Praise.
Send me
and
an
reference.
email, igertelevision@gmail.com if you want to set it up. If not, I'll be on Chris's channel tomorrow. It's just his name on YouTube. All right, catch y'all later. God bless y'all. Peace.
See you, Edgar. All right, praise.
See you. No, this thanks for having me, John. I thought there was some good, interesting discussions tonight. A good dumpster fire. I needed one. It was pretty fun. I think we showed, the problems we have in our world right now, genetic disorders, cancer, all that. We have an explanation for that. The Christian worldview does. That is through the fall of Adam. And atheists just don't have a good one. I don't think so. Like, why aren't humans X-Men by now? Like, shouldn't we be X-Men? Shouldn't we have almost defeated death? But we're going down, baby, down. So, Lee, I'm looking forward to our discussion, too, coming up here on epistemology. So I think that'll be a good discussion, too. I'll whoop your ass on that, too. But with that, I'll see you guys later. Take care.
All right. Appreciate that. Let's see. Rebel, any last words?
Yes. And actually, if you don't mind, I would like to share my screen. I promise I'll make it real quick, probably like 2-3 minutes max.
No, I'm not playing. They do. I always get like copyright strikes when I play that kind of stuff.
Wait,
aren't you wanting to play something from like South Park or something?
Oh, right. I mean, wait. How about if I speed up the playback?
No, YouTube has ridiculous algorithms for that. You can have stuff on mute and it'll still come through as a strike.
Oh, well, Leo left anyway, didn't he? Okay, well, it was mostly for him. But okay, well, can I just share some pictures then?
Sure. Keep it quick. I'm about to pass out.
Yeah. So this, I don't know if you can hold on. This is it's Masonic symbolism that's very prevalent amongst the rich and famous celebrities of the world. This one is has to do with the Egyptian Tut or king or whatever that symbolized death. Okay, and then hold on, and then this is this one eye symbolism because they're they're symbolizing the god that they worship, which is Satan or Lucifer as they call him. This is called the hidden hand, which symbolizes like secrecy within Freemasonry, of it being a secret society. And this is the one I really want to emphasize. This is called the vow of silence. Okay, and it symbolizes, again, is along the same lines, that these people are in a cult, and there's a sense of secrecy within
Notice
that.
the Pope in the bottom middle. Just pointing
Yeah,
it out.
exactly. That's right. And so the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when you look up pictures of Charles Darwin, you see the same kind of symbolism here with the vow of silence. You see how he's making a little like sh sign with his hand here? That's exactly the same symbolism we see here, right? So it's not a coincidence. This is all connected. Charles Darwin was a Freemason himself, and he knew absolutely like that the theory of evolution was completely fabricated and inspired by demons, which this guy talks about here. I'm not gonna play it, but yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. So anybody who believes in evolution, I mean, it's a sad state of affairs, because even the guy that came up with it himself knew that it was an absolute lie. And with that, thanks LVP for having me on.
I appreciate that. Donnie, any last words? Or Donnie leave? Donnie left with no last words? Are you kidding me? Really? I hold it off for you to be the last one, and then you bounce. Okay, Donnie, I see how it is. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I guess it's time to go to bed, because it's 4 hours and 53 minutes I've been going on this, and I am exhausted. So I hope everybody has a good night. Enjoyed the stream. Thanks so much for everybody for coming. And yeah, I think a lot of the atheist talking points have been on full display tonight, the actions and the usual lack of rationality, while acting as if they are being the over and above, just completely logical and rational thinkers, but not being able to see big picture. It's pretty interesting. Anyway, as you contemplate the different things we discuss, the things you have learned throughout the years, make sure that whatever conclusion you reach about the ultimate necessities for your very existence are logical, plausible, and probable. Have a good night, everybody. Appreciate you so much.